The winds whispered stories of greatness, tales that refused to be forgotten. Even the stars, it seemed, remembered the shadow of Alexander the Great, a man who dared to carve his name across the world's fabric. He was not born to follow, he was born to lead, to conquer, to dream beyond the horizon. And yet, for all his glory, one question lingered like a shadow: what happened to the army that vanished without a trace? The sands of history are fickle. They bury as much as they reveal. Alexander's campaigns, the unstoppable tide of his ambitions, spanned continents. His victories were not just etched into the stone walls of Babylon or the temples of Egypt, they burned into the hearts of those who stood with him and those who fell before him. His men followed him, not merely because of loyalty, but because he made them believe in the impossible. They crossed the scorching deserts of Persia, braved the icy heights of the Hindu Kush, and marched through lands that even their maps did not dare to name. But it wasn't the victories that haunted those who came after, it was the silence. It was said that Alexander once whispered to his closest confidant, "What lies beyond the edge of the world?" That question burned in him like a fever, pushing him and his army to chase the unknown. Some said it was ambition, others claimed it was madness. No one could say for certain. The stories about the lost army began long after the golden age of conquest had dimmed. Soldiers had returned from their campaigns, weathered and broken, with tales of Alexander's insatiable hunger for new horizons. They spoke of a time when his gaze turned toward a land beyond the Indus, a place no mortal had seen and no god had claimed. It was not just a land, they said, but something greater, a realm of myths, of untold treasures, of answers to the mysteries of life and death. There was a night, they murmured, when the stars shone brighter than ever. Alexander stood under the vast heavens, his face illuminated by their glow. He did not speak of strategies or maps that evening. Instead, he looked at his men and said, "We have touched the edge of the earth. Now we must step beyond." That was when it began, the march of the forgotten. This army was different, chosen not just for their strength, but for their faith in him, their unshakable belief that Alexander could tame even the gods. They marched into the unknown, past rivers that glowed like molten gold, through forests that whispered with the voices of ancient spirits. Witnesses from distant villages spoke of the army passing like a thunderstorm, unstoppable and enigmatic. But after they crossed the final ridge, they disappeared. The earth swallowed their footprints, and the sky held its secrets. No one ever saw them again. For centuries, the lost army lingered in the minds of those who heard the tales. Scholars wrote about it in hushed reverence. Poets spun verses of their glory, their tragedy. Parents frightened their children with warnings of Alexander's fate, saying even the greatest could fall when they saw too much. But there was something more chilling than the mystery itself. There were whispers, unspoken fears, that Alexander's army had encountered something they were not meant to find. Some said they entered a forbidden land, where the air shimmered with an unearthly light, and the ground pulsed as though it were alive. Others believed they had been cursed, punished by the gods for their arrogance. The land itself turned against them, consuming them in a storm of fire and shadow. Still, there were those who claimed to have seen traces of the army, centuries after they vanished. In a remote valley, a traveler once stumbled upon ruins filled with strange carvings. Symbols, some said, that told a story of men battling creatures no human eyes had seen. Another spoke of finding a sword, its blade untouched by rust, its hilt engraved with the name of a soldier who had marched under Alexander's banner. And then there were the dreams. People far and wide reported strange visions. They saw golden chariots riding on storm clouds, an army marching in silence, their faces obscured by mist. They heard voices speaking in forgotten tongues, voices that seemed to come from another world. These dreams were scattered, fragmented, yet eerily similar. The most haunting story came from an old merchant who claimed to have wandered too far into the deserts of modern-day Pakistan. He spoke of an ancient cave hidden beneath the shifting sands. Inside, he found walls covered in depictions of battles that defied explanation. Creatures with scales like the night sky fought against men in armor adorned with the sun. In the center of it all was a figure unmistakably Alexander, his face both triumphant and tormented. The merchant swore that as he left the cave, he heard faint footsteps behind him. When he turned, there was no one there, only the faint scent of burning incense and the echo of distant drums. He never returned to the cave, but his tale spread like wildfire, feeding the flames of speculation. It wasn't just historians or adventurers who sought the truth. Kings and emperors set expeditions to retrace Alexander's steps, hoping to uncover the fate of the lost army. None succeeded. Some never returned, adding to the growing legends. Those who did come back spoke of strange phenomena, unexplainable sounds, sudden storms, and a feeling, as one put it, as though the land itself was watching. Yet, for all the speculation, no one could shake the unease. This wasn't merely a lost army or a forgotten chapter of history. It was something far greater. People whispered that Alexander and his men had crossed into a place not meant for mortals, a place where the rules of the natural world ceased to exist. Whatever they found, whatever happened to them, it was something no one dared to speak aloud. And so, the legend persisted, growing like the roots of an ancient tree. It became a story of ambition, of glory, of hubris. But most of all, it became a story of loss, of an army that walked beyond the boundaries of the known world and into eternity. The air was heavy with the scent of parchment and dust. A solitary candle flickered on the edge of a worn desk, its light casting long shadows on the walls of the ancient library. An old scholar sat hunched over a scroll, his hands trembling as he traced faded lines of ink. His eyes widened as he read, the words before him igniting a fire of disbelief and wonder. The scroll spoke of a campaign long buried in the sands of time, a campaign that whispered of Alexander's steps beyond the edges of history. He leaned closer, muttering to himself. These were no ordinary accounts. The symbols on the parchment were an unfamiliar script, yet unmistakably tied to the records of the Macedonian Empire. They spoke of an army, larger than any before it, that marched into lands where the sun blazed blood-red at dusk and the mountains seemed to breathe. The words told of valleys where the air shimmered with heat and light, of rivers that sang with voices, and of skies that opened into abysses of endless stars. No one spoke of this campaign, not in the great halls of Alexandria nor in the stories of Greek bards. It was as though history itself had chosen to forget. Yet here it was, alive in ink, screaming of forgotten deeds. The scholar's discovery wasn't the first of its kind. In scattered corners of the world, fragments of similar tales had surfaced over centuries. There was a stone tablet found near the edge of the Taklamakan desert, bearing carvings of warriors whose shields bore the Star of Macedon. A bronze helm unearthed from the depths of the Caspian Sea bore strange marks, depicting battles not recorded in any known text. Even more eerie were the accounts from nomads who spoke of ruins deep within desolate lands. These ruins, they claimed, held no allegiance to any known civilization. Within their walls lay murals of men clad in the style of Alexander's warriors, locked in combat with shadowy figures that could not have been human. But the accounts did not agree. Some records claimed the army ventured into the heart of uncharted lands seeking divine favor. Others insisted they pursued a treasure, something older than the gods themselves, buried in the fabric of the earth. Still others hinted at a darker truth, that Alexander's ambition had driven him to challenge forces that governed life and death itself. The conflicting nature of the records only added to the allure and terror of the tale. One account from an ancient Indian chronicler described the army marching into a forest where the trees bled sap as red as blood. Their cries, he wrote, could be heard in the winds for months after. Another fragment from a Persian scroll spoke of an eclipse that darkened the skies for 3 days as the army entered a canyon wreathed in unholy mist. Only one man returned from that march, his mind shattered, his tongue stolen by fear. There were stories of lakes that swallowed men whole, of statues that moved, of songs that lured soldiers away, never to be seen again. One Roman historian dismissed it all as myth, but his writings hinted at something he dared not commit fully to paper. There are places, he wrote, where the brave should not tread, where the living should not breathe. Alexander, in his arrogance, led his men to such a place. The few who sought to piece together these fragments faced dangers of their own. A caravan traveling through the mountain passes of Central Asia claimed to have stumbled upon a burial ground unlike any other. The bones they found were of men larger than most, their skulls bearing the marks of strange wounds. Before the caravan could return to civilization, an avalanche buried the pass, cutting off their escape. Only one survivor made it back to recount the tale. Every story ended the same way, with silence, with no survivors, and with the maddening absence of proof. It was as though the earth itself had conspired to erase all traces of what happened. But the fragments persisted, scraps of whispers, glimpses of something too vast and terrible to fully comprehend. One chilling account came from a merchant who swore he'd found a fragment of Alexander's forgotten campaign in a place no map named. He spoke of a shattered statue of a man with a lion's mane, a common depiction of Alexander, standing at the edge of a bottomless ravine. The merchant claimed the statue's eyes seemed to follow him, burning with an otherworldly fire. He never returned to that place, but the nightmares followed him for the rest of his life. Another tale told of a hunter who wandered too far into the highlands of modern Afghanistan. He stumbled upon a ruined encampment, the remnants of ancient tents and rusting weapons scattered like the broken pieces of a dream. But there was something wrong with the place. The hunter spoke of a wind that carried whispers, voices and languages he did not know yet somehow understood. "Leave," they said. "Leave before the silence takes you too." The hunter obeyed, but his hair turned white before he reached his village. The more the scholars searched, the less they understood. The pieces didn't fit together, and perhaps they were never meant to. What kind of campaign leaves no clear victor, no clear end? What kind of battle defies the very idea of survival? Yet the whispers wouldn't stop. A hidden campaign, buried beyond the borders of the known. It wasn't just about conquest, it was about reaching something greater, or something darker. The ancient records spoke in riddles, their truths as elusive as smoke. But one thing was certain, Alexander led an army beyond the edges of maps and into a place that swallowed them whole. There was no glory in this tale, no triumphant return. There was only the lingering echo of footsteps that disappeared into a place where the light faded and the earth trembled. Something waited for them out there, something no man or God could name. And whatever it was, it did not let them go. The campfires burned low, their embers glowing like the eyes of restless spirits. The men were silent, their faces flickering in the uneven light. Alexander stood apart from them, his silhouette stark against the vast desert sky. The stars seemed closer here, like they were watching, waiting for something to happen. His gaze wasn't on the fires or the men, but beyond, to the horizon where the earth disappeared into the unknown. He spoke at last, his voice steady, quiet, but carrying the weight of a command. "There is more," he said. "More than what we see. More than what we know." The words hung in the air, almost fragile. His generals exchanged glances, unsure if they should answer. He turned to them then, his eyes blazing with something they could not name. "What lies at the edge of the world?" he asked. "Do you not feel it? The pull of it? The promise of it?" He didn't wait for their response. He didn't need to. They had seen this before, this fire in him, this unrelenting hunger. It was what had driven them across Persia, into Egypt, through the mountains and the deserts and the blood-soaked plains. But this was different. This was not conquest. This was something deeper, something far more dangerous. He called for the finest among his men. The bravest warriors, the sharpest minds, the most devout mystics. They came from every corner of his empire, Macedonians, Persians, Greeks, Egyptians. They gathered under his banner, drawn by the sheer force of his vision. Some came for glory, others for wealth, and some simply because they believed in him, in the impossible things he made real. The warriors were legends in their own right. There was Kairos, a Persian archer whose arrows never missed their mark. He was said to have killed a lion with a single shot as a child. There was Parmenion, a grizzled Macedonian veteran who had fought alongside Alexander from the beginning. His face was a map of scars, each one a testament to battles survived. And then there was Alecto, a silent Spartan whose twin blades danced like shadows in the moonlight. The scholars were no less remarkable. Thales, an old man with eyes as sharp as a hawk's, carried scrolls that no one else could read. He spoke of ancient maps, of lands where the sun never set and the rivers ran with silver. Anila, a young mathematician from India, brought with her instruments that could measure the heavens. She was quiet, observant, and unshakably certain that Alexander's dream was not madness but destiny. And then there were the mystics. They were strange, otherworldly, their words wrapped in riddles. Pyrrhus, a seer with eyes clouded by milk-white blindness, claimed to hear the whispers of gods. He told Alexander that the path ahead was both glorious and cursed, that he would find what he sought but lose what he could not name. Nyssa, a priestess from Egypt, carried with her a sacred staff said to be older than time itself. She said little, but when she looked at Alexander, it was with a mix of awe and fear. The camp swelled with their arrival, a sea of talents and stories and dreams. Yet, beneath the excitement, there was an unease. The soldiers whispered in the dark. They spoke of Alexander's vision, of the places he wanted to go. Some said it was madness to follow him. Others said it was fate. But none dared voice their doubts where he could hear them. His belief was too strong, too unyielding. It had the weight of prophecy. As the preparations began, strange things started to happen. A shepherd stumbled into the camp one night, claiming to have seen a shadow in the sky, larger than any bird, flying silently overhead. The men dismissed him as a drunk, but the next morning, they found his flock scattered, the sheep's eyes wide with terror. A merchant passing through swore he had seen a figure standing on a distant hill, cloaked in black, watching the camp. When the soldiers climbed the hill to investigate, they found only a circle of stones, cold and lifeless. None of this stopped Alexander. If anything, it fueled him. He saw the strange events as signs, confirmations of what he already knew. He gathered his people one evening, standing before them with the firelight casting shadows across his face. He spoke of the edge of the world, of lands where the sky touched the ground, where gods walked among men. "We have conquered the known," he said. "Now we shall claim the unknown. The earth ends where our courage fails." There was silence after he spoke, a silence so deep it seemed the stars had paused in their tracks. Then, one by one, the men began to cheer. It started low, uncertain, but grew into a roar. Even those who doubted felt the pull of his words, the way they turned fear into something greater. The next day, the camp came alive with activity. Armor was polished, weapons sharpened. The scholars pored over maps and stars, while the mystics prepared their rituals. Alexander himself moved among them, his presence electrifying. He spoke to the warriors, asking them about their families, their fears. He listened to the scholars as they debated the routes and the risks. He even sat with the mystics, letting their cryptic words wash over him like a strange, comforting song. And then, at last, they were ready. The sun rose red on the day they marched, its light staining the horizon like a promise or a warning. The banners of Alexander's empire fluttered in the wind, their golden emblems catching the first rays of dawn. The soldiers marched in perfect rhythm, their armor gleaming, their faces set with determination. The scholars rode at the center, their scrolls and instruments protected like treasures. The mystics walked at the rear, their chants low and steady, a heartbeat of the unknown. Alexander rode at the front, his horse carrying him with a quiet grace. He did not look back. His eyes were fixed ahead, on the horizon, on the place where the earth curved away and the sky seemed to hold its breath. They were marching into a dream, one too big for any of them to hold. But they marched anyway, following a man who believed in the impossible. The sand shifted under their feet, the winds whispered secrets they could not understand. And above them, the stars burned, watching. Waiting. The night was eerily still, the kind of stillness that felt unnatural, like the world was holding its breath. Alexander sat alone in his tent, the golden light of a single lamp flickering against the folds of the heavy canvas. Spread before him on a low table was an array of maps and scrolls, their edges curled from age. His eyes, sharp and piercing, roved over the lines and symbols, searching for something only he could see. A rustling at the entrance broke the silence. He didn't look up. "Come in," he said, his voice low but commanding. A figure stepped inside, cloaked and hooded, their face obscured by the shadows. It wasn't one of his generals or trusted companions. It wasn't a soldier or a scholar. This was someone who operated in the spaces between the known and the unknown. They moved with an unsettling grace, their presence at once magnetic and foreboding. "It is time," the figure said, their voice smooth and cold, like a blade drawn over stone. Alexander leaned back, his gaze finally lifting to meet theirs. "And you are certain?" The figure nodded. "The signs are clear. The place exists. The path is perilous, but it is there." For a moment, the great conqueror said nothing. Then he reached out, his fingers brushing the edge of a map. "Treasures beyond imagining," he murmured, more to himself than to the figure. "Knowledge lost to time. And something greater, something that men have sought since the first light of the first dawn." The figure's lips curved into the faintest of smiles, though it was devoid of warmth. "You already know what you seek," they said. "The only question is whether you have the will to claim it." Alexander's jaw tightened. "I have never lacked the will," he said, his voice firm, unyielding. The figure inclined their head. "Then you will find what you desire. But be warned, the cost may be greater than you expect." The words lingered in the air long after the figure had gone, slipping out as silently as they had arrived. Alexander remained seated, his hand resting on the map. His thoughts were a tempest, swirling with visions of glory, of power, of a destiny that defied the limits of mortal men. This was no ordinary campaign. The men who marched with him believed they were chasing the edges of the earth, exploring lands uncharted and unknown. But Alexander knew better. He knew that this was not about geography or conquest. It was about something far older, far deeper. The scrolls he had acquired whispered of a place where the veil between the mortal and the divine was thin. A place where the rules of the world bent and broke, where treasures beyond imagination lay hidden in the folds of the earth. Gold and jewels were merely the surface. The true prize was knowledge, ancient, forbidden, and powerful. He had first heard of it years ago, during his campaign in Egypt. An old priest had approached him in the shadow of the Great Pyramid, his eyes burning with an intensity that belied his frail body. "You are chosen," the priest had said, his voice trembling with conviction. "The gods favor you, but their gifts come at a price. There is a place where the heavens and the earth meet. It is there that your fate will be decided." At the time, Alexander had dismissed the man as a zealot. But the words had stayed with him, gnawing at the edges of his mind. Over the years, he had sought out fragments of the tale, piecing together clues from ancient texts, from the whispers of oracles, from the dreams that came to him in the dead of night. Each fragment pointed to the same conclusion: there was a hidden directive to his campaign, one that went beyond the mortal realm. It was not enough to rule the world of men. Alexander sought to touch the divine. But he was not the only one. Throughout history, there had been others, kings, emperors, priests, who had sought the same thing. Their stories ended in ruin, their names erased, their ambitions swallowed by the very thing they pursued. This knowledge did not deter him. If anything, it fueled him. He was not like those who came before. He was Alexander. The gods themselves had chosen him, guided him, placed the world at his feet. If anyone could succeed where others had failed, it was him. And yet, there was a shadow over his thoughts, a nagging doubt that he could not shake. He had seen the price of ambition. He had seen it in the eyes of the men who had fallen before him, in the ruins of the cities he had conquered, and the blood that stained his hands. What if the price this time was something he could not pay? He shook the thought away. Doubt was a weakness he could not afford. He rose from the table, his movements sharp and purposeful. The maps, the scrolls, the secrets, they would guide him to what he sought. But it was his will, his unrelenting drive, that would see him through. Outside, the camp was quiet, the men asleep, their dreams untroubled by the weight of what lay ahead. Only a few sentries stood watch, their silhouettes outlined against the faint glow of the horizon. Alexander walked among them, his presence a silent reassurance. He stopped at the edge of the camp, his eyes fixed on the distance. Somewhere out there, beyond the mountains, beyond the deserts, beyond the edges of the known world, lay the answer to the question that had haunted him for years. What lay at the heart of the earth? What truth, what power, what divine spark awaited those brave enough, or foolish enough, to seek it? The wind stirred, carrying with it the faintest whisper, a sound so soft it could have been imagined. Alexander turned his head slightly, as though listening. But the wind carried no words, only the promise of the unknown. He straightened, his shoulders squared, his eyes burning with the same unshakable resolve that had carried him across continents. Whatever awaited him, treasures, knowledge, divinity, it was his to claim. And claim it he would, no matter the cost. The night sky was alive in a way no one could explain. Stars burned brighter than they had in years, their light piercing through the black like fire through smoke. But it was not their brilliance that gripped the camp, it was the movement. One by one, the stars began to shift, streaking across the heavens in a silent, celestial dance. Some fell, leaving trails of fire that faded into the horizon. Others seemed to converge, gathering in an ominous cluster that pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat. The men watched in stunned silence, their faces pale in the eerie glow. Conversations hushed, laughter died, and even the bravest among them found their hands trembling. It was not fear of the stars themselves, but what they might mean. For in those days, the sky was not just the sky, it was a canvas where the gods painted their intentions. At the center of the camp, Alexander stood with his arms crossed, his gaze unwavering. His eyes flickered with something that might have been awe, or perhaps it was defiance. Beside him, Parmenion, his trusted general, shifted uneasily. "This is no ordinary night," Parmenion murmured. "The heavens do not move without reason." Alexander's lips twitched, a shadow of a smile playing at the corners. Reason is what men give to what they do not understand. The stars are simply stars. Are they? Parmenion's voice was cautious, weighted. He gestured toward the sky, where the strange clusters seemed to throb with light. Or is this a warning? Before Alexander could reply, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted them. A young soldier, breathless and wide-eyed, skidded to a stop before them. "The oracle," he gasped. "She speaks." Alexander's face hardened. Without a word, he strode toward the edge of the camp, where a small group had gathered around a fire. At its center sat Nyssa, the Egyptian priestess, her head bowed, her hands gripping the sacred staff that rarely left her side. Her lips moved rapidly, spilling words that seemed to flow from somewhere far beyond her. The crowd parted for Alexander, their whispers falling silent. He approached Nyssa slowly, his steps deliberate. Her voice grew louder as he neared, the words tumbling from her mouth in a language few could recognize. Her body trembled, her eyes rolling back until only the whites remained. "Enough," Alexander commanded, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. Nyssa's head snapped up, her gaze locking onto his with unnerving clarity. "You march toward shadows," she said, her voice raw and heavy with something that was not entirely human. "The path you tread is marked by fire and blood." Alexander did not flinch. "What lies at the end of this path?" Nyssa's lips curved into a faint, bitter smile. "What you seek, and what you fear." The words sent a ripple through the crowd. Men exchanged uneasy glances, their doubts growing louder in the shared silence. But Alexander's expression remained impassive. He leaned closer to the priestess, his voice dropping low. "Are these your words?" he asked. "Or do they come from something else?" Nyssa's eyes burned into his. "Does it matter?" Alexander straightened, his jaw tightening. "Words are wind unless I give them weight." With that, he turned on his heel and strode away, leaving the crowd to murmur among themselves. But as he passed his men, he could feel the cracks forming. Doubt was spreading like a poison, infecting even those who had once been unshakable. That night, the camp was restless. Some men whispered of gods and omens, of curses and destinies that could not be avoided. Others scoffed, their laughter forced, their bravado masking the unease that gnawed at them. Tension simmered between the skeptics and the believers, threatening to boil over. Near the edge of the camp, two soldiers argued in hushed but heated tones. One was young, his face still soft with traces of boyhood. The other was older, his features hardened by years of battle. "It's nonsense," the older man said, his voice gruff. "A few falling stars and a woman babbling in riddles, that's all it is." The younger soldier shook his head, his eyes wide and earnest. "You saw the sky. You heard her. How can you dismiss it?" "Because I've fought in a dozen wars, and not once did the stars decide the outcome," the older man snapped. "What decides it is steel and courage." "But what if?" "There are no what ifs. Keep your faith in your sword, boy. It won't fail you like gods and omens will." Their argument was interrupted by a sudden shout. A group had gathered near the far side of the camp, where a scout had returned from the surrounding hills. His face was pale, his hands trembling as he spoke. "There's something out there," he said, his voice unsteady. "I saw the figure standing on the ridge, watching us." The men bristled, their hands instinctively moving to their weapons. "What figure?" someone demanded. The scout shook his head. "It was cloaked. I couldn't see its face. But it was there. And then it wasn't." The tension in the camp rose to a fever pitch. Some muttered prayers under their breath, while others cursed the shadows, their swords drawn as if to ward off the unseen. Alexander appeared among them, his presence a calming force despite the chaos. "We fear what we cannot see," he said, his voice cutting through the noise. "But fear is a choice. And I do not choose it." His words steadied the men, but only just. The whispers did not stop, nor did the unease. As the night wore on, strange sounds drifted through the camp, the rustle of leaves where there were no trees, the faint echo of a voice that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. In his tent, Alexander sat alone, his hands resting on the hilt of his sword. The night pressed in around him, heavy with questions he could not answer. The stars outside still burned, their strange cluster pulsing faintly, a silent reminder of the path he had chosen. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in years, he felt the weight of doubt pressing against his resolve. The sound of drums echoed across the dawn, their steady, commanding rhythm cutting through the crisp morning air. The army was assembling. Thousands of men stood in ranks, their armor catching the pale light of the rising sun. Horses snorted and pawed the ground, their riders adjusting their weapons and gear with grim determination. It was a moment suspended in time, poised on the edge of something vast and unknowable. At the head of it all was Alexander. He sat astride Bucephalus, the great black warhorse that had carried him through countless battles. His gaze swept over the scene before him, not just the soldiers and their banners, but the townsfolk who had gathered to watch. Some looked on with awe, others with quiet skepticism, their whispers rising like a low hum beneath the crackle of banners in the wind. A child clung to her mother's skirt, her wide eyes fixed on the shining figure of Alexander. "Where are they going?" she whispered. "To a place we cannot follow," the woman replied softly, her voice tinged with both reverence and fear. Alexander's generals gathered around him, their faces a study in contrasts. Parmenion, the seasoned veteran, wore an expression of calm resolve, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of doubt. He had seen too much to trust easily in the unknown. Beside him stood Hephaestion, Alexander's closest companion, whose loyalty burned as brightly as the torches that lined the camp the night before. His confidence was unshaken, his faith in Alexander absolute. And then there was Lysander, the chronicler. Slight of build and clad in simple robes, he seemed out of place among the hardened warriors. But his quill and parchment were as essential to this campaign as any blade. He would record their steps, their victories, their losses, and perhaps, he thought grimly, their end. Nearby, a mystic named Aliana adjusted the hood of her cloak, her eyes darting nervously to the sky. She carried with her a bag of strange trinkets, talismans, bones, and vials of fragrant oils. Her role was less defined, but no less vital. Alexander had insisted on her presence, though few understood why. The soldiers regarded her with suspicion, their murmurs carrying words like witch and omen. But Alexander had silenced those voices with a single, icy glare. As the signal to march was given, the camp erupted into motion. The steady tramp of boots mingled with the creak of wagons and the clink of weapons. The air was thick with anticipation, laced with an undercurrent of fear that no one dared voice. Among the soldiers, a young man named Callistus adjusted the straps of his armor, his hands trembling. It was his first campaign, and though he had dreamed of glory, the reality was far heavier than he had imagined. Beside him, an older soldier named Draken placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Breathe, boy," Draken said, his voice gruff but kind. "Fear is normal. Just don't let it rule you." Callistus nodded, though his fear did not abate. He glanced over his shoulder at the receding town, its familiar shapes shrinking into the distance. He wondered if he would ever see it again. The procession wound its way through the hills, the columns of soldiers stretching as far as the eye could see. Villagers watched from the roadside, their faces a mix of curiosity and dread. Some shouted words of encouragement, while others whispered prayers under their breath. One old man raised a gnarled hand to point at the sky. "They march into the arms of the gods," he said, his voice quavering. "May they have mercy." As the army pressed onward, the landscape began to change. The familiar hills gave way to rocky outcroppings and dense forests that seemed to close in around them. The air grew cooler, the light dimmer, as though the world itself was reluctant to let them pass. The soldiers' conversations grew sparse, their laughter fading into uneasy silence. Even the skeptics found themselves glancing over their shoulders, as if expecting to see something watching from the shadows. Eliana rode near the rear, her sharp eyes scanning the treetops. She pulled a small, intricately carved bone from her pouch and whispered something under her breath. Hephaestion, who had fallen back to check on the column, caught sight of her and frowned. "Do you truly believe those trinkets will protect us?" he asked, his tone half teasing, half serious. Eliana met his gaze, her expression unyielding. "Belief is not required for power to work," she said simply. Hephaestion said nothing, but her words lingered with him as he rode back toward the front. As the day wore on, the terrain grew harsher. The soldiers' boots sank into soft, uneven ground, and the wagons struggled to move. The sun, now hidden behind thick clouds, cast an eerie, diffused light over the procession. Lysander rode beside Alexander, his hand tight around his quill. "The men are uneasy," he ventured cautiously. "Perhaps a word from you would steady them." Alexander turned his head slightly, his expression unreadable. "They do not need words," he said. "They need purpose." "Even purpose cannot erase fear," Lysander said quietly, more to himself than to Alexander. As night began to fall, the army made camp in a narrow valley. Fires flickered against the encroaching darkness, casting long shadows that danced like specters. The soldiers huddled in small groups, their voices hushed. Callistus sat beside Draken, staring into the flames. "Do you think we'll find what we're looking for?" Callistus asked. Draken shrugged, his face lit by the orange glow of the fire. "Does it matter? We march because that is what we do. The why is for others to decide." Not far away, Alexander stood at the edge of the camp, his silhouette stark against the twilight. He stared into the distance, his thoughts a labyrinth of ambition and uncertainty. Hephaestion approached, his footsteps soft. "The men need rest," Hephaestion said. "They will rest when we have no more road to walk," Alexander replied. Hephaestion hesitated. "And when that day comes, what then?" Alexander's lips curved into a faint smile, though it held no warmth. "Then we will see if the gods are watching." Above them, the first stars appeared, cold and distant. The river was unlike anything they had ever seen. Wide as a sea, it stretched endlessly, its waters dark and sluggish, carrying with it the scent of earth and mystery. Thick mist clung to its surface, curling like ghostly fingers in the early dawn. The air was humid and heavy, and the sound of distant, unearthly calls echoed across the expanse. Standing on its banks, the army paused, their breaths shallow, as if the very act of crossing would awaken something ancient and unseen. Alexander's gaze was fixed on the horizon, where the river disappeared into a forest so dense it seemed impenetrable. Trees with trunks as thick as walls towered into the heavens, their leaves forming a canopy that swallowed the light. Strange, twisted vines coiled around their branches like serpents, and vibrant, unfamiliar flowers glowed faintly in the shadows. This was the edge of the known world, a threshold few had dared to approach, let alone cross. Hephaestion rode up beside Alexander, his brow furrowed. "The men are uneasy," he said quietly. "They say the river is cursed." Alexander did not respond immediately. His eyes remained locked on the wilderness ahead, his expression unreadable. Finally, he spoke, his voice steady. "If curses are what they fear, then let them stay behind. But I will cross." A murmur rippled through the ranks at his words. For all their fear, none could stomach the thought of being left behind. Slowly, the army began to move. Boats were loaded, and oars dipped into the black water, cutting through the stillness with rhythmic splashes. Those who remained on land waded through the shallows, the mud sucking at their boots with each step. The crossing was silent, save for the sounds of the river and the occasional cry of some unseen creature in the distance. Soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes darting nervously between the shadows that danced on the water. Eliana, the mystic, sat at the bow of one of the boats, her hands clutching a talisman as she whispered inaudible prayers. Lysander scribbled furiously in his journal, his normally steady hand shaking. When they reached the far bank, the forest loomed over them like a living entity. The air grew colder, though the sun had risen higher. Alexander was the first to step ashore, his boots sinking slightly into the damp soil. He turned to his men, his voice cutting through the thick silence. "This is the beginning," he said simply. With that, they pressed forward, the dense vegetation forcing them to hack their way through with swords and axes. The forest was alive with sounds, the hum of insects, the rustle of unseen animals, and the occasional distant roar that sent shivers down their spines. The soldiers moved cautiously, their eyes scanning every shadow, every movement. Then they came upon the first village. It was unlike anything they had expected. Small, round huts with thatched roofs clustered together in a clearing, surrounded by tall wooden stakes carved with strange symbols. Smoke curled lazily from the center of the village, where a fire burned in a shallow pit. The people, dressed in woven garments of vibrant colors, stood motionless as they watched the approaching army. There was no fear in their eyes, only a quiet, unnerving curiosity. An elder stepped forward, his face painted with intricate patterns, his staff topped with a skull that gleamed white against his dark skin. He raised a hand, not in greeting but in a gesture that seemed to demand silence. Alexander dismounted and approached the man, his movements slow and deliberate. They stood face to face, two leaders from worlds that could not have been more different. For a moment, neither spoke. Then the elder began to chant, his voice low and melodic, carrying a rhythm that seemed to resonate with the very ground beneath their feet. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, their hands tightening on their weapons. But Alexander raised a hand, signaling for calm. He listened intently, his head tilting slightly as if he could discern meaning in the elder's words. When the chant ended, the elder pointed to the forest behind him, his expression grave. "What did he say?" Hephaestion asked, stepping closer. Alexander's lips tightened. "He says the forest will test us." Before they could question further, the villagers began to move. They disappeared into the huts and emerged carrying offerings, baskets of strange, spiked fruits, gourds filled with thick, sweet-smelling liquid, and bundles of herbs tied with string. The elder gestured for the soldiers to take them, his expression solemn. Lysander scribbled furiously as he watched, his heart pounding. He could not shake the feeling that they were being watched, not by the villagers, but by the forest itself. The army moved on, deeper into the uncharted land. The landscape grew stranger with every mile. They passed waterfalls that cascaded down cliffs of gleaming black stone, their waters glowing faintly in the twilight. They crossed fields of grass so tall it reached their shoulders, swaying gently despite the still air. And everywhere, there were sounds, rustles, calls, and whispers that seemed to come from just beyond sight. One night, as they made camp in a clearing, a soldier named Callistus wandered away from the fire. He claimed he heard a voice calling his name, soft and insistent. When they found him hours later, he was standing at the edge of a ravine, his face pale and his eyes wide. "What did you hear?" Draken demanded, gripping the young man's shoulders. Callistus shook his head, his voice trembling. "It was a woman, singing. She said to turn back." The camp fell silent at his words. Even the skeptics said nothing, their expressions grim. Alexander stood apart from the others, staring into the darkness. Hephaestion approached him, his voice low. "Do you think we should?" Alexander's gaze did not waver. "No." The next day, they pressed on. But the land seemed to turn against them. The ground grew treacherous, riddled with hidden pits and shifting sands. The air grew thick with an unseen menace, and even the bravest among them began to falter. Yet Alexander pressed forward, his resolve unbroken. And so they followed, through landscapes that defied understanding, into a world that seemed to resist their every step. The wind carried voices. At first, it was barely noticeable, a faint murmur buried beneath the hiss of sand being swept across the dunes. The soldiers assumed it was nothing, just the tricks of an endless, desolate landscape playing with their weary minds. But as the hours stretched on and the sun hung like a relentless eye in the sky, the whispers grew louder. They were not words, not exactly. They were fragments, broken and disjointed, but laced with an undeniable intent. Some said it sounded like a mother calling to her child. Others swore it was laughter, low and mocking. One man claimed he heard his own name, carried on the wind that seared his skin and filled his mouth with grit. The desert seemed alive, a place of unrelenting cruelty and something more, a consciousness that watched and waited. The sand was endless, shifting waves of gold and white under a blazing sun by day and a cold, merciless moon by night. The dunes rolled like the sea, erasing any sign of their passage, ensuring that nothing felt real, no matter how far they marched. One evening, as the army set up camp under a sky ablaze with unfamiliar constellations, a scout named Theron returned with wide eyes and trembling hands. "There's something out there," he whispered, his voice shaking. Hephaestion frowned. "Something? Be clear." Theron swallowed hard, his sun-cracked lips struggling to form words. "Shapes. Moving in the sand. I thought it was the wind, but it wasn't. They were watching." Laughter rippled through a small cluster of men near the fire, rough and uneasy. "The heat's gotten to him," one of them muttered, shaking his head. But Alexander stood, his gaze piercing through the group. "No one walks alone from now on," he said, his voice calm but firm. The laughter stopped. That night, as the soldiers tried to sleep, the whispers returned. They slithered through the air, weaving into dreams and pulling the restless into half-waking states of dread. Draken, the stoic warrior who feared nothing on the battlefield, jolted upright, gasping. His hand clutched his sword as he stared into the darkness beyond the campfire's glow. "What is it?" his companion asked, sitting up beside him. Draken's face was pale. I saw her." "Who?" "My wife." His voice cracked. "She's been dead for 3 years." The desert offered no answers, only silence and the endless, shifting sands. The next day, the whispers followed them, mingling with the sounds of their footsteps and the groaning of camels burdened with supplies. By midday, the heat was unbearable. Men collapsed under its weight, their lips splitting, their tongues swollen. Water was rationed, but it felt like a cruel joke. It evaporated before it reached their throats. And still, the voices lingered. Eliana, the mystic, walked at the rear of the column, her eyes scanning the horizon. She held a string of beads in her hands, her lips moving in silent incantations. When Alexander rode up beside her, she looked at him with an expression that was both frightened and resigned. "It's not just the desert," she said softly. "Something is here. Watching us. Testing us." Alexander nodded, his face unreadable. "And what does it want?" She hesitated, her fingers tightening around the beads. "To see if we break." That night, a storm rolled in without warning. The wind howled, driving sand into their eyes and mouths, tearing at their tents and extinguishing their fires. The soldiers huddled together, their shields raised against the onslaught. The whispers were deafening now, overlapping and frantic, like 1,000 voices speaking at once. In the chaos, a young recruit named Arion stumbled away from the group, his hands pressed to his ears. "Stop," he screamed, his voice barely audible over the wind. "Please, stop." Several men called after him, but the storm swallowed their shouts. By the time it subsided, he was gone. They found his body at dawn, half buried in the sand. His eyes were open, staring at the sky, his face frozen in an expression of terror. There were no wounds, no sign of struggle. He had simply stopped. The men were silent as they buried him, their movements slow and mechanical. For the first time, even the most loyal among them began to whisper doubts. What were they marching toward? What could possibly lie ahead that was worth this? Alexander stood apart, his gaze fixed on the horizon. When he finally spoke, his voice carried across the camp with the weight of a command. "We do not stop. We do not turn back." His resolve was unshaken, and so they moved forward. But the desert grew crueler with each step. Strange mirages danced in the distance, cities of gold, lush oases, and faces from the past that vanished the moment they were approached. Men fell to their knees, clawing at the sand, convinced they could hear water just beneath the surface. Then, one evening, they came upon something that was no mirage. Rising from the sands was a structure, ancient and impossibly large. Its stone walls were etched with symbols that none could recognize, and its spires twisted upward like frozen flames. The air around it was heavy, pressing against their chests and making it hard to breathe. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, as if the structure itself was speaking to them. Alexander approached it first, his steps measured. The others followed hesitantly, their weapons drawn. As they reached the entrance, a massive archway carved with intricate patterns, a low hum filled the air. It resonated in their bones, making their teeth ache. Eliana stopped suddenly, her face pale. "We shouldn't go in." Alexander turned to her, his eyes alight with something that was equal parts determination and madness. "Then stay here." She didn't respond, but the look in her eyes said everything. She knew that whatever lay ahead would change them all, forever. As they stepped into the shadows of the structure, the desert seemed to hold its breath. The air grew impossibly still, thick and electric, as though the world itself was holding its breath. The sun hung low, casting an eerie amber glow across the land, but the light felt wrong, too vivid, too alive. Soldiers shifted uneasily, their weapons clenched and hands slick with sweat. They had felt fear before, but this was different. It wasn't the terror of a charging enemy or the desperation of survival. It was something primal, ancient. Something that whispered in the marrow of their bones, "You are not alone." The first sign came in the form of shadows. Long, undulating shapes that rippled across the ground, even though there was no movement in the sky above. They slid over the sand like ink in water, twisting and merging, forming patterns that no one dared speak of. Men muttered prayers under their breath, their voices barely audible over the deafening silence. Then, the air itself began to hum. It started low, a vibration that tickled the edges of awareness, but it grew steadily, resonating in their chests, their skulls. Helmets clattered to the ground as men ripped them off, pressing their hands to their ears. But there was no escaping it. The sound was everywhere, around them, within them. Eliana was the first to speak, her voice a trembling thread. "They're coming." Alexander stood at the head of the group, his face set like stone, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of unease. He tightened his grip on his spear, his knuckles white against the shaft. "Who?" She didn't answer. She only pointed. Before them, the air seemed to shimmer, bending and folding like water disturbed by a stone. The shapes that emerged were impossible to define, human yet not, radiant yet shadowed. Their forms shifted constantly, as though the eye couldn't quite hold them. Some knelt, others stood tall, but all exuded an overwhelming presence that pressed against the hearts of those who beheld them. One stepped forward, its movements fluid and slow, like a flame caught in a breeze. Its face was both beautiful and terrible, an amalgamation of features that seemed to belong to every culture, every people. It opened its mouth to speak, but the sound that emerged was not a voice, it was a feeling, a storm of emotion that tore through their minds. Some fell to their knees, weeping. Others screamed, clutching their heads as if to keep their skulls from splitting. Only Alexander stood firm, his expression unreadable. The being tilted its head, its gaze, or what could be called a gaze, fixed on him. The hum in the air grew sharper, more defined, until words began to form. "You seek the ends of the earth," it said, though its lips never moved. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, a chorus of tones that defied understanding. Why? Alexander took a step forward, his jaw tight. To find what lies beyond. To see what no man has seen. The being's form flickered, its outline pulsing like a heartbeat. And if there is nothing beyond? If the end is only the beginning of the void? He hesitated, the weight of the question pressing against him. Then I will know. And that is enough. The being laughed, a sound that was neither cruel nor kind, but vast, echoing with knowledge and sorrow. You are bold, mortal. Bold and blind. Another stepped forward, this one smaller, its form more defined. It reached out a hand, delicate and glowing, and touched Alexander's chest. He inhaled sharply, his eyes widening as the glow spread through him, tracing his veins like fire. He staggered but did not fall. When he spoke again, his voice was softer, reverent. Who are you? We are what you call gods, the first one said, its form expanding, becoming less human with each passing moment. The keepers of what is. The witnesses of what will be. The mourners of what was. The soldiers murmured among themselves, their voices tinged with awe and fear. Some knelt, bowing their heads, while others backed away, their faces pale. Eliana stared, her eyes shining with both terror and fascination. One of the younger soldiers, barely more than a boy, stepped forward, his hands trembling. If you are gods, he asked, his voice shaking, why do you not stop the suffering of men? The being turned to him, its form softening. For a moment, it looked almost human. Because suffering is a thread in the tapestry. Without it, there is no meaning. The boy's shoulders sagged, his hope crumbling under the weight of the answer. But Alexander's gaze remained locked on the beings, his mind racing. Another being spoke, its voice quieter but no less powerful. You tread a dangerous path, mortal. There are things not meant for your kind. Places where even we dare not linger. Then why are you here? Alexander challenged, his voice ringing out against the oppressive silence. The being smiled, though the gesture was unsettling. Because you called to us. With your ambition. Your defiance. Your insatiable hunger for more. The air grew colder, the ground beneath them trembling as the beings began to shift, their forms blurring once more. You have crossed the threshold, one said. But the path ahead will demand more than you can give. Alexander's heart pounded, but he refused to look away. I will give everything. The beings laughed again, a sound that carried the weight of centuries. You may find that everything is not enough. With that, they began to fade, their forms dissolving into the shimmering air. The humming ceased, the oppressive weight lifted, and the desert seemed to breathe again. The men stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief and unease. Some whispered prayers, others cursed under their breath. Eliana approached Alexander, her expression grave. They weren't gods, she said softly. He turned to her, his eyes still burning with the glow from the being's touch. Then what were they? She didn't answer. Instead, she looked out at the horizon, where the sun was setting in a blaze of crimson and gold. The desert stretched on, vast and unyielding, its secrets buried beneath endless layers of sand. The army marched forward, but the encounter lingered in their minds, a shadow that clung to their every step. For they had met something far beyond their comprehension, and whether it was divine or something else entirely, one thing was clear. The gods, or whatever they were watching. The air shimmered with an unnatural glow, a light that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The army stood before it, an expanse of jagged crystalline structures towering higher than the tallest trees, glittering in hues of amethyst, sapphire, and emerald. Each surface reflected fragments of their faces, stretched and distorted, as if the labyrinth itself was alive and watching. Alexander stepped forward, his boots crunching against the crystalline ground that sparkled like shards of broken stars. His breath fogged in the chill that clung to this strange place, though no wind stirred the unnatural stillness. Behind him, the men shifted uneasily, their murmurs faint against the oppressive silence. Even the horses stamped and snorted, their instincts crying out that this place was wrong. The first step into the labyrinth felt like crossing an invisible barrier. The air thickened, pressing against their lungs, each breath a struggle. The reflections in the crystals shifted, no longer simple distortions, but something else entirely. Shadows moved where there should have been none, flickering at the edges of their vision. Eliana froze, her sharp intake of breath breaking the silence. She pointed to one of the crystalline walls, her hand trembling. "That's not me." The men turned, their gazes following her finger. In the smooth surface of the crystal, her reflection moved, turned to look at them, though she stood still. It smiled, a chilling expression that did not belong to her. Alexander's voice cut through the growing fear. "Stay together. Focus. It's just an illusion." But even he could not fully believe his words. The maze seemed to pulse with its own rhythm, an unsettling thrum that vibrated through the ground, the walls, their very bones. As they moved deeper, the path twisted and splintered into countless directions, each more bewildering than the last. Some led to dead ends, where the crystals seemed to close in, their sharp edges glinting like knives. Others looped back on themselves, a cruel trick of geometry that defied logic. Then came the voices. At first, they were soft, indistinct whispers, threading through the air like smoke. But they grew louder, clearer, each word laced with an otherworldly resonance. They called to the soldiers by name, voices of loved ones left behind, of comrades long dead. One man, unable to bear it, broke ranks and ran toward the sound of his mother's voice. "Stop!" Alexander shouted, but it was too late. The soldier vanished around a bend, his footsteps echoing for a moment before they too were swallowed by the maze. They found him minutes later, or what was left of him. His body lay crumpled at the base of a massive crystal, his face locked in a rictus of terror. The crystal above him bore an image, a perfect replica of his form, as if it had absorbed him whole. Eliana knelt beside the body, her fingers brushing the ground. "This place feeds on them," she whispered. "On their minds, their fears." Alexander's gaze hardened. "Then we give it nothing." Easier said than done. With each step, the labyrinth seemed to twist their senses further. The colors of the crystals shifted unpredictably, casting the path in blinding flashes of light or plunging them into shadow. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, each voice tugging at the edges of their sanity. Some soldiers began to argue, their tempers fraying under the weight of the place. Others stared blankly at the walls, their eyes wide and unblinking. One man, a seasoned warrior who had survived countless battles, suddenly screamed and fell to his knees, clawing at his face. "They're inside my head," he sobbed. "I can't make it stop." Alexander hauled him to his feet, his grip firm. "Look at me," he commanded. "Focus on my voice. You're stronger than this." For a moment, the man stilled, his breathing ragged but steady. But then his gaze flicked past Alexander's shoulder, and his face twisted in horror. He tore free, running blindly into the maze. They did not follow. No one wanted to see what fate awaited him. Hours passed, or perhaps days. Time had lost all meaning in the labyrinth. The men moved like shadows, their movements slow and mechanical, their strength sapped by the unrelenting pressure of the place. Only Alexander seemed untouched, his resolve burning bright even as the maze sought to snuff it out. It was Eliana who noticed the change first. She stopped abruptly, her head tilted as if listening to something beyond their hearing. "The path," she murmured. "It's leading us." Alexander frowned. "Leading us where?" She turned to him, her expression unreadable. "To the heart." They continued, the crystals growing taller, denser, until the path was a narrow tunnel of shimmering walls. The light here was brighter, almost blinding, and the whispers had become a chorus, 1,000 voices blending into one. The thrum beneath their feet was stronger now, a steady beat that matched the rhythm of a heartbeat. When they emerged into the chamber, even Alexander faltered. The heart of the labyrinth was a vast cavern, its walls lined with crystals that pulsed with light. At its center stood a structure unlike anything they had seen, a massive crystal spire, its surface smooth and flawless, glowing with an inner fire. Within it, something moved, a shifting silhouette that defied comprehension. The whispers fell silent. Alexander approached, each step slow and deliberate. He could feel the eyes of his men on his back, their fear like a tangible weight. The figure within the spire seemed to notice him, turning to face him, or perhaps it had no face, only the suggestion of one. Eliana's voice broke the silence. "What is it?" Alexander didn't answer. He reached out, his hand trembling as it touched the surface of the spire. The moment his fingers made contact, the world seemed to implode. Light exploded around them, blinding and searing, and the whispers returned, louder than ever, each word tearing through his mind. He saw flashes, visions, of places that could not exist, of beings that defied reason. He saw the faces of his men, their fates written in blood and fire. And he saw himself, standing alone at the edge of an abyss, staring into a void that stared back. When the light faded, he was on his knees, his chest heaving. The spire was unchanged, but something had shifted. The whispers were gone, replaced by a silence so profound it felt deafening. Alexander rose unsteadily, his gaze fixed on the spire. "We move forward," he said, his voice firm despite the tremor in his hands. The men hesitated, their eyes darting between him and the spire. But one by one, they nodded, their loyalty stronger than their fear. They turned back to the path, the labyrinth still stretching endlessly before them. The maze had taken much, but it had not broken them. Not yet. The river flowed silently, its waters a deep, glimmering blue, untouched by the passing winds. It twisted and turned, disappearing into the thick mist that clung to the land, as if hiding its true path from those who sought it. It was said to be eternal, unchanging, unyielding. A river like no other. For weeks, the army had marched through scorching deserts and endless plains, surviving battles and betrayals. But now, they had come to this river, whose waters whispered of immortality, of power beyond mortal comprehension. Legend spoke of its ability to grant eternal life to those who drank from it, and it had drawn the army like moths to a flame. The soldiers crowded at the river's edge, mesmerized by the sight of the water that seemed to sparkle in the dim light. Its surface was smooth, like glass, yet pulsing with an energy that made the hairs on their necks stand tall. Eliana stepped forward first, her eyes wide with wonder, though she was cautious. The tale spoke of the river's power, but none had ever claimed to drink from it. The risk, they said, was unimaginable. Alexander stood behind her, his eyes as hard as stone. He had led them to this point, but even now, with the promise of eternal life so close, doubt gnawed at him. He had been through battles, conquered lands, and faced gods, but this was different. This was a temptation he wasn't sure he could face. "This is it," Eliana whispered, barely audible over the soft lapping of the water. "The sacred river." The men murmured, their voices filled with awe and fear. They had heard the stories, the river of gods, the waters that promised eternal youth, strength, and power. It was a gift so rare, so precious, that it could make even the mightiest kings tremble. The air around them seemed to thrum with the weight of what lay before them. Every soldier had a family, a life, a past. But who wouldn't want to live forever? To see their children grow, to conquer lands without fear of aging? The temptation was overwhelming, and yet Alexander could not shake the unease that settled in his chest. He stepped closer to the water, kneeling on the bank, feeling the pull of its quiet promise. He could see the faces of his soldiers reflected in the surface, their longing, their desperation. But what would happen once they drank? Would they still be the same men who had followed him through thick and thin? Would they still be human? One of his generals, a tall, broad-shouldered man named Lysander, stepped forward eagerly. His face was flushed with excitement. "It is right here, my king. The answer to everything we've fought for." He knelt beside the water, cupping his hands to take a drink. "No," Alexander said sharply, grabbing Lysander's arm before he could sip. "You don't understand. We don't know what it will do to us." But Lysander's eyes glowed with fervor. "What does it matter? We have already given everything. Our lives, our souls, our futures, let us take what we have earned." The word struck Alexander like a blow. This man, so loyal, so driven, was willing to throw everything away for something that promised to make him invincible. But Alexander had always known that immortality wasn't a blessing, it was a curse. "I will not drink from this river," Alexander said, his voice firm. "I lead you, but I will not let you throw away everything we've worked for." Lysander stared at him for a moment, disbelief written across his face. "You would deny us this? You would deny us eternal glory?" "Glory is fleeting," Alexander replied. "But the consequences of this will be forever. We don't know what we're dealing with. What if we drink, and we find ourselves bound to this river, never able to leave? What if immortality isn't the gift we think it is, but a trap? We will be prisoners in time." A long silence stretched between them, broken only by the murmurs of the men. The soldiers had gathered closer now, each one eyeing the river with a mix of awe and uncertainty. Some, like Lysander, were eager to drink, to claim the power that they believed was their due. Others, more hesitant, lingered at the edges, unwilling to face the consequences of what it might mean. And then the first of them stepped forward. A young soldier, no older than 18, with wide, eager eyes and a heart full of dreams. He didn't hesitate. He knelt and took the water in his hands, bringing it to his lips. No one spoke as he drank, the sound of the water slipping down his throat like the ticking of a clock, marking the moment when everything would change. For a long moment, nothing happened. The soldier sat back on his heels, a dazed look in his eyes. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and looked up, as if waiting for something. But nothing came. "See?" Lysander said with a triumphant grin. "It's just water. There's no curse." But then the young soldier's face contorted, his eyes wide with panic. His chest heaved, his hands pressed against his throat as though trying to pull air into his lungs. He collapsed forward, his body writhing as if something was crawling beneath his skin. A scream tore from his throat, sharp and unnatural, as his body began to twist in grotesque ways, limbs contorting, muscles swelling. His features blurred, morphing into something unrecognizable, and for a terrifying moment, it seemed as though he was breaking apart. The soldiers backed away, horrified, their breaths quickening as they watched the transformation unfold. Alexander stood motionless, his eyes locked on the horror before him. The river had lied. It had given nothing but a painful, unrelenting end. The screams continued until, with a final, horrific gasp, the soldier's body fell still. His form had vanished completely, leaving nothing but a pile of twisted, mangled flesh. "Immortality is not a gift," Eliana whispered, her voice thick with disgust. "It is a poison." The men stood in silence, the weight of the moment pressing down on them. For all their desire, their longing, they had learned a bitter truth. The river did not give life, it took it, in exchange for something far darker than death. And as the army turned away, Leaving the river behind, the question still lingered in the air: if immortality was within reach, would they be willing to pay the price? The sky above was heavy with smoke and the scent of burning desert. The army had been marching for days, weary from the relentless heat and constant challenges, but nothing had prepared them for what lay ahead. They stood in a valley, a wide expanse of cracked earth that stretched endlessly in every direction. It was eerily quiet, the only sounds the faint rustling of the wind and the occasional shifting of the soldiers' armor as they waited, watching. At first, it seemed like nothing was there at all. No walls. No towers. Just the open sky and barren land. But then, with an imperceptible shift in the air, the earth itself seemed to tremble. And then, in the blink of an eye, it appeared. A massive fortress, its walls rising from the earth as if summoned by some unseen hand. Towers with spires that seemed to pierce the heavens, battlements adorned with banners fluttering in a wind that wasn't there. The stone of the walls was darker than night, its surface slick and polished, reflecting the sun in a way that was almost unnatural. It was as if the fortress itself defied all the laws of nature. The soldiers froze, their mouths agape, unsure of what they were seeing. One moment, the valley was empty, and the next, there it was, looming before them, impossible in its suddenness. There was no sound, no warning, no explanation. Just the cold, oppressive presence of a fortress that had seemingly materialized from thin air. "Is it real?" someone whispered from the back of the ranks. No one answered. No one could. The fortress stood as an unyielding testament to something they could not understand, something beyond their control. And yet, they had no choice but to face it. Alexander stood at the front, his brow furrowed in thought, his mind racing. This was no ordinary fortress. He could feel it in his bones, the very ground beneath his feet seemed to pulse with some ancient energy. The air itself was thick with something he couldn't name, something that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. "Gather the men," he ordered, his voice steady despite the unease that gripped him. "We have to prepare." As the soldiers formed their ranks, whispers began to spread through the army. Some believed it was a trick, an illusion, a mirage created by the harsh desert sun. Others thought it might be a test, some challenge laid before them by gods or demons. But whatever it was real enough now, and the army had to face it. The first few attempts to approach the fortress were met with failure. The walls, though seemingly solid, were impossible to climb. Every ladder that was thrown up against them slipped away as if the stone was slicker than ice. The soldiers' efforts were in vain, and soon they were reduced to trying to scale the ramparts with ropes, only to watch the ropes vanish into thin air the moment they touched the walls. Then, as if the fortress itself were mocking their efforts, it began to fade. The stone that had been so solid a moment before seemed to shimmer, its edges blurring. One by one, the towers and battlements began to dissolve into the air, as if they had never existed. The soldiers stared, horrified and confused, as the fortress slowly disappeared into nothingness, leaving behind only the empty valley. "Did we imagine it?" one soldier asked, his voice trembling with disbelief. But before anyone could answer, the fortress reappeared, just as suddenly as it had vanished. The soldiers recoiled, some taking a step back, others clutching their weapons, unsure of what to do. It was a sickening dance, the fortress slipping in and out of existence with terrifying ease, taunting them. "We can't attack something that's not always there." Lysander, one of the generals, barked in frustration, slamming his fist against his shield. Alexander's mind raced, his thoughts scrambling for some explanation, some solution. The fortress was no illusion. It was real, but it was alive in a way he hadn't encountered before. It moved like a phantom, flickering in and out of sight, never staying long enough for them to breach its defenses. Each time they tried to approach, it vanished, only to appear again moments later in a different place. The army was losing hope. Their morale was slipping, the constant disappearance of the fortress wearing down their resolve. The soldiers were beginning to doubt whether they could ever breach it, and many began to question if it was worth even trying. As the days passed, the army grew more desperate. They set up camp near the fortress, hoping it would remain long enough for them to figure out a plan. But each time they thought they had found a solution, the fortress would disappear, and their progress would be undone. Then, one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a strange voice echoed through the camp. It was soft at first, like the distant murmur of a dream, but it grew louder, more distinct, until it was impossible to ignore. "Seek the heart of the stone," the voice whispered. It wasn't coming from anyone in the camp. It seemed to come from the very air itself, a voice that carried with it the weight of ages, a voice that seemed to resonate in the bones of every man who heard it. "Seek the heart of the stone." The words were repeated over and over until they became an obsession, a driving force that could not be ignored. Alexander, though still hesitant, felt the pull of the voice. He turned to his generals, his soldiers, and spoke, his voice calm but urgent. "We've been trying to fight the fortress, to conquer it by force. But what if it is not our enemy? What if it is testing us?" Lysander scoffed, his frustration evident. "Test us? We're being mocked, not tested." But Alexander was not so sure. The words echoed in his mind, the strange voice reverberating in the back of his skull. "The heart of the stone," he muttered under his breath. Perhaps it's not about breaking the fortress. Perhaps we need to find what it truly wants from us." And so, the army began to change its approach. They stopped attempting to climb the walls, stopped throwing their ropes and ladders against the fortress, and instead, they focused on the space between the walls, the spaces where the fortress flickered out of existence. They sought to understand its patterns, to learn the way it moved. Each time the fortress reappeared, they studied it, observing the way the stone seemed to pulse with an unseen rhythm. It was as if the fortress was breathing, alive, somehow, in a way that defied all logic. And then, on the third day, they found it. The heart of the stone was not a place, not a treasure hidden within the walls. It was a pattern, a crack in the fortress's fabric. It pulsed with energy, just like the stone itself. With this realization, the army moved with purpose, their ingenuity their only weapon against the invisible walls that separated them from their goal. As they approached the crack, the fortress shimmered and began to fade. But this time, they were ready. They reached out, not to destroy it, but to touch it, to connect with it. And when they did, the fortress did not vanish. It welcomed them inside. The campfire crackled as the moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow across the tents. Soldiers, exhausted and battered by endless battles, sat in quiet groups, staring into the fire, their minds miles away from the present. The heat of the desert was beginning to fade, replaced by a biting chill that cut through their bones. The men had seen too much, the endless march, the strange fortress that shifted like a living thing, the mysterious voices that whispered from nowhere. They had come to trust their leaders, to follow them through the chaos, believing in their unity. But trust, like everything in the desert, was beginning to crumble. In the shadows near the command tent, two figures stood, their silhouettes barely visible against the darkened sky. They spoke in low voices, words harsh, like daggers that cut deep into a once unified army. "I can't stand by this any longer, Lysander," one of the figures muttered, his voice a mixture of anger and disbelief. "Alexander's plans are madness. We are lost out here, led by a dreamer who doesn't care for the lives of his men." Lysander, the seasoned general who had fought at Alexander's side since the beginning, glanced around nervously before replying. "You're not the only one who feels this way, Ptolemy. The men are starting to question him. But there's more at stake than just our lives. We can't just turn back now." The other man clenched his fists, his face a mask of frustration. The men have been asking questions for days, and it's only a matter of time before they start talking. Alexander's obsession with this heart of the stone, this fortress that vanishes and reappears, it's driving us to the edge. How many more lives will he sacrifice for this? Lysander's expression faltered, but he quickly regained his composure. "I know, Ptolemy. I've seen the toll it's taking. But we swore an oath to him, to follow him wherever he leads. And in this madness, there's the chance for something greater. Something that will make our names immortal. Ptolemy's eyes narrowed. Immortality? Is that what he's after? Or is it something else? What if this is all for nothing? What if he's leading us to our doom? The two men stood in silence, the weight of their words hanging in the air like a storm waiting to break. Behind them, the sounds of the camp began to fade as the men settled into uneasy sleep. But in the hearts of the generals, a storm was already raging. Across the camp, Alexander sat alone by the fire, his mind restless, his eyes distant. He had always been the leader, the one who commanded respect and loyalty. But tonight, something was different. The whispers were louder now, voices that seemed to echo from the very depths of the earth. They spoke of betrayal, of doubt, of something dark taking root within his own ranks. The fire flickered, casting fleeting shadows across his face, but Alexander did not move. His fingers twitched with the familiar restlessness that had always been part of him, but tonight, it was more than just the familiar thirst for conquest. It was a gnawing feeling, a creeping sense that the unity he had so carefully built was beginning to splinter. From behind him, a figure emerged from the darkness, Lysander, his face set in an expression of grim determination. He didn't speak at first, just stood there, watching the fire, as if trying to gather his thoughts. Finally, he spoke. Alexander, Lysander's voice was low, measured. There's trouble among the men. They're beginning to doubt your vision. Alexander didn't turn around. He had known this moment was coming, even if he hadn't wanted to face it. The army had followed him through countless battles, across impossible landscapes, but this was different. This was no ordinary campaign, no simple conquest. This was a journey that stretched the limits of reason, a quest that tested the very hearts of those who followed him. I know, Alexander replied quietly, his voice strained. It's been building for days, hasn't it? The whispers, the doubts. They grow louder with every step we take into the unknown. Lysander nodded, his expression darkening. It's not just whispers anymore, Alexander. The men are restless. They're losing faith. And I can't ignore it any longer. Ptolemy, he believes it's time to turn back. And there are others who agree with him. The words hung heavy in the air, and for a moment, there was only the crackle of the fire between them. Alexander's fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword, his knuckles white with tension. He had always been the one to inspire loyalty, to push his men to greatness. But now, in this barren land, with the walls of doubt closing in around him, he could feel the power slipping from his grasp. You're right, Alexander murmured, his gaze distant. I've led them too far. They don't understand. None of them understand. Lysander took a step forward, his voice low but firm. They followed you, Alexander. They trusted you. But they are not gods. They are men, and men have limits. They need something tangible. They need to believe in something real, something they can see and touch. And I can give them that, Alexander said, his voice rising with a sudden intensity. I will give them the world, Lysander. I will give them everything. But Lysander's face hardened, his words cutting through the firelight like a blade. But what about us, Alexander? What will be left of us when we've lost everything? What will be left of this army when you've chased your impossible dream into the grave? The tension between them crackled in the air like an electric current. For a long moment, neither man spoke. And then, in the silence that followed, the truth hung heavy between them. There were cracks in the foundation, deep fractures that could not be ignored. Doubt had set in, and with it came the seed of betrayal. In the days that followed, the rift within the army grew wider. Ptolemy and those who shared his doubts began to speak openly of rebellion, of returning to the known lands where the world still made sense. The camp divided, the whispers growing louder with every passing day. Some soldiers pledged their loyalty to Alexander, while others slipped away, seeking safety in numbers, rallying around the promise of returning home. Alexander could feel it. He could feel the pull of his army slipping away, the weight of their discontent pressing on him. The fortress, the crystal labyrinth, the river that promised immortality, it all seemed so distant now, like a fading dream in the light of a harsh reality. The dream of glory, of conquest, of gods and immortality, it was slipping through his fingers, and with it, the very soul of his army. The men who had once followed him with unshakable faith were now questioning every decision, every move. His generals, his closest companions, were no longer allies, they were rivals, each one holding their own ambitions close to their chest. And all the while, the fortress that had appeared and disappeared in the distance stood as a cold reminder of what had been lost, what was now slipping away. The air turned thick and still as the army approached the forest's edge. No wind stirred the leaves, and the quiet was oppressive, as if the world itself was holding its breath. A strange sense of unease crawled up the soldiers' spines, tightening their throats. They had marched through deserts, climbed jagged mountains, and faced countless perils, but this felt different. The trees ahead stood like silent sentinels, their twisted, gnarled limbs stretching upward into an endless sky, dark as ink. The soldiers could see no sky beyond the forest's reach, only an eternal, suffocating night. The forest seemed to breathe with a life of its own, alive with the whispers of forgotten things, and in the distance, the shadows moved as if something unseen was watching them, waiting. "Keep your wits about you," General Lysander muttered to his men, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. "We don't know what lies beyond these trees. Stay close, and don't stray from the path." As the first few soldiers stepped into the forest, they were immediately swallowed by the darkness. The shadows clung to them like a weight, and it was as if the forest had no boundaries. Every footstep seemed to echo strangely, as if the sound came from far away, no matter how close the men were to one another. The trees grew thicker, their trunks wider, their bark dark and slick as if it were oozing some ancient, forgotten sap. There was no light here, no sun or moon to guide them. The only illumination came from a pale, ghostly glow that seemed to seep from the trees themselves, casting eerie reflections on the soldiers' faces. It was as if the very forest was alive, breathing in rhythm with their own hearts, watching them move through its domain. As they ventured deeper, the air became heavier, thick with an unnatural chill. Every step forward felt like it dragged them further away from time, from reality. Some soldiers began to speak in hushed voices, but the words felt wrong, as if they didn't belong in this strange place. I don't remember how long we've been walking," one soldier whispered, his voice trembling. His eyes darted nervously between his comrades. "Have we been here for hours? Days?" Another soldier, his face pale, nodded slowly. "Time is different here. I swear, it feels like the trees are watching us." Ahead, a sudden rustle disturbed the eerie stillness, and the soldiers stopped, their hands instinctively reaching for their weapons. But the noise died as quickly as it had begun, leaving them in even deeper silence. Lysander motioned for them to continue, though the unease in his chest had grown heavier. The air was dense, suffocating. He felt as if the forest itself were pushing against him, urging him to turn back. But he couldn't. Not now. Not after everything they had endured. And yet, there was something else. Something darker. "Stay close, stay alert," he ordered quietly, but there was no comfort in his words. His voice cracked under the pressure of the forest's presence, and the men fell silent once more. It wasn't long before the strange sensations began to grow, each one more terrifying than the last. The soldiers began to notice that the trees, despite their twisted shapes, seemed to shift when they weren't looking directly at them. When they turned their heads, the trunks would bend and sway, their gnarled limbs appearing to move in a slow, deliberate dance. The shadows that stretched between them seemed to pulse, growing longer, stretching as if they wanted to reach out and snatch them in. "Did you see that?" whispered one soldier, his eyes wide with fear. "I saw it too," another murmured, backing away. "The trees, they're moving." Lysander's heart hammered in his chest as he glanced over his shoulder, half expecting to see the forest closing in on them. But there was nothing. Just the endless stretch of dark trees. "Keep moving," he barked, his voice stronger than he felt. "We don't stop." But the whispers continued, growing louder, a chorus of voices that seemed to rise from the very ground beneath their feet. The sound was like wind, but there was no breeze. There was no air. Only the voices, distant but unmistakable, muttering something that none of the soldiers could understand. Suddenly, the first of the soldiers stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes wide with terror. He stared ahead, his mouth open, as if seeing something only he could see. "What is it?" Lysander asked, moving toward the soldier. The man's face was pale, his breathing shallow, and his eyes darted back and forth. It's them. They're here." Before Lysander could react, the soldier's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground with a thud, unconscious. Lysander knelt by him, his heart pounding. "What happened?" he demanded. "I don't know," came the response from another soldier, his voice tremulous. "I saw him. He was staring into the dark, like he was seeing something we couldn't." The ground beneath them seemed to shift, the earth itself trembling as if something was stirring beneath it. The trees groaned, their branches creaking with a noise that seemed almost alive. And then, something moved within the forest, a flash of movement, a shape too quick to fully comprehend. It was like a shadow, darker than the night itself, sliding between the trees. The air grew colder, the weight of time growing unbearable. Some soldiers stumbled, their feet heavy, as if they were moving through a thick fog that wasn't there. One man, desperate to make sense of the madness, turned to Lysander and demanded, "We need to leave. This place isn't real." "It's not." But his voice trailed off, as if it were being swallowed by the very forest around them. And then it happened. The ground beneath their feet shifted. The trees began to warp, stretching and twisting, their forms bending like wax in the heat. The sky above them flickered, the stars disappearing and reappearing in an endless loop. Time itself seemed to fracture, stretching out moments until they felt like hours, only to contract them again, so that each second felt like it was collapsing in on itself. Somewhere deep within the forest, a low, haunting cry echoed through the trees, an eerie, unnatural sound that froze the blood in the soldiers' veins. The army was trapped, no longer certain where they were or even when they were. Was it the past they had left behind, or the future that was yet to come? The soldiers began to falter, their minds struggling to hold on to the present. But the forest was not kind. It offered no answers, no relief. Only illusions, only shadows. The forest didn't just change the world around them. It altered their very sense of existence. One by one, the men began to lose their grip on reality. Each step they took felt like a step into a dream they couldn't escape from. The world around them twisted and bent, the trees and shadows becoming indistinct, just flashes of fear and fleeting images. And somewhere, deep within that endless night, they all heard it, the softest of whispers, just at the edge of hearing, as if the forest itself was speaking to them. Calling them to something they couldn't understand, but could not escape. The sound of soft chanting reached them long before they saw anything. At first, it was just a murmur in the distance, barely audible over the rustling of the trees and the pounding of their own footsteps. But the closer they came, the clearer it became, a rhythm that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the earth itself. It was an eerie song, a melody that spoke of things far older than time, and as it wrapped around them, a shiver ran down the soldiers' spines. They had wandered for days through the endless wilderness, their supplies dwindling, their hope fading. Tired eyes strained to find the faintest hint of civilization, but there had been nothing but wilderness. Then, just as their strength seemed to give out, they found it. It wasn't a village, at least not in the way they understood. There were no huts, no roads, no smoke rising from cooking fires. Instead, what greeted them was a large clearing surrounded by towering stone structures that seemed to rise out of the ground itself, as though the earth had shaped them. The stones were covered in strange markings, symbols that twisted and spiraled in ways that made no sense to their eyes. It felt like they had stepped into a forgotten world, a place that existed beyond the edge of the map, beyond the understanding of men. In the center of the clearing, gathered around a great fire, stood the tribe. They were unlike any people the soldiers had encountered before, tall, gaunt, their skin a deep, almost translucent hue, as though they had been carved from the very bones of the earth. Their eyes glowed faintly in the firelight, not with the dull reflection of light, but with an inner fire, a knowledge that made the soldiers uneasy. The chanting stopped abruptly when the first soldier stepped forward, his hand instinctively going to his sword. The air crackled with tension, the silence almost unbearable. Then, the leader of the tribe, a man whose age was impossible to gauge, raised his hand in a gesture that could have meant anything. The soldiers stood frozen, watching, waiting for some sign of what to do. The old man's voice, when it came, was soft but filled with power. "You have crossed into the land of forgotten things," he said, his words echoing in the stillness. "And here, you will find what you seek. But beware, the cost is more than you are prepared to pay." His words hung in the air, thick and heavy, and the soldiers could feel the weight of them settle over them like a storm cloud. Lysander, still leading the charge despite his own doubts, took a hesitant step forward. "We seek knowledge," he said, his voice steady, though his heart pounded in his chest. "The knowledge of what awaits our path. The answers that lie beyond the horizon." The tribe leader's gaze fixed on him, piercing and all-knowing. "You seek knowledge of your fate," he said slowly. "But fate is not a thing to be known. It is a river that runs its course, and no man can step in and change its flow." Lysander felt a chill run through him, but he refused to look away. "We are not afraid of fate," he replied, his voice firmer than before. "We are warriors, and we will face whatever lies ahead." The old man's lips curved into a knowing smile. "The fate you seek is already written, General Lysander. But you will not find it where you expect." Before Lysander could respond, one of the younger warriors of the tribe stepped forward. He was smaller than the others, his body wrapped in dark cloth that shimmered like the night sky. His eyes, too, glowed with an unsettling light. He held out his hand, revealing a small, intricately carved stone. The markings on the stone were similar to the ones on the towering stone structures around them, and as Lysander took the stone, a strange warmth spread through his palm. "Take this," the young man said, his voice barely more than a whisper. "It will guide you. But heed this warning, the stone does not show the future. It shows only the path you are already walking." Lysander's fingers clenched around the stone. It was as if the earth itself were alive in his hand, pulsating with an energy he couldn't quite understand. But before he could question it further, the old man spoke again. "You seek to change the course of history," he said, his voice somber. "But be careful, for in your search for answers, you may find that the price of knowing is too great to bear." The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes flickering between the tribe and the stone now resting heavily in Lysander's palm. The air felt thick, as if the very atmosphere were warning them, urging them to turn back before it was too late. Lysander, however, could not shake the feeling that they were on the cusp of something monumental. The tribe's words stirred something deep within him, a sense of inevitability, a sense that the army's fate had been sealed long before they set foot in this strange land. Yet there was also something else, a flicker of hope, a faint promise that perhaps, just perhaps, this tribe held the answers they had been seeking. He stepped closer to the old man, the weight of the stone pressing against his chest. "What do you know of Alexander's fate?" he asked, his voice softer now, filled with a mixture of desperation and curiosity. The old man's smile deepened, his eyes flickering with an ancient, knowing light. "The son of Zeus, the king of men, the conqueror of nations," he said slowly, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. His fate was sealed long before he crossed into the lands of the unknown. But even the greatest of kings cannot escape the forces that lie beyond the mortal world. The word sent a shiver down Lysander's spine. He had heard tales of Alexander's divine heritage, of the gods themselves watching over him, but the way the old man spoke of it, like a prophecy that had already been fulfilled, made it sound less like a blessing and more like a curse. The silence that followed was heavy, as if the forest itself was listening, waiting for the soldiers to make their next move. The tribe stood in a circle, their eyes unwavering, their chants resuming in the background. The fire crackled, sending sparks up into the dark sky, where the stars seemed to flicker and fade like dying embers. Lysander looked at the stone once more. There was power in it, undeniable power. But at what cost? The old man's voice broke the silence again, as if answering the question that lingered in the air. You cannot change what is already written. You can only walk the path set before you. And if you are not careful, you will find that the very knowledge you seek will be the thing that destroys you. With those words hanging in the air, the soldiers stood motionless, caught between fear and awe, uncertain of what to believe. And as the last of the firelight flickered out, they realized that the true nature of their quest was no longer clear. What had begun as a mission for glory had become something far darker, something they could not comprehend. The tribe knew more than they had let on, but the answers came with a price, and the price, they feared, might be too much to bear. The air grew heavy as they reached the clearing. A strange stillness settled over the men, each breath feeling like it had to fight against an unseen force. The path, narrow and twisting, had led them here with no warning of what awaited them. The sky above was unnaturally dark, and the trees surrounding the clearing stood like silent sentinels, their branches gnarled and clawing at the void. Then, a voice, not a human voice, but something ancient and unearthly, echoed across the clearing. Who dares walk the forgotten path? The words vibrated through the earth, resonating in their chests like a storm held in place. The soldiers froze, their hands instinctively tightening on their weapons. General Lysander stepped forward, his heart pounding. His voice, though steady, carried the tension of the moment. We seek to pass, he said, his words cutting through the oppressive silence. We are warriors, bound to our quest. Let us continue. As the echoes of his voice faded, the ground beneath them shifted. A faint, shimmering glow rose from the edges of the clearing, and from it emerged figures that defied understanding. They were not men, nor beasts, nor gods. They were shapes of light and shadow, constantly shifting, as if their forms could not hold still for longer than a heartbeat. Their eyes, if they could be called that, burned with the intensity of stars. You seek the path, the first figure said, its voice neither male nor female, but something in between, vast and unknowable. But it is not a thing given freely. The second figure stepped closer, the light around it rippling like water. Your worth must be proven. Only those who possess strength, wisdom, and purity of purpose may proceed. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances. Some whispered prayers to gods they hadn't spoken to in years, others clenched their swords tighter. Lysander held his ground, his gaze fixed on the beings. What must we do? He asked, his voice firm. The figures seemed to exchange a silent conversation, though no words passed between them. Then, as one, they spoke, you will face trials of the soul, the mind, and the flesh. Failure will mean more than death. A ripple of unease spread through the men. Lysander turned to his soldiers, meeting their eyes one by one. Hold your courage, he said, though his own doubts gnawed at the edges of his resolve. Whatever these trials are, we face them together. The first test began without warning. The light from the figures flared, blinding and relentless, and when it faded, the clearing was gone. Each soldier stood alone, surrounded by a world that seemed to have been pulled from the depths of their own fears. One saw the battlefield where he had failed to save his comrades, the dying cries of his brothers in arms echoing endlessly. Another found himself before the family he had abandoned, their eyes filled with disappointment and betrayal. For Lysander, it was his father's voice, cold and accusing. You will never be enough, it said, over and over, each word striking like a whip. The landscape around him shifted, scenes of his failures, his doubts, his fears, all woven together in a seamless, suffocating tapestry. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to stand tall against the barrage. The figure's words returned to him, strength, wisdom, purity of purpose. He held onto those words like a lifeline, refusing to let the illusion break him. Slowly, one by one, the soldiers began to emerge from their trials. Some stumbled, their faces pale and their bodies trembling, but they were alive. Others remained silent, their eyes distant, as if part of them had been left behind. But not all returned. Some had fallen, consumed by the visions, their bodies now motionless on the ground. The second trial began as soon as the last survivor staggered back into the clearing. This time, it was a riddle, a question posed by the figures that seemed simple yet carried impossible weight. What binds the unbreakable? The soldiers whispered among themselves, their voices filled with uncertainty. Guesses were made: steel, love, blood, but each answer was met with silence from the beings. It was Lysander who finally spoke, his voice steady despite the fear gnawing at his insides. Purpose, he said. It is purpose that binds us, that drives us forward even when the odds are impossible. The figures shifted, their forms rippling with light. You speak truly, they said. But purpose without unity is nothing. Remember this as you continue. The third trial came swiftly, a test of physical endurance and ingenuity. The soldiers were forced to navigate a labyrinth of illusions, traps, and challenges, each one designed to test their mettle. Some traps demanded brute strength, others clever thinking, and still others required sacrifices that weighed heavily on the soul. A man had to choose between his own life and that of his comrade, while another faced a door that could only open with the blood of the willing. Lysander led them as best he could, his mind racing to solve the puzzles while his body fought to endure the relentless challenges. His soldiers followed, their faith in him wavering but not broken. Each step felt heavier than the last, but they pressed on, driven by the knowledge that turning back was not an option. Finally, they emerged, battered and bloodied, but alive. The beings stood before them once more, their light dimmer now, as if the trials had drawn something from them as well. You have proven yourselves, they said, their voices softer now. But know this, the path ahead will demand far more than what you have given today. Many will fall, and not all will find what they seek. With that, the figures began to fade, their forms dissolving into the air like smoke. The clearing returned to its original state, the unnatural glow fading with the beings. The soldiers stood in silence, their breaths ragged, their bodies trembling. Lysander looked around at his men, those who remained. Their faces were etched with exhaustion and grief, but there was also a flicker of determination in their eyes. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together, for better or worse. The path had chosen them, and they had chosen to walk it. The soldiers stood at the edge of the chasm, their breaths caught between awe and fear. Before them loomed an archway, impossibly large, hewn from stone that shimmered with an inner light. It was ancient beyond comprehension, its carvings pulsating faintly, as though alive. Symbols etched into the surface seemed to shift under the gaze, rearranging into shapes that eluded understanding. The wind howled through the canyon, but it was the silence behind the sound that unnerved them most, a silence that felt like the world holding its breath. General Lysander stepped forward cautiously, the ground beneath his boots crackling with frost despite the arid air. What is this place? His voice was low, spoken more to himself than to the men around him. His fingers brushed against the hilt of his sword, a reflex born of instinct rather than intent. Behind him, Athera, the mystic who had joined their ranks with her enigmatic guidance, stood with her head tilted back, her eyes wide. "It's not of this world," she whispered. Her voice trembled, not with fear but with reverence. "This is a door." "A door to where?" one of the soldiers asked, his voice cracking as he took an uneasy step back. Athera did not answer. Instead, she knelt before the archway, tracing a hand over the carvings. As her fingers moved, the symbols flared, burning brighter, then dimming as though they were responding to her touch. The soldiers murmured nervously, gripping their weapons tighter. "It's a gateway," she said finally, standing and turning to face the group. "But it's no ordinary one. This leads elsewhere." Lysander narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean by elsewhere? Speak plainly." Athera hesitated, choosing her words carefully. "It's a bridge," she said, her voice steady despite the weight of her words. "A bridge between what we know and what we only whisper about. Myths, legends, forgotten realms, they might not be stories after all." The silence that followed her words was heavy. Some of the men glanced at the archway, their faces pale. Others exchanged uneasy glances, their disbelief tempered by the strange things they had already seen on this cursed march. One of the younger soldiers, barely more than a boy, broke the tension. "You're saying this thing takes us to the places in the old tales? Like the gods' lands, or—" "It's not certain where it leads," Athera interrupted, her voice sharp now. "Only that it does lead somewhere. And once you step through, there may be no return." The air grew colder as she spoke. Lysander's hand tightened on his sword as he stepped closer to the gateway. The light from the carvings reflected in his eyes, casting strange shadows on his face. "If it's a choice between staying here to rot or finding answers on the other side," he said, his voice like steel, "then I choose the unknown." The words settled over the group like a pronouncement, one that could not be taken back. Lysander's resolve lit a fire in some of them, while others looked on with doubt or dread. He turned to his men, scanning their faces. "You followed me through deserts that whisper lies, through forests that twist time itself. If any of you have lost your courage, there's no shame in staying here. But I will step through that portal. And I will not do it alone." The murmurs ceased. One by one, the soldiers raised their heads, their fear mingling with determination. There were no cheers, no grand speeches. Just a quiet, shared understanding that whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. Athera moved to Lysander's side, her gaze lingering on the archway. "The portal will test you," she warned. "It will demand something from each of us. Be prepared for that." With a nod, Lysander stepped closer. The carvings flared once more, and the air around the archway began to shimmer like heat rising from stone. It was then they realized the wind had stopped entirely, leaving only the eerie hum of the portal. Lysander was the first to step through. The instant his body crossed the threshold, the world seemed to twist around him. He felt weightless, like he was suspended in a void of endless color and light. Shapes and shadows flickered at the edge of his vision, figures that might have been people or something else entirely. His breath caught in his throat, and for a moment, he felt as though he were being pulled apart and reassembled in the same instant. Then it was over. He stood on solid ground once more, though it was like no place he had ever seen. The sky above was a swirling expanse of gold and violet, the air alive with faint whispers. The land stretched out before him in surreal beauty, rivers of liquid silver, mountains that gleamed like jewels, and forests where the leaves glowed faintly, casting a soft luminescence. One by one, the others followed. Each emerged with a gasp, their eyes wide as they took in the strange and wondrous landscape. Some fell to their knees, overwhelmed by the sheer otherness of the place. Athera was the last to step through, and as she crossed the threshold, the portal behind them shimmered and began to fade. "Is this the realm of the gods?" one of the soldiers asked, his voice barely audible. "No," Athera said, her tone somber. "This is something else. Something older." Before anyone could respond, a low rumble rolled across the land. The ground beneath their feet trembled, and in the distance, a shape began to rise, a massive structure, its edges blurred by the glowing mist that clung to the horizon. It was a tower, impossibly tall, its surface a shifting tapestry of symbols and images that seemed to tell a story no mortal could comprehend. The whispers grew louder, and the soldiers instinctively drew closer together. Lysander tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes fixed on the distant tower. "We came here for answers," he said. "And I'll be damned if we turn back now." The group moved forward, their steps hesitant but purposeful. As they advanced, the air grew thicker, charged with an energy that seemed to seep into their very bones. The whispers surrounded them, not menacing but insistent, as if the land itself were alive and speaking to them. With every step, the sense of reality grew thinner, as though they were walking between worlds. Shadows danced in the corners of their vision, fleeting and ephemeral. Time seemed to stretch and compress, the sun and stars shifting in the sky as if in fast forward. Yet they pressed on, driven by a purpose they could not fully name. The gateway had opened, and they had passed through. Whatever awaited them on this path, they knew there was no turning back. The ground trembled as the army stepped into the valley, each step heavy with the weight of an unseen presence. The air was thick, pressing against their chests as if the atmosphere itself was alive, testing their resolve. Above them, the sky churned in violent hues of copper and ash, thunder rumbling without a trace of lightning. The mountains on either side were jagged monoliths, their peaks shrouded in a haze that flickered like embers. This place was wrong, ancient in a way that made their mortal lives seem fleeting. Then came the first sound, a low, guttural growl that resonated through the earth. It was not the roar of an animal or the groan of shifting stone. It was alive, deliberate, and aware. The soldiers froze, their formation tightening instinctively. General Lysander raised his hand, signaling silence, though no one dared make a sound. His eyes darted toward Athera, the mystic, whose face was pale but resolute. "We're being watched," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the oppressive hum that seemed to emanate from the very ground. Before anyone could respond, the valley erupted in a cacophony of movement. From the mountainsides emerged colossal figures, their forms towering like gods from the old stories. They were not flesh and blood but seemed carved from the world itself, one with it, yet apart. Their skin was stone, their eyes molten gold, and their movements deliberate, carrying the weight of ages. The first Titan stepped forward, its footfall shaking the earth so violently that several soldiers fell to their knees. Its gaze swept over the army, not with malice, but with a deep, inscrutable judgment. It carried no weapon, for it needed none, its very presence was power incarnate. Behind it, more emerged, each unique yet unified in their overwhelming majesty. One bore arms like jagged cliffs, another's chest glowed with veins of molten rock, and a third moved as though wreathed in storm clouds, its form flickering in and out of solidity. "Stand your ground." Lysander's voice cut through the chaos, his command like a beacon. The soldiers scrambled to their feet, raising shields and drawing swords, though their weapons felt like toys against these ancient beings. A voice, deep and resonant, filled the valley, not spoken but felt, vibrating in their very bones. It was a language none of them understood, yet its meaning was clear. "Who dares trespass in the land of the Titans?" Lysander stepped forward, his chin high despite the enormity of the beings before him. "We seek no quarrel," he said, his voice steady. "We come seeking truth, knowledge that has been lost to time." The Titans did not respond immediately. Instead, the largest among them stepped closer, its golden eyes narrowing as it regarded Lysander. It raised a hand, its fingers like massive spires, and pointed directly at him. The air grew heavier, and Lysander's knees buckled slightly, though he forced himself to remain standing. "Truth is not freely given," the voice boomed again. "It is earned, through trial and sacrifice. You, mortal, have entered a place meant for no man. Prove your worth, or be consumed." The words were both a warning and a challenge. Without hesitation, Lysander nodded. "We will prove ourselves." The Titan tilted its head, as though amused by his resolve. Then it raised its hand, and the valley transformed. The ground beneath the soldiers shifted, splitting apart into fissures that glowed with molten light. The sky darkened further, and from the shadows emerged smaller, yet no less formidable, creatures, stone beasts that moved with the same deliberate purpose as their masters. The first attack came swiftly. A creature lunged at the front line, its claws tearing through shields like parchment. The soldiers fought back, their swords sparking against the creature's stone hide. Lysander shouted commands, rallying his men as they adapted to this new, brutal enemy. Athera moved among them, her hands glowing with a faint, otherworldly light as she whispered incantations. Where her magic touched, the stone beasts faltered, their movements slowing as cracks formed in their bodies. But for every beast they felled, more emerged, relentless and unyielding. The Titans watched, unmoving, their expressions unreadable. It was clear this was a test, not just of strength, but of unity, courage, and ingenuity. As the battle raged, one of the Titans, smaller than the others yet no less imposing, stepped forward. Its form was leaner, almost human-like, though its eyes burned with the same golden intensity. It raised a hand, and the air around Lysander warped. Suddenly, he was alone, the battlefield and his men vanished. He stood in a void, face to face with the Titan. Its voice echoed in his mind. You lead them, but do you deserve to? Would you sacrifice them for your cause? I would do whatever it takes to protect them and see our purpose fulfilled, Lysander replied, his voice firm. The Titan's eyes narrowed. Even if it means walking this path alone? Even if it means losing everything? Lysander hesitated, the weight of the question sinking in. Then he straightened. Yes. The Titan regarded him for a long moment before it nodded, and the void dissolved. Lysander was back on the battlefield, the sounds of battle crashing around him. He raised his sword, a new fire in his eyes. Hold the line, he shouted, his voice carrying over the chaos. The tide began to turn. The soldiers, inspired by their leader's unyielding resolve, fought with renewed vigor. Athera's magic flared brighter, her chants rising above the din as she wove intricate spells that brought the stone beasts to their knees. Finally, as the last beast fell, the Titans moved. The largest among them raised its hand, and the battlefield stilled. The soldiers froze, their breaths heaving, as the Titan stepped forward. You have passed the first test, the voice said, its tone less severe but no less commanding. But the path ahead is fraught with greater trials. Know this, mortals, the strength of your arms is not enough. Only by understanding what lies within will you succeed. With that, the Titans began to retreat, their massive forms fading into the shadows of the mountains. The ground beneath the soldiers steadied, the air lightening as the oppressive weight lifted. Lysander sheathed his sword, his gaze lingering on where the Titans had stood. He knew their words were more than a warning, they were a promise of the challenges yet to come. The first tremor came without warning, a violent shudder that brought the soldiers to their knees. The ground beneath them heaved and buckled, splitting open into jagged chasms. From the fissures emerged towering spires of stone, twisting and contorting as though alive. The air was thick with the smell of sulfur and earth, and the only sound was the groaning of the world itself, as if it were awakening after an age-old slumber. General Lysander stood amidst the chaos, his sword drawn, though it felt laughably inadequate against the raw fury of nature surrounding them. Athera, the mystic, stood by his side, her eyes glowing faintly as she scanned the shifting landscape. It begins, she murmured, her voice steady despite the rising panic around her. The ground erupted, and a massive stone golem emerged, its body an amalgamation of boulders and crystals that shimmered with a cold, otherworldly light. It moved with deliberate purpose, each step shaking the earth. The soldiers formed a line, shields raised and spears at the ready. Lysander shouted commands, and the first wave of soldiers surged forward. Their weapons struck true, but the golem seemed impervious, the strikes glancing off its rocky exterior. It retaliated with a swing of its massive arm, scattering men like leaves. Athera stepped forward, her voice rising in an incantation. Her magic coiled through the air, lancing toward the golem. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface, but it did not fall. It's not enough, one of the soldiers cried, despair creeping into his voice. It will be, Lysander barked, his gaze locked on the creature. Hold your ground. The tide turned when Athera's spell reached its crescendo. The cracks deepened, and with a deafening roar, the golem shattered, its pieces collapsing into the earth. The soldiers barely had time to catch their breath before the next challenge presented itself. A wall of water surged toward them, rising impossibly high and moving with the speed of a charging army. The ocean itself seemed to have come alive, its waves roaring with anger. There was no time to run, no high ground to seek. Athera's hands shot up, her voice cutting through the panic. A shimmering barrier formed in front of the soldiers, holding the water at bay, but it was tenuous, trembling under the force of the onslaught. Help her! Lysander shouted, and the soldiers scrambled to form a protective circle around Athera. She stood at the center, her face pale and strained as she poured every ounce of her power into the barrier. The water battered against it, relentless, each wave threatening to break through. One soldier, a young man named Kale, broke from the circle. I can't just stand here, he yelled, running toward the edge of the barrier. Before anyone could stop him, he plunged his spear into the ground and began shouting prayers to the gods of the sea. His voice was raw, desperate, but something in the air shifted. The waves slowed, their ferocity waning, as though listening. Athera seized the opportunity, her barrier flaring brighter. With a final, agonizing effort, she pushed the water back. The wave receded, and the soldiers stared in awe as the sea calmed, its rage subsiding. Kale collapsed to his knees, breathing hard. Lysander approached him, resting a hand on his shoulder. Your bravery saved us, he said simply, and Kale nodded, his face a mix of exhaustion and pride. The air around them grew warmer, the temperature rising rapidly. The ground beneath their feet turned black and cracked, glowing faintly with heat. Ahead, a river of molten lava snaked through the landscape, its surface bubbling and spitting fire. The soldiers hesitated, the heat searing even from a distance. We can't cross that, one of them muttered, his voice trembling. We must, Lysander said firmly. He turned to Athera. What do we do? Before she could answer, the lava surged, forming into the shape of a serpent. Its body glowed with molten fury, and its eyes burned like twin suns. It hissed, a sound that sent shivers down every spine, and began to advance. The soldiers scattered, their weapons useless against the creature. It struck with speed that belied its massive form, its fiery tail sweeping through the ranks. Athera tried to summon a spell, but the heat was oppressive, sapping her strength. Lysander stepped forward, his shield raised. Over here, he shouted, drawing the serpent's attention. It turned to him, its eyes narrowing. With a roar, it lunged, its jaws snapping shut just as Lysander rolled to the side. He came up swinging, his sword slicing through the serpent's body. It screeched, the wound glowing brightly, but it was far from defeated. The battle raged, the soldiers attacking from every angle while Athera worked on a spell. Finally, she shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. Now! The soldiers fell back as Athera unleashed her magic. A blast of cold energy struck the serpent, freezing it in place. Its fiery form dimmed, and with a final, defiant roar, it crumbled into ash. The soldiers sagged with relief, but the air around them began to move. A strong wind picked up, swirling with increasing intensity. The sky darkened, and a tornado formed in the distance, its massive funnel tearing through the land. It was heading straight for them. Lysander shouted for the soldiers to hold their ground, but the wind was deafening, drowning out his commands. The tornado loomed closer, its power unmatched. Athera stepped forward, her hair whipping wildly around her face. She planted her staff into the ground and began to chant. The tornado slowed, its furious rotation faltering. But it wasn't enough. The winds were too strong, and Athera was struggling to maintain control. Lysander looked around, his mind racing. He spotted a group of soldiers holding ropes and flags, remnants of their supplies. Form a line, he shouted. Anchor yourselves and hold steady. The soldiers moved quickly, tying themselves together and bracing against the wind. They created a human barrier, their collective strength adding stability to Athera's efforts. Slowly, the tornado began to dissolve, its winds dying down until the air was calm once more. The soldiers collapsed to the ground, their bodies bruised and battered but alive. Lysander helped Athera to her feet, her face pale but determined. We're still standing, he said, his voice filled with quiet pride. For now, the elements had been conquered, but the soldiers knew that the trials were far from over. Each victory came at a cost, and each test demanded more than the last. But in their hearts burned the unyielding fire of resolve, and they would face whatever came next together. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine and something heavier, a bittersweet aroma that clung to the senses. The path ahead was dappled with light, filtered through the canopy of ancient trees whose leaves shimmered like shards of glass. The soldiers moved cautiously, their boots crunching on the soft gravel, their breaths uneasy in the stillness. It wasn't the kind of silence they had grown used to in battles or ambushes. This was something deeper, a quiet that pressed against their chests, whispering of secrets long buried. The first soldier to falter was Darius, a veteran whose scars were stories in themselves. He stopped mid-step, his spear falling from his grasp as his gaze fixed on something ahead. "Mother," he whispered, his voice trembling. The others turned to follow his line of sight, but where they saw only the path twisting into shadows, Darius saw her, a woman in a simple dress, her arms outstretched, her face etched with love and sorrow. The soldiers barely had time to regain their footing when the first challenge made itself known. "Darius, what are you doing?" Lysander called, but Darius didn't respond. He stumbled forward, tears streaming down his face as he reached for the apparition. "Mother, I thought," his voice cracked, and he fell to his knees, clutching at air. The figure shimmered and vanished, leaving Darius sobbing in the dirt. "What is this place?" Cale asked, his voice barely above a whisper. He turned to Athera, whose expression was unreadable. "A place where memories live," she replied, her tone heavy. "But memories are not always kind." As if on cue, the garden seemed to come alive. Vines twisted and bloomed, their flowers unfurling to reveal scenes from the past. Each soldier saw something different, something personal. For Cale, it was the battlefield where his brother had fallen, the screams and smoke as vivid as the day it happened. For Lysander, it was the moment he had left his family, his son clinging to his leg, begging him not to go. The garden did not judge, it simply showed. And in showing, it demanded acknowledgement. Cale tried to turn away, but the scene followed him, the voices growing louder. "You left me," his brother's voice accused, the words cutting deeper than any blade. "You could have saved me." "I didn't know." Cale shouted back, his voice cracking. "I didn't know you were there." But the memory did not answer. It only played on repeat, a cruel loop that left Cale shaking. Lysander clenched his fists, his knuckles white. He could feel his son's small hands, hear his wife's pleading voice. "We need you here, not out there chasing glory," she had said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. He had hardened his heart then, convincing himself it was for their future. But now, in the garden, the weight of his choices bore down on him like an unforgiving tide. Athera moved through the group, her steps purposeful yet hesitant. She, too, saw the garden's offerings. For her, it was the day she had chosen the path of magic over a life of simplicity. She saw her mentor's face, stern and proud, but she also saw the children she could have had, the life she had sacrificed for power. Her heart ached with a longing she had buried deep, and for a moment, her resolve wavered. The garden's grip tightened as its illusions grew more vivid. It wasn't enough to show the past, it demanded the soldiers live it again. Darius screamed as his mother's face dissolved into ash, mirroring her death in the plague years ago. Another soldier, Helena, relived the moment she had betrayed a friend to save herself, the guilt clawing at her like a beast. Lysander, struggling to hold his men together, shouted above the chaos. "It's not real. None of this is real." But his own voice faltered as his son appeared before him, no older than the day he had left. "You promised you'd come back," the boy said, his eyes filled with betrayal. "You promised." Lysander's breath hitched. "I did come back," he said, his voice breaking. "I came back too late." The boy didn't respond, only stared at him with those haunting eyes. Lysander fell to his knees, his resolve cracking. Amidst the anguish, Athera's voice rang out, steady and clear. "This place thrives on regret," she said, her words slicing through the fog of despair. "It shows us what we cannot forgive in ourselves. But we must." Her words reached Cale, who clenched his fists and turned to face the vision of his brother. "I couldn't save you," he said, his voice trembling but firm. "But I carry you with me. Every step, every battle, I fight for you." The image flickered, then dissolved, leaving Cale gasping but free. One by one, the soldiers began to follow his example, confronting their memories, their fears, their guilt. Darius whispered a prayer to his mother, asking for forgiveness. Helena screamed into the void, releasing years of pent-up shame. Lysander stood before his son, his chest tight. I made choices I thought were right, he said, his voice heavy. I've paid for them every day. But I will honor you by ensuring no one else is left behind. The boy smiled faintly, then faded into the ether. The garden responded to their resilience. The vines receded, the flowers closed, and the oppressive weight of memory lifted. The soldiers stood battered but resolute, their eyes meeting in shared understanding. They had faced their pasts, and though the scars remained, they were no longer chains. As the last echoes of the garden's power faded, Athera placed a hand on Lysander's shoulder. The hardest battles are the ones we fight within ourselves, she said softly. Lysander nodded, his gaze steady. And yet, we keep fighting. The horizon burned with an ethereal glow, a vast expanse of liquid light that shimmered like molten stars. It stretched endlessly in every direction, a surreal sea where the sky seemed to fold into the water, blurring the line between above and below. The crew stood at the edge, their breaths caught in their throats, gazing at the luminous waves lapping against the crystalline shore. It was beautiful, yes, but there was something unnerving in its stillness, an unnatural hum that seemed to emanate from the water itself, vibrating through their bones. The first step onto the sea was hesitant, the hull of their vessel meeting the glowing surface with a gentle hiss. The ship glided forward, leaving a trail of golden ripples that pulsed and glowed as if alive. The sailors muttered prayers under their breath, clutching charms and trinkets against their chests. It's not natural, one whispered, his voice trembling. Water shouldn't shine like this. It's not water, another replied, gripping the railing tightly. I don't think it ever was. As they sailed deeper, the sea revealed its true nature. Strange forms danced beneath the surface, their shapes shifting and ephemeral. One moment they were like fish, darting and weaving through the radiant depths, and the next, they seemed to rise, forming hands that reached for the ship. When the first tendrils of light brushed the hull, the entire vessel shuddered as though it had struck an unseen reef. Steady! Lysander barked, his voice sharp, cutting through the rising panic. Stay at your posts. But the sea was relentless. A wave of light surged, crashing against the side of the ship, its glow searing and unnatural. Men cried out as their shadows were cast against the deck, stretching and twisting as though they had lives of their own. Athera stepped forward, her staff glowing faintly as she muttered an incantation. The shadows recoiled, retreating into the depths, but the tension in the air remained. This isn't just a sea, she said, her voice low. It's something alive. Kale, standing near the bow, squinted into the distance. The horizon seemed to pulse, as if breathing. Alive or not, he said grimly, we have to cross it. The wind began to shift, or rather, the absence of wind took on a presence of its own. The sails, though full, seemed to pull in directions that defied logic, twisting and curling as though caught in invisible hands. The wheel spun wildly, forcing the helmsman to wrestle it back into place. Waves of light rose higher, forming peaks that glimmered with a sharp, almost metallic edge. They moved not with the rhythm of a tide but with intent, circling the ship like predators. Hold the line! Lysander roared as another wave slammed into the ship, sending several men sprawling. Darius clung to the mast, his knuckles white, as the sea beneath them began to churn. Then came the first voice, faint and melodic, carried on the shimmering air. It was a song without words, a haunting melody that seemed to call from the depths of memory. One by one, the crew stopped, their eyes glazing over as they turned toward the sound. Athera's eyes widened in alarm as she saw the men begin to move, stepping toward the edge of the ship. No, she shouted, raising her staff. A burst of light erupted, breaking the spell and snapping the men back to themselves. But the song persisted, weaving through the air like a living thing. Kale grabbed Lysander's arm. If this continues, we'll lose them, he said urgently. Lysander nodded, his jaw tight. Then we end it. Before he could issue an order, the sea erupted. From its glowing depths rose figures, their forms made entirely of light. They hovered above the surface, their faces indistinct, but their presence overwhelming. Each figure pulsed with power, and the air grew heavy with their radiance. One stepped forward, its hand outstretched. "You are not welcome here," it said, its voice resonating in their minds rather than their ears. Lysander stepped forward, meeting the being's gaze, or where its gaze should have been. "We mean no harm," he said firmly. "We seek only to pass." The figure tilted its head, its form flickering. "This sea is not for mortals. Turn back, or be unmade." "We cannot turn back," Lysander replied, his voice steady despite the palpable fear around him. "If we must prove ourselves, so be it." The being's form shimmered, and the sea responded. Columns of light rose around the ship, encircling it. The water churned, growing hotter, the air thick with energy. One of the columns surged forward, striking the ship with blinding force. The crew scrambled, shouting as the deck splintered beneath their feet. "Defend yourselves!" Lysander shouted, though with what, none could say. Cale unsheathed his sword, though its steel seemed pitiful against the radiant forms. Athera, however, stepped forward, her staff glowing fiercely. She slammed it into the deck, sending a shockwave of energy outward. The beings faltered, their forms flickering. "You will not take them," she declared, her voice carrying an authority that silenced even the sea. The beings paused, their heads tilting as if in consideration. Then, as one, they retreated, sinking back into the sea. But the calm was short-lived. The water beneath them roared to life, a massive wave of light rising, towering over the ship. It crashed down with impossible force, swallowing the vessel whole. For a moment, there was nothing but light. The crew found themselves floating, not in water but in a vast expanse of radiance. Time seemed to stretch, their thoughts sluggish and heavy. Memories flickered before their eyes, moments of triumph, of loss, of love and regret. Then, slowly, the light began to fade. The crew found themselves back on the ship, now adrift on a calm, glowing sea. The horizon, once unreachable, seemed closer, and the oppressive hum had lifted. Cale looked around, his breath uneven. "Is it over?" Lysander nodded, though his eyes remained wary. "For now." Athera stood at the bow, her gaze fixed ahead. "The sea allowed us to pass," she said softly. "But it has taken something from us." No one spoke, but in their hearts, they felt the truth of her words. Something had changed, something intangible but undeniable. They had crossed the sea of light, but they had left a part of themselves behind. The map lay spread across the table, edges curling from the damp air. Alexander's fingers traced its intricate lines as if willing the ink to reveal a path unseen. His eyes burned with an intensity that had become a familiar, unsettling presence. Around him, the commanders waited, their faces etched with fatigue and frustration. The room felt stifling, not from the air but from the silence, heavy and sharp, like a blade drawn too close. "This is it," Alexander said finally, his voice low yet unwavering. "The key lies just beyond this mountain. Victory is within reach." His words should have stirred the fire in their hearts, but instead, they landed hollow. Lysander exchanged a glance with Athera, the unspoken question passing between them, how much more could they endure? They had followed Alexander through deserts that burned, forests that whispered madness, and seas that shimmered with impossible light. Each step had cost lives, hope, and sanity. And yet, Alexander's gaze remained fixed forward, his dreams growing larger even as his men grew smaller. "What of the men?" Cale asked, breaking the silence. His voice held a note of defiance. "They're exhausted. We've lost too many. Morale is..." "Morale," Alexander interrupted, his tone icy. "Morale is a luxury. Ambition requires sacrifice." Cale opened his mouth to retort, but Lysander's hand on his shoulder stopped him. "We've pushed hard," Lysander said cautiously. "Perhaps a day's rest would." "There is no time for rest." Alexander slammed his fist onto the table, sending the map fluttering. His face, once regal and commanding, now seemed gaunt, shadows carving hollows beneath his eyes. "Every moment we linger is a moment wasted. Do you think history will remember cowards who paused when greatness demanded action? The room fell silent again, but this time it was a silence of resentment. The commanders filed out one by one, their expressions guarded. Outside, the camp stretched across the valley, a maze of tents and flickering fires. The once proud army now looked like a bedraggled collection of survivors. Men sat hunched over, nursing wounds both visible and invisible. Their conversations were muted, their laughter long extinguished. Lysander wandered through the camp, his steps heavy. He passed a group of soldiers playing dice, their faces hollow with weariness. One of them, a young recruit named Elias, looked up as Lysander approached. "Do you think he even sees us anymore?" Elias asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Or are we just tools to him now?" Lysander didn't answer. He couldn't. Instead, he clapped Elias on the shoulder and moved on, his thoughts dark. By nightfall, the discontent rippled through the camp like a spreading fire. Soldiers whispered in the shadows, their words carried on the wind. They spoke of desertion, of mutiny, of breaking free from the madman who drove them toward an unseen goal. And yet, a lingering fear held them back, the fear not of Alexander but of abandoning the only purpose they had left. In his tent, Alexander sat alone, the map spread before him once more. His hands trembled as he traced the lines, his thoughts a whirlwind. He was close, so close. The whispers outside the tent did not escape him, but he pushed them aside. They didn't understand. They couldn't see the vision, the destiny that burned within him. Athera entered, her presence soft but unyielding. She watched him for a moment before speaking. "They're breaking, Alexander. They're human. They can only endure so much." "I endure," he said, not looking up. "Why can't they?" "Because you're not like them," she replied. "You've made yourself something else. But even gods need followers." He laughed bitterly at that, a hollow sound. "A god? Is that what they think I am?" "Some do," Athera said. "Others think you've lost your mind." Alexander's hand stilled, his gaze fixing on the map. "And you?" he asked. "What do you think?" "I think you've forgotten why we started this," she said. "It was never about the glory. It was about something greater. But now it's about finishing what we started," he said sharply. He stood, his height and presence still commanding despite his weariness. "They'll see. When we succeed, they'll understand." Athera sighed, the weight of his words pressing down on her. "If there's anyone left to see it." The next day, Alexander rallied the troops. His voice carried across the valley, filled with the fervor that had once inspired them. But now, it felt like the roar of a storm, distant and impersonal. The soldiers marched, their steps heavy, their eyes downcast. The path grew steeper, the terrain more treacherous. Disaster struck when a rockslide tore through the ranks, claiming lives and scattering the formation. The soldiers' cries of despair echoed through the mountains. Alexander pressed on, his focus unbroken, but the commanders struggled to maintain order. At night, the camp was eerily quiet. The fires burned low, their light flickering against faces that seemed carved from stone. Lysander gathered the commanders in a secluded corner, their voices hushed. "This can't continue," Cale said. "He's leading us to ruin." "And what would you have us do?" Athera asked, her tone weary but sharp. "Turn back? Abandon everything?" Cale's jaw tightened. "I don't know. But following him blindly isn't the answer." The tension between them was palpable, each of them caught in a web of loyalty, fear, and doubt. They didn't see Alexander standing in the shadows, his face unreadable. When he finally stepped into the light, the commanders froze. "So this is what it's come to," he said, his voice low. "Plots and whispers in the dark." "It's not what you think," Lysander began, but Alexander cut him off. "I know exactly what it is," he said. "But hear this, anyone who dares to defy me will be left behind. We move forward. That is the only way." The commanders watched as he strode away, his silhouette fading into the darkness. That night, a group of soldiers slipped away under the cover of darkness. Their absence was discovered at dawn, and Alexander's fury was unmatched. He ordered the remaining men to double their efforts, driving them harder, faster. But the cracks had already formed, and they widened with every step. Whispers turned to murmurs, murmurs to open defiance. When the next tragedy struck, a chasm opening beneath a supply wagon, swallowing it whole, the morale shattered completely. The soldiers halted, their faces set in grim determination. "No more," Elias said, stepping forward. "We've given everything. We have nothing left." Alexander turned to face him, his expression a mask of disbelief. "You dare." "We all dare," another soldier said, and then another, their voices rising. The standoff was electric, the air charged with a tension that threatened to explode. But instead of anger, a strange emptiness filled Alexander's eyes. He turned away without a word, his shoulders slumping under the weight of his ambition. As the soldiers watched him retreat, a heavy silence fell over the camp. For the first time, they saw not a leader but a man, broken and consumed by the fire he had lit within himself. The first sign was the silence. Not the natural stillness of a forest or the muffled quiet of snowfall, but an unnatural void that seemed to devour sound. The soldiers froze mid-step, their armor creaking softly, though even that noise felt swallowed by the air. Ahead, the landscape stretched barren and empty, but something unseen pressed down on them, a weight that no one could name. Alexander stepped forward, his eyes narrowing as he steadied the horizon. "Do you feel it?" he asked, his voice low, almost reverent. Cale nodded grimly, his hand instinctively tightening around the hilt of his sword. "It feels like we're not supposed to be here." Then they saw it, a shadow on the edge of perception, an object so black it seemed to pull light from the world around it. The monolith loomed impossibly tall, its surface smooth yet shifting as if it wasn't entirely solid. Each soldier felt it differently, some sensed whispers brushing against their minds, while others felt their hearts race, a primal fear rising unbidden. Alexander's breath caught. He took a step forward, then another, his hand outstretched as though drawn by an invisible thread. The commanders exchanged uneasy glances but followed, their unease palpable. The closer they got, the more the air seemed to thrum with a low vibration, not heard but felt in their bones. Elias, one of the younger soldiers, stumbled to his knees, clutching his head. It's inside me," he gasped, his voice shaking. "It's speaking, no, screaming." Athora knelt beside him, her hand resting gently on his shoulder. "Stay with me," she urged, though her own voice trembled. Alexander pressed on, undeterred. His eyes were fixed on the monolith as though it held every answer he had ever sought. When he stood directly before it, he reached out to touch its surface. The moment his fingers brushed the stone, the world shifted. A blinding flash of light erupted, but it wasn't the kind that burned or dazzled, it was cold, cutting through them like shards of ice. The soldiers fell to the ground, writhing as visions tore through their minds. They saw themselves, their lives, their choices, their regrets, all laid bare. Elias saw his village burning, the faces of his family frozen in terror. Cale relived the betrayal that had led him to abandon his homeland. Athora saw herself standing alone on a battlefield, her hands stained with the blood of both friend and foe. And Alexander. Alexander stood motionless, his face a mask of torment. The monolith showed him his victories and the cost of each one. It revealed the faces of those he had lost, those he had sacrificed, and those who still followed him out of loyalty or fear. And deeper still, it revealed a truth he had long buried, the emptiness that no amount of conquest could fill. The visions receded as suddenly as they had come, leaving the soldiers gasping for breath. The silence returned, heavier now, laden with the weight of what they had seen. Cale was the first to speak, his voice rough. What is it?" Alexander didn't answer. His hand was still on the monolith, his gaze locked on its surface. When he finally turned, his face was pale, his eyes haunted. "It knows us," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. It knows everything. The soldiers stirred uneasily, their fear turning to anger. What does it want? Elias demanded, his voice cracking. Why did it show us those things? Alexander's gaze swept over his men, his expression unreadable. To test us, he said finally. To see if we're worthy. Worthy of what? Athora asked sharply. Before he could answer, the ground beneath their feet rumbled. The monolith began to glow faintly, its edges shimmering like heat waves. A low hum filled the air, growing louder, more insistent. Fall back! Cale shouted, but Alexander held up a hand. No, he said. This is the moment. The light from the monolith grew brighter, enveloping the soldiers in its cold embrace. Shapes began to emerge from the glow, figures tall and angular, their forms shifting like smoke yet solid enough to cast shadows. The beings stood silently, their faces, or what passed for faces, expressionless. One of them stepped forward, its voice reverberating in their minds rather than their ears. You seek power, it said, its tone neither welcoming nor hostile. You seek purpose. Alexander stepped forward, unflinching. I seek truth. The being regarded him for a long moment, its form flickering. Truth has a price, it said. Are you prepared to pay it? Alexander hesitated, his confidence faltering for the first time. He glanced back at his men, their faces a mixture of fear and defiance. I am, he said finally. The being extended a hand, or something like a hand. A beam of light shot from the monolith, striking Alexander in the chest. He staggered but didn't fall. The light wrapped around him, seeping into his skin, his eyes, his very being. When it was over, he collapsed to his knees, gasping. The beings faded back into the monolith, their forms dissolving into the glow. The hum ceased, and the silence returned. Alexander rose unsteadily, his expression one of awe and horror. What happened? Athora asked, her voice urgent. He looked at her, his eyes distant. I saw it, he said. The end of all things. The word sent a chill through the soldiers. No one spoke as Alexander turned back to the monolith, his face hardening. We move forward, he said, his voice firm. No matter the cost. The army marched again, but the weight of what they had encountered clung to them. The monolith stood behind them, its surface dark and silent once more. And though they left it behind, its presence lingered in their hearts, a shadow that would never truly fade. The wind howled low, a mournful dirge echoing through the valley of shadows. The moon hung pale and cold above the jagged cliffs, casting a dim light over the narrow path. The air smelled of decay, heavy and oppressive, as though the earth itself held its breath in dread. Alexander's army moved cautiously, their torches flickering weakly against the darkness. Each step felt heavier than the last, as if unseen hands pulled at their boots, trying to drag them into the soil. The silence was suffocating, broken only by the occasional rustle that made the soldiers grip their weapons tighter. Cale walked close to Alexander, his voice hushed but urgent. This place is wrong, he said, his eyes scanning the shadows. It feels alive. Alexander didn't reply, his gaze fixed ahead. His expression was unreadable, but his jaw was tight. The man who had faced armies without flinching now seemed distant, his steps deliberate, as though he too felt the weight of unseen eyes. Then came the first scream. It was sharp, piercing, and filled with raw terror. The soldiers froze, their heads snapping toward the source. A young archer had fallen to his knees, his face pale and his eyes wide with horror. Do you see them? He whispered, his voice shaking. The others followed his gaze, and their blood ran cold. Shapes emerged from the darkness, faint at first, like smoke drifting through the air. But as they drew closer, their forms solidified, faces etched with anguish, their eyes hollow and accusing. The dead, someone whispered, their voice trembling. They were the forgotten, the fallen, the victims of Alexander's unrelenting ambition. Men, women, even children, each one bore the marks of their violent ends. Some had shattered skulls, others deep gashes across their chests, and many had wounds too horrific to describe. Elias, the youngest of the group, stumbled back. "This isn't real," he muttered, his voice cracking. "It can't be real." Athera gripped his arm, her face pale but resolute. "Steady yourself," she said. "Whatever this is, we face it together." The spirits moved closer, their ethereal forms gliding soundlessly over the ground. Their faces twisted with grief and rage, and when they spoke, their voices echoed like distant thunder. "Why do you march here, conqueror?" one spirit hissed, its face mere inches from Alexander's. "Have you not taken enough?" Another spirit, a woman clutching a spectral child to her chest, cried out, "You burned our homes. You spilled our blood. And for what? For glory? For power?" The accusations hit like arrows, sharp and unrelenting. The soldiers faltered, their courage crumbling beneath the weight of the spirit's grief. Alexander stood still, his face a mask of stone. "I did what I had to," he said, his voice steady but cold. "For my people. For a better world." The spirits howled in unison, a sound of anguish so profound that it made the air vibrate. "Lies," they roared. "Your better world is built on corpses. Your empire is stained with the blood of the innocent." Athera stepped forward, her hand on the hilt of her sword. "We don't have to listen to this," she said, though her voice trembled. The spirits turned their hollow eyes to her, and one of them, a child no older than 10, reached out. "Do you not carry regret?" the spirit asked, its voice soft and haunting. "Do you not see their faces when you close your eyes?" Athera froze, her hand falling away from her sword. She tried to speak but couldn't, the weight of her own guilt choking her. Kale gritted his teeth and raised his shield. "Enough," he shouted. "We've faced worse than shadows. Stand your ground." The spirits surged forward, their wails rising to a deafening crescendo. The soldiers scrambled to defend themselves, but their weapons passed through the spectral forms as though striking air. Elias swung his blade wildly, his eyes wide with panic. "They're everywhere," he cried. Athera grabbed his arm, pulling him close. "Focus," she yelled. "They feed on fear. Don't give it to them." But it was easier said than done. The spirits swirled around them, their voices a cacophony of torment. They whispered of failures, of lost loved ones, of every hidden fear and buried regret. Some soldiers dropped their weapons, their minds unraveling under the weight of the accusations. Alexander stood at the center of the chaos, his fists clenched at his sides. The spirits pressed closer, their voices rising in a single, relentless chant. "Face us, conqueror," they demanded. "Face what you've done." For a moment, he wavered. The faces of the dead blurred together, each one a reminder of the cost of his ambition. But then he straightened, his eyes burning with defiance. "I will not fall," he said, his voice cutting through the cacophony like a blade. "You think I don't know the price I've paid? The price I've made others pay? I carry it every day." The spirits hesitated, their forms flickering. Alexander stepped forward, his voice rising. "But I will not stop," he said. "If I fall here, all of it, every sacrifice, will be for nothing. I cannot change the past, but I can make sure it wasn't in vain." The wailing softened, the spirits drawing back slightly. They regarded him with eyes full of sorrow, their forms growing faint. Athera watched in disbelief as the spirits began to fade, their accusations giving way to a mournful silence. One by one, they dissolved into the air, their presence lingering only as a cold chill. When the last spirit disappeared, the soldiers collapsed to the ground, exhausted but alive. The Valley of Shadows fell silent once more, the oppressive air lifting. Kale looked at Alexander, his expression unreadable. "What now?" he asked. Alexander turned away, his shoulders heavy with a burden no one could share. "We move forward," he said quietly, his voice carrying both resolve and the weight of countless ghosts. The air felt thicker than it had ever been, as if the very fabric of existence had been pressed into a tight coil. The army trudged forward, their eyes wide with uncertainty, hearts beating faster as though the ground itself could swallow them whole. Ahead lay the Valley of Shadows, a place whispered about in the darkest corners of their world. The air was thick, not with mist, but with something far worse. Time itself had become tangled. The sun, barely visible above the high cliffs, seemed to flicker in and out of existence, as though struggling to remain in the sky. The army's footsteps echoed strangely, muted, as if the earth was unsure whether to accept them. Alexander, as always, led them with unwavering steps, but even he couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Cale glanced nervously over his shoulder, trying to make sense of the way the landscape seemed to change every time he looked away. A tree that had been standing just moments ago had now vanished, leaving only a barren patch of earth. In its place, the flickering image of a house appeared, as if from a dream, before dissolving back into the surrounding shadows. "Did you see that?" Cale whispered, his voice tight with fear. Elias, walking beside him, nodded slowly, though his eyes never left the ground. "Nothing makes sense here." As they moved forward, the oddities began to pile up. The distant sound of a stream they had passed earlier now seemed to echo from behind them. The clouds overhead stretched and warped, their shapes twisting into grotesque forms before collapsing back into normalcy, only to twist again. No one could trust their senses anymore. The valley was not just a physical place, it was a place that bent time itself. In the distance, a soldier who had walked just a few feet ahead now seemed to appear as if he had been standing there for hours. His face, pale and haunted, turned slowly toward the army. Where am I?" The soldier's voice trembled as he looked at them. "You're with us," Alexander answered, though his own voice wavered with doubt. "We're in the valley." But the soldier only shook his head, confusion etched across his face. "I was just with my family." A chill passed through the group. Time had not just bent, it had fractured. They were no longer moving through a linear path, they were caught in a strange loop where past, present, and future seemed to overlap and twist together. The soldiers could no longer rely on memory. They had no certainty of how much time had passed, no certainty of who had been there just moments ago, or whether they would still be there in moments to come. Athera pulled herself closer to Cale, the ground beneath her feet seeming to shift with every step. "How long have we been walking?" she whispered. Cale couldn't answer. How could he? Everything felt like it was slipping away, like time itself was a fragile thread held by a trembling hand. He glanced at Alexander. But Alexander did not seem to notice. His eyes were distant, his brow furrowed. His mind was somewhere else, locked on something deeper, something he couldn't pull himself from. Time was his constant obsession, and now, here, in this twisted place, he felt it pressing in on him, crushing him. What had once been his unyielding strength, his ability to drive forward no matter the odds, now felt like an anchor dragging him down into a sea of uncertainty. How much time had he wasted? How many lives had he cost in his relentless pursuit? A voice cut through the stillness. It was soft at first, barely audible, but then it grew louder, more urgent. "Turn back." The words were not spoken by any soldier, but echoed from the walls of the valley, reverberating off the stones that seemed to tremble. The voice was neither male nor female, old nor young. It was the voice of time itself, worn and ancient, and its message was simple. "Turn back, before it is too late." Alexander's grip tightened on his sword. "We don't turn back," he said, though the words were strained, as though he were trying to convince himself more than anyone else. But as he spoke, the landscape shifted again. The very air seemed to pulse and warp, the shadows stretching longer, reaching toward them like dark, unblinking eyes. The world itself felt like it was on the edge of crumbling. The soldiers' voices grew more frantic as they called out to one another, looking for something, anything to grasp onto. But the more they shouted, the more their words seemed to fade, slipping away into nothingness. The world around them was becoming a place where the line between reality and illusion had completely blurred. Suddenly, the valley fell silent. No birds, no wind, just an oppressive stillness. Alexander, his eyes wide and unblinking, felt his heart race. He was alone. Or, at least, he felt alone, despite the men and women at his side. The weight of time, the pressure of all the moments he had left behind, was crushing him. Every choice, every victory, every loss, every failure, how much of it had mattered? How much of it had been worth it? Do you hear it? Elias asked, his voice thin. He sounded as though he were speaking from the very edge of sanity. The ticking. The sound was faint, like a distant clock, but it grew louder, and suddenly, it was everywhere, around them, inside them, beating in time with their hearts. Each tick felt like it was drawing them closer to the end, each one a reminder of the precious moments slipping away. The soldiers trembled, hands shaking as they reached for each other, as though trying to hold on to something that might save them. But there was nothing. The ticking grew louder, until it felt as if time itself would split open, taking everything with it. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of that endless ticking. And then, just as suddenly, it stopped. The valley was empty. The army stood frozen, the air around them still. The light flickered, and the shadows, which had been alive with the whispers of forgotten time, began to retreat. But Alexander stood still, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Time had collapsed around them, but now, in the silence that followed, he knew that it had also revealed something to him, a truth, a glimpse of his future and past intertwined. And in that moment, he understood that time could never be escaped. The stillness of the night was like a heavy weight pressing on their chests. The moon hung low, casting a dim light over the camp, where soldiers lay wrapped in their cloaks, their bodies tired from the endless march. Yet sleep was a distant thing, evaded by the heaviness in the air. No one spoke, but everyone knew something was coming. It was the silence before the storm, the quiet that held its breath, waiting for the truth to surface. Alexander sat alone by the fire, his face shadowed by the flickering flames. The crackle of burning wood was the only sound that dared to break the silence. His mind was far away, lost in the labyrinth of his own thoughts. The weight of command was beginning to feel unbearable. Every victory had its cost, every triumph built upon sacrifices that had started to haunt him. He could hear the whispers of his men behind him. They were careful, as if the air itself was listening. Elias and Cale sat nearby, their eyes glancing at Alexander, waiting for him to speak. But they, too, were lost in their own private battles. In a world so consumed by ambition, the heart of a leader often grew cold. And Alexander, once a man of certainty, now stood at the edge of a precipice. Cale, ever the loyal friend, finally broke the silence, his voice low and hesitant. "We have all lost something, haven't we?" he asked, his words more of a reflection than a question. Alexander's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. It was an unconscious movement, but one that spoke louder than any words. The sword, a symbol of power and control, was beginning to feel like an anchor. He knew what Cale meant. They all had lost something. Family. Friends. Innocence. The simple joys of life. All had been sacrificed in the pursuit of a dream that was slowly slipping from their grasp. Elias's voice, usually steady, wavered. "But at what cost, Alexander?" he asked. "At what cost are we willing to go? We've seen what our ambition has done to us, to those around us. How much more can we give?" The word struck like a thunderclap. Alexander felt them reverberate through him, deep into his bones. The question that had been gnawing at him for so long had finally been spoken aloud. How much more could they give? How many lives were worth the price of glory? Was this path they were walking truly worth it, or had they crossed a line from which there was no return? A cold breeze swept through the camp, stirring the embers of the fire. It was a fleeting moment, but it carried with it a heavy sense of finality, as if time itself was asking them to face the truth of their journey. The soldiers, their eyes turned inward, were forced to reckon with the choices they had made, and the choices they still had to make. For the first time, Alexander allowed himself to think of his father. Philip of Macedon. A great king, a man who had built an empire, yet had never known peace. What would his father think of this? Of the man he had become? Would he be proud of the conquests, the power, the land they had claimed? Or would he see the emptiness in Alexander's heart, the same emptiness that now mirrored the night sky? I never wanted to be like him, Alexander whispered, his voice carrying more pain than he intended. I wanted to be better. Elias met his gaze, his eyes filled with something more than concern. You are not your father, Alexander. You never were. But you have become something else. Something I don't recognize anymore. The words were wound, sharp and true. And yet, Alexander did not flinch. He did not defend himself. He knew that Elias was right. He had changed. The man he had been before, the young, idealistic leader driven by dreams of a better world, was no longer there. The weight of ambition had crushed him, reshaped him into something colder, something darker. Cale spoke, his voice softer than before. We've all changed, in different ways. The question is, what do we do now? Do we continue down this path, blind to the lives we've destroyed along the way, or do we face what we've become and try to find a way back? The air seemed to thicken around them as if the very earth was holding its breath. Alexander could feel the weight of their eyes on him, the silent plea for him to make a choice. It was a moment that stretched out forever. The heart of a leader, weighed down by the burden of those who followed him. And in that moment, Alexander understood, the trial of the heart was not one of victory or defeat. It was not one of war or conquest. It was the trial of knowing that the very thing that had driven him, the ambition, the desire for glory, had come at the cost of everything he had once held dear. He stood up abruptly, his movements sharp, as though shaking off a dark fog. He had to move. The stillness was too much. He had to think. To decide. To act. He walked away from the fire, his footsteps echoing in the silence, the weight of his allies' gaze pressing on his back. They could not follow him. Not yet. Not until he knew what he had to do. The cool air of the night wrapped around him, and he took deep breaths, each one a silent plea for clarity. But clarity never came. His thoughts were a whirlwind of guilt, regret, and anger, all tangled together in a storm that threatened to drown him. He came to the edge of the camp, where the shadows stretched long across the land, and there he stopped. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the scent of distant memories. A flicker of a face, a name, a laugh long forgotten. He saw his mother, his teachers, his comrades who had fallen along the way. All the faces that had once meant everything to him, now lost in the haze of his ambition. His heart clenched. The weight of his choices bore down on him like a mountain. And in that moment, Alexander realized that no victory, no kingdom, no power could ever fill the emptiness that had grown inside him. He turned back toward the fire, where his friends waited, their faces tired, their hearts weary. They had carried him this far, and now it was time for him to decide whether they would continue, or if this was the point where everything would finally crumble. The trial of the heart had never been about the battlefield. It had always been about the choices they made when no one else was watching. And now, as Alexander looked at the faces of the men who had stood by him through everything, he knew that the hardest battle of all was not against the enemies before them, but against the man he had become. The jungle stretched endlessly before them, thick with tangled vines and the oppressive hum of unseen creatures. Each step forward felt like pushing through an invisible barrier, the air heavy with an unspoken tension. The soldiers moved quietly, their usual banter silenced by the unshakable sense that they were being watched. Even Alexander, whose determination rarely faltered, felt an unease clawing at the edges of his resolve. Then it appeared. A break in the dense foliage revealed a structure unlike anything they had encountered. The temple rose from the earth like a memory unearthed, its stone walls weathered but unbroken, etched with symbols that seemed to shift under the flicker of torchlight. It was ancient, older than the oldest stories whispered around campfires. The air around it seemed alive, vibrating with a low hum that thrummed in their bones. Alexander stepped forward, the first to cross the threshold. The silence was deafening, yet it felt as if the temple itself was speaking, its voice a low murmur just beyond comprehension. The air was cooler inside, and the dim light revealed more of the strange carvings. Figures danced across the walls, humans, beasts, and shapes that defied understanding, all locked in a chaotic, swirling motion. Cale touched the wall, tracing the patterns with his fingertips. "It's almost as if it's alive," he whispered, his voice hushed with awe. The others nodded, their faces reflecting the unease and wonder that had taken hold of them all. Deeper they went, the corridors narrowing and twisting as if designed to disorient. With each step, the hum grew louder, resonating in their chests, until it was not just heard but felt. The walls seemed to close in, the carvings growing more intricate, more frantic, as if the story they told was reaching a crescendo. Then they reached the chamber. The space was vast, the ceiling disappearing into darkness above. At its center stood a pedestal, and atop it rested a massive stone tablet, cracked but whole, its surface glowing faintly with an unearthly light. The hum stopped, replaced by a stillness so complete it felt as if the world itself had paused to watch. Alexander approached the pedestal, his steps slow and deliberate. The tablet seemed to call to him, though not with words. It was a pull, an undeniable force that beckoned him closer. He reached out, his hand hovering just above its surface, and then, contact. The light flared, blinding and all-consuming. The soldiers cried out, shielding their eyes, but Alexander stood frozen, his hand pressed against the stone as the glow enveloped him. Images flooded his mind, flashes of creation, of destruction, of worlds being born and torn apart. He saw stars die, their light swallowed by an endless void, and from that void, new stars emerged, their brilliance piercing the darkness. He saw faces, countless faces, some familiar, some unknown, all connected by invisible threads. He saw battles fought for reasons long forgotten, victories that led to ruin, and losses that birthed new beginnings. He saw the fragility of existence, the delicate balance between chaos and order, and the fleeting nature of everything he had ever known. And then he saw himself. He saw his life unfold as if watching a play from the outside. He saw his triumphs and his failures, his ambitions and his doubts. He saw the choices that had brought him here, each one a thread in a tapestry so vast it defied comprehension. And he saw the cost, every life lost, every bond broken, every dream sacrificed on the altar of his ambition. The light dimmed, and Alexander staggered back, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His men rushed to his side, their faces pale with fear and concern. But he could not speak. He could only stare at the tablet, its glow now faint, as if exhausted by the truths it had revealed. "What did you see?" Elias asked, his voice trembling. Alexander shook his head, unable to find the words. How could he explain what he had seen? How could he describe the enormity of it, the weight of understanding that now pressed upon him like a mountain? The truth was not a comfort. It was a burden, a revelation that stripped away the illusions he had clung to for so long. Cale stepped closer, his eyes scanning Alexander's face. "Whatever it is, you don't have to bear it alone," he said, his voice steady despite the fears that lingered in his eyes. Alexander met his gaze, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, he allowed himself to hope. Hope that they could endure, that they could face whatever lay ahead, even if the path was shrouded in darkness. But the temple was not done with them. The walls began to tremble, a low rumble that grew into a deafening roar. The carvings glowed, their light pulsating in time with the vibrations. The ground shook beneath their feet, and the air grew thick with the smell of earth and stone. "Run!" Alexander shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. The soldiers turned and fled, their footsteps echoing in the twisting corridors as the temple began to collapse around them. They emerged into the jungle, the sunlight blinding after the darkness of the temple. Behind them, the ancient structure crumbled, its secrets buried once more beneath the earth. But Alexander knew the truth could not be so easily hidden. It was etched into his mind, into his very being, and it would stay with him for as long as he lived. The soldiers gathered around him, their faces a mix of relief and apprehension. They had survived, but they had not escaped unscathed. The temple had taken something from each of them, though they did not yet know what. Alexander looked back at the ruins, his jaw set and his eyes burning with a new determination. The truths he had seen were not meant to be forgotten. They were a reminder, a warning, and perhaps a chance to change the course of their fate. The wind carried an unnatural chill as the army approached the ancient cave. It wasn't the cold that made their skin prickle, it was the eerie silence, the kind that swallowed every sound. Even the rustling leaves seemed to hold their breath. Alexander stood at the entrance, his gaze fixed on the dark abyss within. The cave had a presence, as though it had been waiting for them, for him, for centuries. A single torch was lit, its flame weak and trembling against the oppressive darkness. The oracle was said to reside here, a being not bound by time, her voice woven with the threads of fate. Every step deeper into the cave felt like stepping away from the world they knew. The walls shimmered faintly, reflecting not light but something older, something unexplainable. At last, they entered a vast chamber. In the center, an ancient figure sat cross-legged on a platform carved from stone, her form cloaked in layers of tattered fabric. Her face was obscured by a veil, yet the presence of her eyes was undeniable. They burned, unseen but felt, piercing into the core of whoever dared meet them. "You have come," she said, her voice neither loud nor soft, but resonating deeply in the chamber, in their bones. Alexander stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, not as a threat, but as if seeking reassurance. "We seek your wisdom," he said, his voice steady despite the tension that rippled through him. The oracle tilted her head, a slow, deliberate motion. "Do you truly wish to know, conqueror? For knowledge bears a price." Alexander nodded. The weight of his ambition had brought him to this point, and he would not turn away. "We are prepared." Her laughter was soft and hollow, like the echo of a forgotten bell. "No one is prepared," she said. Her hands rose slowly, fingers gnarled and trembling, and the air in the chamber seemed to shift. Wisps of light coiled around her like smoke, forming shapes that flickered and dissolved before they could be fully grasped. "I see a path," she began, her voice shifting, now layered as if 1,000 voices spoke through her. "A path carved by blood and fire, by triumph and despair. Your army marches toward a destiny intertwined with the stars themselves." The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances. Her words hung heavy in the air, their meaning tantalizingly out of reach. "You seek victory," the oracle continued, her tone sharpening. "But what you will find is not what you imagine. The heavens watch your every move, not with admiration, but with unease. You are a force that disrupts the balance, a spark in a forest waiting to ignite." Her hands moved, and the wisps of light condensed into images, battlefields strewn with bodies, rivers flowing crimson, and cities engulfed in flames. The soldiers recoiled at the sight, their faces pale with horror. "But," she said, her voice softening, "from destruction comes renewal. From chaos, order. The choice is yours, Alexander. You hold the power to tip the scales, to bring either ruin or salvation." Alexander's jaw clenched, his mind racing. "What must I do?" he demanded, his voice betraying a hint of desperation. "Tell me what I must do to succeed." The oracle's veiled face turned toward him, and the temperature in the chamber seemed to plummet. "You asked the wrong question, child of ambition," she said. "It is not what you must do, but what you are willing to sacrifice. Your fate is bound to the fate of your men, your empire, your world. To ascend, you must descend into the abyss of your own soul." The images shifted again. Now they showed Alexander himself, standing atop a mountain of corpses, his face a mask of anguish. His allies stood behind him, their faces obscured, but their postures spoke of betrayal and loss. The scene changed, revealing him alone, his armor tarnished, his crown shattered. "Is this your victory?" the oracle asked, her voice cutting through him like a blade. "A throne built on ashes? A legacy remembered in whispers of fear?" Alexander's heart pounded in his chest, the weight of her words threatening to crush him. Yet, amidst the darkness, there was light, a faint, flickering hope. "I see another path," the oracle said, her tone gentler now. The images shifted once more, showing Alexander standing with his men, their faces resolute, their bonds unbroken. The land around them was scarred but healing, life pushing through the cracks. "This is the harder path," she said. "It demands humility, sacrifice, and the strength to let go of your deepest desires. But it is a path that leads to peace." The silence that followed was deafening. The oracle lowered her hands, and the light faded, leaving only the dim glow of the torch. The soldiers looked to Alexander, their eyes filled with a mix of fear and hope. The weight of their trust pressed heavily on him. "You must choose," the oracle said. "And know this, whatever you choose, the stars will remember." Alexander stared at her, his mind a storm of emotions. He had always believed his destiny was his to shape, his will unbreakable. But now, faced with the enormity of what lay ahead, he felt small, a single thread in a tapestry too vast to comprehend. The oracle rose slowly, her movements deliberate. She placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch impossibly light yet searing. "The cosmos does not demand perfection, Alexander," she said, her voice softer now. "It demands only that you face the truth of who you are." With that, she turned and disappeared into the shadows, leaving them alone in the chamber. The soldiers stood in silence, their gazes fixed on Alexander. For the first time, he saw not just their loyalty, but their fear, their doubts, and their unwavering hope that he would lead them through whatever lay ahead. He turned toward the cave's entrance, his steps heavy but resolute. As he emerged into the fading light of day, he felt the weight of the prophecy settle upon him. It was a burden he could not share, a choice only he could make. And though the path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, he knew one thing with absolute clarity. The stars were watching. The firelight danced on Alexander's face, casting shifting shadows that mirrored the turmoil within him. The camp was quiet, a rare moment of stillness after weeks of relentless marching and battles that tested not just their strength but their souls. He sat apart from his men, his gaze fixed on the stars above, as if searching for an answer in their cold, distant light. The night air was heavy, not with the scent of war, but something more profound, doubt. Alexander, the man who had never faltered, who had led his army through unimaginable trials, now felt the weight of his ambition pressing against his chest like an iron band. It wasn't the physical toll that burdened him, it was the gnawing question of what it all meant. He glanced down at his hands, the same hands that had wielded a sword with unflinching precision, now trembling. Were these the hands of a king? A conqueror? A god? The thought unsettled him, yet it had been whispered too many times to ignore. His men saw him as more than mortal, their unwavering belief feeding a dangerous seed within him. Was he destined for divinity, or was he merely a man driven too far by his own ego? A quiet rustle behind him broke his thoughts. He didn't need to look to know who it was. He could feel her presence, as steady and familiar as the rhythm of his heartbeat. "You shouldn't be alone," she said softly. He turned to meet her gaze, sharp, piercing, yet filled with a warmth that always seemed just out of reach. "I'm not alone, Hephaestion," Alexander replied, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. But even as he said it, the hollowness in his voice betrayed him. Hephaestion sat beside him, his movements deliberate, as if not wanting to disturb the fragile quiet. "You carry too much," he said after a moment. "You don't have to." Alexander laughed, but it was bitter. "Don't I? Who else could bear it? They look at me as if I've already crossed into the realm of gods, as if my blood runs gold and my thoughts are divine wisdom. They don't see the man. They don't see me." Hephaestion's eyes softened. "And what do you see when you look at yourself?" Alexander hesitated, his gaze drifting back to the stars. "I see a boy," he said finally. "A boy who wanted to prove he was more than his father's shadow. A boy who wanted to leave a mark so deep that time itself would not erase it. And now?" "Now," Alexander's voice dropped, "I don't know. Every victory feels hollow, every step forward feels like I'm chasing something I can never reach. They call me a god, but gods don't doubt. Gods don't break." Hephaestion reached out, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. "You're not a god, Alexander. And that's what makes you strong. You've led us not because you're divine, but because you fight like a man who knows what it means to bleed, to fear, to hope." The words struck a chord, but they didn't quiet the storm within him. How could he reconcile the man he was with the image his men believed in? How could he lead them when he couldn't even find his own way? As if sensing his thoughts, Hephaestion stood. "Come," he said, holding out his hand. "There's something you need to see." Reluctantly, Alexander rose and followed. They walked in silence, the camp fading behind them until they reached a hill overlooking the valley. The moonlight bathed the landscape in silver, and in the distance, the faint glow of their campfires dotted the darkness like stars fallen to earth. "Look at them," Hephaestion said, his voice quiet but firm. "Every one of those men fights because they believe in you. Not the idea of you, but the man. They've seen you bleed for them, stand beside them when others would stand above. That's why they follow you, Alexander. Not because they think you're a god, but because you remind them of what it means to be human." Alexander's chest tightened. He wanted to believe those words, but the doubt lingered, insidious and unyielding. Suddenly, a cry echoed from the camp, sharp and panicked. Alexander and Hephaestion exchanged a glance before sprinting back. When they arrived, chaos had erupted. Soldiers were clustered around one of the tents, their faces pale with fear. "What happened?" Alexander demanded, his voice cutting through the clamor. A young soldier stepped forward, trembling. It's the artifact," he stammered. "The one we found in the ruins. It moved." Alexander pushed through the crowd, Hephaestion at his side. Inside the tent, the artifact lay on a makeshift altar, a shard of black glass, its surface rippling like water though it was solid. As he approached, the air grew colder, and a faint hum vibrated through the ground. The shard pulsed with an otherworldly light, and in its depths, Alexander saw something that made his blood run cold, his own reflection, fractured and distorted. But it wasn't just his face. The reflection shifted, showing him as a boy, as a warrior, as a king, and as something else entirely. Something monstrous. He stumbled back, his breath ragged. The soldiers looked at him with wide eyes, their fear mirrored in his own. "What is this?" he whispered, though no one could answer. The shard pulsed again, and a voice echoed in his mind, not a voice he recognized, but one that felt ancient, eternal. "Who are you?" it asked, the words reverberating through his very being. Alexander's hands clenched into fists. "I am Alexander," he said aloud, his voice steady despite the fear coursing through him. "King of Macedon, ruler of..." The voice cut him off, sharp and unyielding. "No titles. No conquests. Who are you?" The question struck him like a blow, and for a moment, he couldn't breathe. Who was he, beneath the crown and the glory? Beneath the ambition and the dreams? He closed his eyes, the silence in the tent oppressive. Memories flooded his mind, his father's shadow, his mother's whispers of destiny, his men's unwavering loyalty, the blood on his hands. He saw it all, the triumphs and the failures, the moments of strength and the cracks that had formed along the way. "I don't know," he admitted finally, his voice barely audible. "I don't know." The shard pulsed one last time, then fell silent. The cold dissipated, and the hum faded. Alexander stared at it, his reflection now still and calm. He turned to face his men, their eyes searching his for answers. He didn't have any. But in that moment, he realized he didn't need to. What mattered wasn't the answers he sought, but the path he chose to take. The hall was unlike anything Alexander or his companions had ever seen. It stretched endlessly, the walls shimmering with a light that seemed to pulse with life. No torches burned, yet the room was bathed in a golden glow. On the walls were not carvings, not paintings, but moving images, scenes playing out as if the stones themselves were alive. Battles, celebrations, sorrowful farewells, and triumphant returns. Each moment flickered briefly before dissolving into another, creating a tapestry of lives lived and lost. Alexander stepped forward cautiously, his eyes wide. The air was thick, not with dust or decay, but with an ancient presence that felt as though it had been waiting for centuries. His footsteps echoed, though he could see no floor beneath him, only a dark expanse, like walking on the surface of a starless void. He glanced back at his men, their faces pale and uncertain, but none dared to speak. This was not a place for words, not yet. Then, the voice came. "You tread on the tails of gods," it said, deep and resonant, filling the space yet coming from no direction. Alexander froze, his breath catching in his throat. It was not a voice meant for mortal ears. It was as though the mountains themselves had spoken, ancient and immovable. "We have watched you," the voice continued, softer now, almost contemplative. "We have watched all of you. Mortals, so fleeting, so fragile, and yet so full of fire." A figure emerged, not from the walls, not from the air, but as if it had always been there, unnoticed. It was tall, cloaked in shifting light, its features impossible to define. It moved without sound, a presence that was felt more than seen. Alexander instinctively reached for his sword, but the figure raised a hand, and the weapon fell from his grasp, clattering against the unseen floor. "You seek understanding," the figure said, its tone neither kind nor cruel. "You wish to know how we, the gods, see you. How we view your endless struggles, your ceaseless ambition." Alexander swallowed hard, his throat dry. He forced himself to speak, though his voice wavered. "If you are gods, then tell me. Why do you watch? Why do you not act?" The figure tilted its head, the motion slow and deliberate. "We do act," it replied. "But not as you think. We set the pieces in motion, Alexander of Macedon. We light the flames, but it is you who chooses how they burn." The walls flickered, and suddenly the images shifted. Alexander saw himself as a boy, practicing with a wooden sword in the palace gardens. He saw his first battle, the fear in his eyes quickly replaced by determination. He saw his victories, his conquests, his men raising their arms in triumph. But he also saw the villages they had burned, the faces of the defeated, the blood staining his hands. "Every choice you make ripples across the fabric of existence," the figure said. "We see these ripples, how they shape the world, how they shape you. Some of us marvel at your resilience, your ingenuity. Others disdain your arrogance, your recklessness." Alexander took a step closer, his fists clenched. "You speak as though you are above us, yet you meddle in our lives. You play with us as though we are nothing more than pawns on a board." The figure's light dimmed slightly, as if it had sighed. "You misunderstand. We do not play. We observe, we guide. But the choices are yours. It is the curse and the gift of mortals, to be free, and yet bound by the consequences of that freedom." Another voice joined the first, softer, almost mournful. "Do you know what it is to be eternal, Alexander? To see the rise and fall of countless empires, to hear the prayers of billions, and to know that all of it will fade. We envy you, in a way. Your lives are fleeting, yes, but it is that very fleetingness that gives them meaning. Every moment matters because it is finite." The images on the walls shifted again. This time, Alexander saw his men, their laughter, their tears, their sacrifices. He saw Hephaestion, his closest companion, standing beside him in countless battles. And then he saw something else, a future. A vision of what might come. He saw Hephaestion's face pale and still, lifeless. He saw himself kneeling beside a grave, his heart shattered. He saw his men turning on one another, their unity splintering. And he saw himself, alone, sitting on a golden throne in a vast, empty hall. "No," Alexander whispered, his voice trembling. "That cannot be." "It is one of many paths," the first figure said. "Your choices will decide if it becomes your truth." Alexander turned away, his breathing ragged. The weight of what he had seen threatened to crush him. He had fought so hard, given so much, and for what? Was this his destiny, to achieve greatness only to be consumed by it? "Do not despair," the softer voice said. "Greatness is not measured by what you conquer, but by what you leave behind. Your legacy is not in monuments or titles, but in the lives you touch. The walls shimmered, and for a brief moment, Alexander saw a different vision. He saw himself not as a king, but as a man. A man who inspired others to dream, to strive for something greater. He saw his men standing together, not for him, but for each other. He saw peace. The figure stepped closer, its light enveloping him. You are mortal, Alexander, and that is your greatest strength. Do not seek to be one of us. Be what you are. Be human. The words hung in the air, and then, slowly, the light began to fade. The images on the walls dissolved into darkness, and the hall grew quiet once more. Alexander stood there, his fists unclenching, his breathing steadying. He turned to his men, their faces still etched with awe and fear. He saw in their eyes the same questions that burned within him. We move forward, he said, his voice firm but quiet. Together. And though he did not look back, he felt the presence linger, watching, as it always had, as it always would. The sky was not simply dark, it was alive. Swirling shadows clawed at the heavens, and veins of electric blue light coursed through the clouds like the pulse of some cosmic beast. The air itself trembled, thick with the charge of something far greater than any storm they had known. The men stood silent, their faces lit intermittently by the brilliant, jagged streaks of lightning that tore across the expanse. There was no rain, no wind, only an oppressive stillness, as if the world held its breath. Alexander's hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. His gaze was fixed on the horizon, where the writhing mass of the storm grew ever closer. Its movements were unnatural, deliberate, as though it was a sentient force bent on their destruction. It was unlike anything they had encountered in all their years of conquest. The storm wasn't coming for the land, it was coming for them. A sudden crack of thunder shattered the silence, so loud and fierce it felt as though the earth itself might split. The men flinched, their composure breaking for just a moment. Whispers began to ripple through the ranks, prayers to gods they had long abandoned, pleas to ancestors for protection. Even the bravest among them felt the icy grip of fear take hold. Do not waver. Alexander's voice rang out, steady and commanding. He turned to face his men, his eyes blazing with defiance. This is but another trial. We have faced death before, and we have prevailed. Hold fast. But even as he spoke, a doubt crept into his mind. This storm was no ordinary force of nature. It was alive with purpose, as if the cosmos itself sought to remind them of their mortality. Every instinct screamed at him that this was not something they could fight with swords or shields. The first tendrils of the storm reached the army like ghostly fingers, cold and unrelenting. The light around them dimmed, as though the sun had been extinguished. Men clutched their weapons tightly, their breaths visible in the chilling air. Then, the whispers began. They came from nowhere and everywhere at once. Faint, incomprehensible murmurs that seemed to rise from the very ground beneath their feet. At first, the men tried to ignore them, shaking their heads as though dismissing the tricks of an overburdened mind. But the whispers grew louder, more insistent, until they were a cacophony of voices, familiar voices. One soldier dropped to his knees, his face pale. "Mother," he choked out, tears streaming down his cheeks. "I hear her. I hear her calling me." Another man staggered back, his sword falling from his grasp. "No. No, it can't be. You're dead. His words were swallowed by a strangled sob as he collapsed to the ground. Alexander watched in horror as his army began to unravel. The whispers preyed on each man's soul, dredging up memories of loved ones lost, sins committed, and promises broken. It was as if the storm had reached into the depths of their hearts and laid bare their most vulnerable selves. Even Hephaestion, his closest companion, stood frozen, his eyes wide and haunted. "Focus!" Alexander shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. He grabbed Hephaestion by the shoulders, shaking him. "Do not let it consume you. It's not real, it's the storm." But even as he spoke, he felt it. A soft, familiar voice, one he hadn't heard since he was a boy. His mother's voice. It was warm, tender, calling his name with a love he had long thought lost. For a moment, the great Alexander faltered. He closed his eyes, the weight of memory pressing down on him. He could see her face so clearly, her smile, the way she used to hum as she brushed his hair. It was so real. No, he roared, forcing his eyes open. He clenched his fists, driving the phantom memory away. He could not afford to fall, not now, not ever. His men needed him. He turned back to the army, his voice rising above the storm. This is not the end. Do you hear me? Stand. Fight. But how could they fight what could not be touched? The storm seemed to laugh at their defiance, its lightning striking the earth in violent bursts, each one closer than the last. The ground quaked, splitting open to reveal glowing fissures of light. The men huddled together, their fear palpable. Then, as if in response to Alexander's rallying cry, the storm shifted. Its tendrils withdrew, coiling high above them like a predator biding its time. The whispers faded, replaced by a low, guttural rumble that shook the very air. And then it struck. A single bolt of lightning, larger and brighter than any they had ever seen, crashed down in the center of the army. The impact was deafening, sending men flying and leaving a smoldering crater in its wake. The ground burned with an unearthly light, and from the center of the crater rose a figure. It was human-shaped, but its body was composed entirely of the storm itself, lightning and shadow intertwined. Its eyes burned with an intensity that seemed to pierce through flesh and bone. It raised an arm, and the storm answered, unleashing a torrent of energy that split the sky. Mortals, the figure intoned, its voice reverberating through their very souls. You dare march across the heavens, claiming what is not yours. Your arrogance has drawn the wrath of the cosmos. Alexander stepped forward, his chin held high. We march because we must, he said, his voice steady despite the fear clawing at his heart. We march because it is our destiny. The figure tilted its head, as if considering his words. Destiny, it repeated, its tone laced with both curiosity and disdain. Mortals speak of destiny as though it is their right. But you are fragile, fleeting sparks in an eternal storm. Alexander's eyes narrowed. Then test us, he said. If we are so fragile, break us. If we are so fleeting, snuff us out. But know this, we do not kneel. Not to gods, not to storms, not to anything. The figure stared at him for what felt like an eternity. Then, slowly, it lowered its arm. The storm around them began to calm, the tendrils retreating into the heavens. The figure's burning eyes softened, and for a brief moment, Alexander thought he saw something almost human in its expression. Very well, it said. You may continue. But remember this moment, mortal. Remember your defiance when the storm returns. With that, the figure dissolved, its body becoming one with the storm as it rose higher and higher, until it vanished entirely. The army stood in stunned silence, the weight of what they had faced sinking in. Alexander turned to his men, his voice steady but quiet. We live, he said simply. And for the first time in what felt like an eternity, the men cheered. The air was thick with an unnatural stillness as the army approached the vast, crumbled gates. Before them stretched a city like no other, a labyrinth of colossal ruins, its structures twisted and defying the very laws of nature. Towers stood precariously on their edges, massive arches seemed to support nothing yet remained unyielding, and streets carved from shimmering black stone seemed to hum faintly, resonating with an ancient, unknowable power. No sound could be heard but their own hesitant footsteps. The silence felt alive, wrapping itself around the men like a suffocating shroud. Even the most stalwart among them felt an unshakable sense of unease, as though they were trespassing on ground never meant to be touched by mortal feet. Alexander stepped forward, his eyes fixed on a monumental statue lying broken in the center of the city square. It had once been grand, depicting a figure both humanoid and alien, its features chiseled with godlike precision. But time, or perhaps something more devastating, had reduced it to fragments. Its face, or what remained of it, stared upward as though in eternal agony. Hephaestion broke the silence. "What kind of place is this?" His voice was low, as though speaking any louder might awaken whatever force lingered here. Alexander did not answer. He was drawn to the massive shards of the statue's face, where strange symbols had been etched into the stone. They glowed faintly, pulsing in rhythm with the vibrations in the air. He reached out to touch them, but before his fingers made contact, a sudden, piercing wind howled through the ruins, carrying with it a chorus of whispers. The whispers were not human. They were layered, overlapping voices, speaking in a language none of them had ever heard yet somehow understood. They spoke of eternity, of power beyond comprehension, of a great betrayal. The men clutched their weapons, their faces pale. One soldier, younger than most, fell to his knees, his voice shaking as he cried out, "They're watching us. They've always been watching." Alexander turned sharply, his voice cutting through the rising panic. "Stand firm. Whatever this place is, it will not break us." But even as he spoke, he could feel the weight of those unseen eyes, the relentless scrutiny of something far beyond mortal comprehension. As they pressed deeper into the ruins, the whispers faded, replaced by an oppressive, thunderous silence. They came upon a vast courtyard, its center dominated by an enormous obelisk of crystalline material. It towered high above them, its surface covered in the same glowing symbols as the statue. The air around it shimmered, as though reality itself struggled to contain its presence. Alexander approached it cautiously. The obelisk seemed to radiate an almost magnetic pull, drawing him closer with every step. He could feel its power coursing through the ground, through the air, through his very being. It was overwhelming, intoxicating. For a moment, he felt as though he could see everything, every choice he had made, every life he had touched, every fragment of his own existence stretched out before him like a tapestry. But then came the visions. Brief, fragmented flashes of something ancient and terrible. Great celestial beings locked in an eternal struggle, their forms too vast and complex for the human mind to grasp. A city much like this one, but whole, vibrant, and teeming with life. And then, a cataclysm, a blinding light, a shattering force, and the anguished cries of 1,000 voices silenced in an instant. He staggered back, his breath ragged. The obelisk pulsed again, and the ground beneath it cracked, revealing a spiral staircase descending into darkness. Without hesitation, Alexander motioned to his men to follow. Some hesitated, their faces etched with fear, but his resolve was unshakable. "If this place holds answers, we will find them," he said, his voice steady. "And if it holds danger, we will face it." The descent was slow and treacherous. The staircase seemed to go on forever, its walls lined with carvings that shifted and changed as they passed. One moment, they depicted scenes of creation, worlds being formed from light and chaos. The next, they showed destruction on an unimaginable scale, planets consumed by fire, stars collapsing into darkness, and figures that resembled gods falling, their forms shattered like glass. At last, they reached the bottom. They emerged into a chamber vast beyond reckoning, its ceiling stretching so high it vanished into shadow. The floor was a mosaic of intricate patterns, each tile glowing faintly as though it contained a fragment of the heavens. At the center of the chamber stood a massive pedestal, upon which rested a glowing orb. Alexander approached the orb, his footsteps echoing in the silence. As he drew closer, the glow intensified, and the air grew heavy. He could feel the weight of countless ages pressing down on him, the collective knowledge of an entire civilization condensed into this one object. He reached out and placed his hand on the orb. In an instant, the chamber was flooded with light. Visions filled his mind, visions of the gods themselves, their true forms revealed. They were not the benevolent protectors the mortals had imagined, nor were they cruel tyrants. They were beings of immense power and complexity, driven by forces and desires beyond human understanding. They had created and destroyed, loved and betrayed, fought and fallen, all in an endless cycle that spanned eternity. And in their creations, they had left fragments of themselves, pieces of their power scattered across the cosmos. The ruins above were one such fragment, a remnant of their ancient city, a place where the line between mortal and divine blurred. The vision shifted, and Alexander saw his own face among the gods. He saw himself wielding their power, reshaping the world as he saw fit. But he also saw the cost, the isolation, the endless burden, the inevitable corruption. He pulled his hand away, gasping for breath. The glow of the orb dimmed, and the chamber grew quiet once more. He turned to his men, who looked at him with a mixture of awe and fear. This place, he struggled to find the words. It holds the power of the gods. But it is not ours to take lightly. The silence was broken by a low rumble. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble, and the glowing tiles flickered. The chamber seemed to groan, as though the ruins themselves were awakening. "We need to leave," Hephaestion said urgently. "Now." Alexander nodded, but as they turned to ascend the staircase, the whispers returned. They were louder now, more insistent. And this time, they spoke directly to him. "You have seen the truth," they said. "The choice is yours." The ruins seemed to shudder as the whispers faded, leaving Alexander with a weight he could not yet fully comprehend. The battlefield was unlike anything they had ever seen. It wasn't just the scale of destruction, it was the way the ground itself seemed to pulse with ancient rage. Cracks spidered across the earth, spewing pale light that stretched into the heavens like restless souls clawing for escape. The air was alive with tension, thick with the weight of ages past, and vibrating with the unearthly cries of those long forgotten. Alexander stood at the crest of a shattered ridge, his gaze fixed on the chaos unfolding below. His army had marched into this valley under the pale, shifting skies of a land that did not belong to mortals. They were ready for anything, or so they believed. But now, as the battle raged, it was clear that this was not a fight between men. Two forces, ancient and incomprehensible, clashed with a ferocity that defied reason. On one side were towering figures of molten stone, their forms glowing like embers within a crumbling forge. They moved with deliberate, destructive purpose, every step shaking the ground beneath them. Their opponents were spectral beings, their translucent bodies flickering in and out of existence as though they were caught between realms. They attacked in waves, wielding jagged shards of light and sound that tore through the air with deafening force. Caught in the crossfire, Alexander's soldiers struggled to hold their ground. The formations that had once been their strength were meaningless here. Shields cracked, swords shattered, and arrows fell uselessly against the otherworldly combatants. For every man who managed to stand firm, another was thrown back by an invisible force, their cries lost in the cacophony. Alexander's voice rang out, cutting through the panic. "Hold the line." But even he could see the futility of the command. The battlefield was no place for mortals. The armies of the forgotten beings paid no heed to those caught between them. Their war was older than time, their hatred far beyond human understanding. A soldier stumbled toward him, his armor scorched and his face pale. "What are they, my king? What do they want?" Alexander didn't answer. He didn't know. His eyes followed the path of one of the molten giants as it swung a massive arm, obliterating a swath of spectral warriors in a single strike. The air filled with the sound of cracking energy as the spectral beings retaliated, swarming the giant in a desperate assault that left it staggering but not defeated. It was a clash of titans, a battle that seemed to rewrite the very laws of existence with every blow. And yet, amidst the carnage, Alexander felt something stir within him, a strange and terrible understanding. These were not mindless creatures, they were remnants of something greater. He could sense their pain, their fury, their longing for something that had been lost. Hephaestion appeared at his side, his face etched with worry. "We can't stay here. We'll be annihilated." Alexander nodded, but his eyes remained fixed on the battle. "There's something here," he said quietly. "Something they're fighting for. Whatever it is, it's not worth our lives." But Alexander couldn't look away. His gaze was drawn to a single point at the center of the battlefield, a massive, jagged spire of obsidian that seemed to rise endlessly into the sky. It pulsed with the same pale light as the cracks in the earth, and both factions fought with desperate intensity to control it. A sudden roar split the air, and one of the molten giants fell. Its massive form crumbled into ash and flame, consumed by the spectral swarm. The ground where it had stood quaked violently, and the soldiers closest to it were thrown off their feet. In that moment, Alexander made his decision. We moved toward the spire. Hephaestion's eyes widened in disbelief. Toward it? That's madness. Madness is staying here and waiting to die. Alexander's voice was calm but firm. If we understand what they're fighting for, we may find a way to stop this. Reluctantly, Hephaestion nodded. The command was given, and the remnants of the army began their perilous advance. They moved in tight formation, shielding one another as best they could from the chaotic forces around them. Every step was a gamble, every breath a defiance of death. As they approached the spire, the intensity of the battle grew. The ground burned beneath their feet, and the air was heavy with the acrid scent of destruction. The spectral beings turned their attention toward the soldiers, lashing out with arcs of searing light. Men fell, their cries swallowed by the storm of violence, but Alexander pressed on, his determination unshaken. Finally, they reached the base of the spire. Up close, its surface was smooth and cold, despite the heat radiating from the battlefield. Strange symbols etched into the obsidian glowed faintly, pulsating in time with the light from the cracks in the earth. Alexander placed a hand on the spire, and a shock of energy surged through him. The world shifted. For a brief moment, he was no longer on the battlefield. He stood in a vast, timeless void, surrounded by the echoes of ancient voices. The forgotten beings were there, not as the monstrous combatants he had seen, but as luminous, majestic forms. They were arguing, their voices clashing like thunder. The power must not fall into mortal hands, one of them said, its voice resonating with authority. But we cannot keep it from them forever, another replied. Their existence is tied to ours. They are our reflection, our consequence. The vision faded as quickly as it had come, and Alexander was back on the battlefield. The spire pulsed again, and he felt the weight of countless ages pressing down on him. This war was not about power, it was about balance, about the fragile line between creation and destruction. Alexander. Hephaestion's voice broke through his thoughts. We're surrounded. The spectral beings were closing in, their forms flickering with deadly intent. The molten giants, too, were converging on the spire, their eyes burning with rage. Alexander raised his sword, his voice ringing out above the chaos. Hold fast. This is not our end. The soldiers rallied around him, their courage reignited by his presence. They fought with everything they had, their weapons flashing in the pale light. But the ancient factions were relentless, their fury unstoppable. In the end, it was not strength that saved them, but the spire itself. As the battle reached its peak, the obsidian structure began to hum with a low, resonant frequency. The light from its surface intensified, engulfing the battlefield in a blinding glow. The warring factions froze, their forms dissolving into fragments of light and shadow. And then, silence. When the light faded, the battlefield was empty. The molten giants and spectral beings were gone, their ancient war ended by forces beyond mortal understanding. Only the spire remained, its surface dark and lifeless. Alexander stood at its base, his sword lowered, his face pale. He did not speak, but in his heart, he knew the truth. The war had been a warning, a reminder of the fragile balance that held the world together. And now, that balance rested in his hands. The air was cold and unnaturally still, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Each step forward felt heavier than the last, not because of exhaustion but because of something unseen pressing down on their spirits. The path before them shimmered, rippling like water yet solid underfoot. No one dared speak, their voices caught in their throats by a sense of unshakable dread. Alexander marched at the head of the column, his face set in stone, his eyes scanning the ever-shifting horizon. He could feel it, this was no ordinary crossing. The space around them had begun to lose its familiar edges. Trees that once lined the trail now twisted unnaturally, their limbs stretching toward the sky in grotesque, impossible angles. The ground beneath their feet glimmered faintly, like the surface of some unearthly mirror. It was not a place meant for mortals. The first sign came quietly, almost too subtle to notice. A soldier stumbled to a halt, staring intently at a spot in the distance. His face twisted in confusion as he turned to Alexander. "Do you see it, my king?" he whispered, his voice trembling. "The city." Alexander followed the man's gaze, but there was nothing. Just the endless expanse of the shimmering path. Yet when he turned back, the soldier was no longer there. In his place, the faint outline of his armor glinted like a ghostly memory before vanishing completely. "Keep moving," Alexander commanded, his voice firm. But even he could feel the unease crawling through his veins. The line between reality and illusion was dissolving, and the weight of the unknown threatened to swallow them whole. The soldiers pushed forward, their ranks growing tighter as the world around them unraveled. Landmarks they had passed moments before reappeared ahead, twisted and distorted as if mocking their sense of direction. A river that had run still and silent began to flow backward, its waters gleaming with colors no human eye could comprehend. Shadows danced in places where there was no light, whispering words just out of reach. It became harder to distinguish what was real. Men swore they saw loved ones walking alongside them, faces from distant memories now impossibly close. One man cried out, dropping his weapon as he fell to his knees. "She's here," he screamed, reaching out to an invisible figure. "Don't leave me again." His sobs echoed into the endless void, but when his comrades tried to pull him up, their hands passed through him as if he were made of smoke. Moments later, he was gone. Panic began to creep through the ranks, each man fighting not only the strange realm around them but their own crumbling minds. Alexander could see the fear in their eyes, hear it in their heavy breaths. They were soldiers, hardened by years of war, but this was a battle they had not been trained to fight. "Focus on your purpose," Alexander called out, his voice cutting through the growing chaos. "Do not trust what you see. Trust yourselves." Yet even he was not immune. Shapes flickered at the edges of his vision, figures from his past, faces he had buried long ago. He saw his mother, her piercing eyes filled with both pride and sorrow. He saw Hephaestion, his closest companion, standing just out of reach, his expression unreadable. The visions pulled at his heart, tempting him to lose himself in their impossible promises. But Alexander was nothing if not resolute. He gripped the hilt of his sword, the cold metal anchoring him to what little reality remained. He would not falter. Not here. The army pressed onward, their footsteps echoing unnaturally in the shifting expanse. Time itself seemed to lose meaning, hours stretched into eternity, or perhaps it was only minutes. The air grew thinner, each breath a struggle against the oppressive weight of the place. Some soldiers collapsed where they stood, their bodies fading into the shimmering ground as if they had never been there at all. Then, the sky began to change. The swirling void above them fractured, shards of light breaking through the darkness. The soldiers shielded their eyes as the light intensified, cascading down like 1,000 burning stars. It wasn't warm or comforting, it was cold and searing, piercing through them as if searching for something hidden within their souls. Alexander felt it too. The light wrapped around him, probing, questioning. It seemed to ask, "Why are you here? What do you seek?" He didn't answer aloud, but the truth burned in his heart. He sought to understand, to conquer not just the world but the mysteries that bound it together. And yet, in that moment, he wondered if the cost was too great. As suddenly as it began, the light receded, and the fractured sky returned to its endless void. But something had changed. The path beneath their feet no longer shimmered, it now pulsed, as if alive, guiding them forward. Alexander took a cautious step, and the ground held firm. "Stay close," he commanded. His voice carried a weight of reassurance, though it was clear to all that he was holding onto his own resolve by a thread. The soldiers obeyed, their steps steady despite the lingering fear. The air grew colder still, and the whispers returned, louder and more insistent. They spoke in languages no one could understand, yet their meaning was clear: turn back. This is not your place. But Alexander would not turn back. He led his men forward, their movements synchronized, their breaths clouding the air like smoke. The world around them flickered and shifted, but they no longer flinched. They had become part of the strangeness, their presence carving out a fragile thread of reality in a place that defied it. Finally, the path ended. They stood at the edge of a great chasm, its depths swirling with shadows and light. Across the expanse lay another path, faint and distant, but unmistakably real. It was the way forward, the promise of something beyond the unknown. But there was no bridge. Alexander stepped to the edge, his eyes scanning the chasm. The swirling void below seemed to reach for him, pulling at his thoughts, his memories. It was alive, and it wanted them to fall. He could feel the pull, the promise of rest, of release. But Alexander refused to yield. He turned to his soldiers, his voice steady and commanding. "We are not finished," he said. "We will cross." One by one, the men stepped forward, their faith in their leader outweighing their fear. They formed a line, their hands clasped tightly, their strength shared. Together, they began to move, their feet finding purchase on what seemed to be thin air. The chasm roared beneath them, the shadows and light surging upward as if to consume them. But they held firm, their unity a defiance of the chaos. Step by step, they crossed the void, their breaths coming in sharp, determined gasps. And when the last man reached the far side, the chasm vanished, leaving only solid ground beneath their feet. The army stood in silence, their hearts pounding, their minds racing with the impossible reality of what they had just endured. Alexander looked back, his eyes meeting those of his men. They had crossed into the unknown and emerged on the other side. But the journey was far from over. The air smelled of iron and ash, heavy with the remnants of battle. Alexander stood motionless amidst the chaos, his sword slipping from his fingers and landing with a muted thud on the blood-soaked ground. Around him, the cries of victory from his men began to falter, their triumph dampened by what had just been lost. A figure lay before him, unmoving, cloaked in a tattered cape now darkened by the wounds of sacrifice. He could barely bring himself to kneel, his legs buckling under the weight of his realization. This wasn't a faceless soldier or a distant comrade, this was someone irreplaceable, someone who had stood beside him through every impossible moment of his conquest. He reached out, his hand trembling as he touched the lifeless shoulder. "Why did you do it?" he whispered, his voice breaking, barely audible over the crackling fires around him. There was no answer. The silence screamed louder than any voice ever could. It had happened so quickly. A single arrow, seemingly plucked from the ether, had found its mark. Alexander had not even seen it coming. One moment, they were rallying together against the enemy, the next, his trusted companion had stepped into the fatal trajectory without hesitation. They had shielded Alexander, placing his survival above their own, as if their life was expendable in the shadow of his ambition. And now that ambition felt hollow. He clenched his fist against the cold ground, trying to hold onto something real, something that didn't feel like it was slipping away. His men approached him cautiously, their heads bowed, unsure of what to say or how to act. They had never seen their king like this before. Alexander, the invincible, was shattered. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the battlefield in hues of orange and red, Alexander's mind spiraled. He could see every moment he had shared with them, flashing like fragments of light piercing the darkness. Their laughter over the campfire when the weight of war seemed far away. Their unwavering loyalty, offering wisdom and strength when doubt crept in. Their fierce determination, standing shoulder to shoulder with him as though nothing in the world could break them. But the world had broken them. The truth gnawed at the edges of his soul. This wasn't just a loss, it was a wound that would never heal. He looked around at his army, men and women who had pledged their lives to his cause. They were all watching him, searching his face for strength, for answers. But Alexander had none to give. His victories suddenly felt insignificant, his dreams tainted by the blood spilled to achieve them. Was this the price of greatness? Was this the cost of wanting the impossible? A soft wind brushed against his face, carrying with it the echoes of distant voices. He thought of the stories his mother used to tell him, of kings and conquerors who reached too far, who traded their humanity for their names to be etched into eternity. He had always dismissed those tales as warnings for lesser men. But now he understood their truth. "I told you," he whispered to himself, his voice cracking. He had heard the warnings from his closest allies. They had begged him to reconsider, to think of the lives that might be lost for every step further he took. But he hadn't listened. The world was his to claim, and nothing would stand in his way. Nothing but this. His chest tightened, the weight of grief and guilt pressing down on him like an iron chain. He wanted to scream, to unleash his rage at the sky, to demand answers from the gods who watched silently from their distant thrones. But no sound escaped his lips. He was king, conqueror, and yet in this moment, he felt powerless. Night fell, and the stars blinked down like distant, unfeeling eyes. Alexander sat in the stillness, his army gathered in a silent vigil around him. No one dared to speak. Even the wind had died, as if the world itself was mourning the loss. He thought of their words, their quiet warnings whispered when no one else could hear. "Alexander, we have come so far. Do we need to go further? Is there nothing left that satisfies your hunger?" They had never said it with bitterness or malice, only concern, the kind born from a love he could never repay. And now they were gone. A single tear traced its way down his cheek, falling onto the cold armor that still clung to his body. He hadn't cried since he was a boy, since he had lost someone else he thought he could never live without. He had vowed then to never feel that kind of pain again. But pain had found him once more. He stood, his movements slow and deliberate, his body feeling heavier than it ever had before. His men watched in silence as he turned to face them. They expected words of inspiration, of reassurance. But he could not give them lies. "We will remember them," he said simply, his voice carrying across the hushed field. Not as a sacrifice, but as a reminder. The soldiers exchanged uncertain glances, but there was something in Alexander's tone that made them stand a little straighter, their own grief momentarily eclipsed by the weight of their leader's sorrow. They had followed him through fire and death, but now they saw something new in him. Vulnerability. Humanity. He looked out over the battlefield, his gaze distant. The stars above seemed dimmer now, their light a pale imitation of the brightness that had been lost. He could feel their absence like a shadow stretching across his heart. But he also felt their presence, in the wind, in the silence, in the resolve that burned anew within him. This was not the end. He would carry this loss with him, as a scar, as a lesson. The fire of ambition still burned in his chest, but it was no longer the consuming inferno it had been before. It had changed, tempered by the ashes of what he could never get back. The night stretched on, and Alexander stood as a solitary figure against the vastness of the universe. He had fought countless battles, faced unimaginable horrors, and conquered nations. But this loss, this sacrifice, was a battle he could never win. And yet, he would keep walking forward. Not for himself, but for them, for every life that had been given for his dreams, for every soul that had believed in him when he could not believe in himself. The stars began to fade as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon. The world moved on, indifferent to the grief of mortals. But Alexander remained, standing tall, a man forever changed by the weight of what he had lost, and what he could never afford to lose again. The air was thick, pulsing with an unearthly rhythm that seemed to beat in time with Alexander's own heart. He stood at the edge of the impossible, a place where all sense of direction dissolved, where the stars themselves bent and fractured into threads of shimmering light. It was as though the universe had folded inward, and at its center was the source of all that had ever been, the beating heart of creation and destruction. The ground beneath him wasn't ground at all. It shifted and rippled like liquid glass, each step sending waves of light cascading outward, blending into an infinite void of color and sound. His army, weary and battered from the trials they had faced, hung back, their expressions caught between awe and terror. This was not a battlefield they could fight upon, not a world they could conquer. It was something far greater than themselves. Alexander clenched his fists, his breath uneven as he stared ahead. Suspended in the distance, a swirling vortex of light and shadow churned. It pulsed like a living thing, radiating both warmth and a terrible, cold emptiness. It called to him, not with words, but with a pull so deep it seemed to resonate within his very soul. Every instinct screamed at him to turn back, to leave this place untouched, but he couldn't. He had come too far, lost too much. This was the end of the path, the answer to every question that had ever burned in his mind. As he took a step forward, the world seemed to shift around him. He heard voices, faint whispers that rose and fell like the tides. They weren't human voices, they were older, layered, and endless. Each one seemed to tell a story, a fragment of existence woven into the fabric of the cosmos. He stopped, his heart pounding, as he realized the whispers were speaking to him. Not in words he could understand, but in feelings and images that flooded his mind like a torrent. He saw the birth of stars, their brilliant light igniting the void. He saw worlds forming, spinning into existence only to crumble into dust. He saw life, fragile and defiant, blooming in the shadow of destruction. And he saw himself, standing at the center of it all, a mere thread in an infinite tapestry. The weight of it was almost too much to bear. He staggered, his knees threatening to buckle as the enormity of what lay before him pressed down like an avalanche. For the first time in his life, Alexander felt truly small. And then the whispers changed. They grew sharper, colder, laced with anger and sorrow. The images in his mind twisted, wars waged in the name of power, cities reduced to ash, lives snuffed out like candle flames. He saw the cost of ambition, the scars left on the universe by those who reached too far. He saw himself again, his face reflected in the eyes of the dying, his name whispered as both a curse and a prayer. "No," he muttered, shaking his head as if he could cast the images away. But they wouldn't leave. They clung to him, forcing him to confront the truth he had tried so hard to ignore. Every step he had taken, every battle he had fought, had brought him here. But at what cost? How many lives had been sacrificed to fuel his dream? How many worlds had been shattered by his need to prove himself? He clenched his teeth, his body trembling as he forced himself to take another step. The vortex loomed closer now, its pull growing stronger with every breath. He could feel it in his chest, in his bones, a deep, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through every atom of his being. This was it. The source of everything. The place where creation and destruction met, entwined in an eternal dance. As he approached, the light grew brighter, searing into his eyes until he was forced to shield his face. The whispers grew louder, rising into a deafening roar. He could hear voices now, distinct and clear, overlapping in a chaotic symphony. Some were pleading, others accusing. Some called him a hero, others a tyrant. They surrounded him, engulfed him, until he felt as though he would be torn apart. "Stop," he shouted, his voice raw and desperate. "Stop." The voices fell silent. He lowered his hand slowly, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The vortex was right in front of him now, its swirling depths so vast and endless that it seemed to stretch beyond time itself. He could feel its power, a force that was both beautiful and terrifying. It was alive, and it was watching him. For a moment, he hesitated. He thought of his army, waiting behind him. He thought of the lives he had lost, the sacrifices that had been made. He thought of everything he had done to reach this point, and the doubts that had plagued him every step of the way. "What are you?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. The vortex didn't answer, but he felt its response, a surge of energy that coursed through him like fire. He saw more images, more stories, unfolding in his mind. He saw a balance, delicate and fragile, holding the universe together. Creation and destruction, life and death, light and shadow, each one necessary, each one bound to the other. And he saw his place within it, a fleeting moment in the vast, unending cycle. Tears streamed down his face as he fell to his knees. The weight of it all was unbearable, and yet he couldn't turn away. He reached out, his hand trembling as it moved closer to the vortex. The light engulfed him, blinding and overwhelming, and for a moment, he felt as though he was dissolving, becoming part of something far greater than himself. He heard the whispers again, softer this time. They spoke of beginnings and endings, of choices and consequences. They spoke of the cost of power and the responsibility that came with it. And they asked him a single, simple question. What will you choose? Alexander's hand hovered in the air, his heart pounding as he stared into the swirling abyss. The question echoed in his mind, demanding an answer. This was it, the moment he had been searching for, the moment he had feared. The weight of his choices pressed down on him, heavier than any sword or shield he had ever carried. And in that moment, he realized the truth. He wasn't here to take. He wasn't here to conquer. He was here to understand, to face the consequences of his ambition, and to find a way to make it mean something. Slowly, he lowered his hand. The vortex pulsed, as if acknowledging his choice, and the light began to fade. The voices quieted, retreating into the depths of the cosmos, leaving him alone once more. Alexander stood, his body trembling but his heart steady. He turned and began to walk back, each step feeling lighter than the last. Behind him, the vortex continued to churn, its endless dance undisturbed. The air felt different now, heavy with an unfamiliar tension. Alexander stood alone, his gaze fixed on the horizon, where the once bleak sky had begun to shift. The sun was setting, but its light was not the warm, comforting hue he had known. It was sharp, almost cold, and the shadows beneath it seemed to stretch longer than they should, as though time itself was unraveling around him. He had been to the edge of the universe, felt its pulse, and returned with the weight of eternity on his shoulders. He had seen things that no mortal should ever see, touched the infinite, and now he stood at the precipice of something far worse than any battle, any enemy he had ever fought. The gods were watching. He could feel their eyes upon him, sharp, unblinking, filled with judgment. His army had dispersed, leaving him alone in the silence of the moment. All around him, the earth was still, holding its breath. He was no longer the conqueror, the one who had risen above the world. He was a man, standing before powers that dwarfed him, and in that stillness, he felt the weight of his actions crashing down on him like a thunderclap. Behind him, the sounds of the world seemed to vanish. No birds, no rustling of trees, no wind. Just the sound of his own breath, shallow and ragged, and the distant hum of something ancient and unfathomable. He turned, his heart thundering in his chest, and saw them. They were not as he had imagined. Not grand, shining figures on clouds or thunderous voices from above. No, the gods were different. They were more than that, far beyond the reach of any mortal mind. There were shadows in the air, flickering like the remnants of forgotten stars, their forms shifting with the light, as if they existed only to judge him, to dissect his every thought, his every deed. One of them spoke, its voice not a sound but a feeling, a wave that washed over him, reverberating in his chest, pulling at the fibers of his soul. The words were simple but carried a weight he could not escape. Alexander, it said, its tone both cold and knowing. You have walked the path of the gods, but you are no god. He opened his mouth, but no words came. The truth was undeniable. His whole life had been a chase, chasing power, glory, the endless hunger for more. More land, more conquest, more immortality. He had believed that by becoming the greatest, he could transcend the limitations of mortality. But the gods saw through him. They saw the flaws, the arrogance, the price of his ambition. Another god stepped forward, its presence causing the very ground to tremble. Its voice was like the crack of thunder, shaking the sky above. You have taken much from this world, Alexander. But in the taking, you have forgotten what it means to give. A chill ran through him as if the very words had frozen his blood. He had conquered, yes. He had built an empire that stretched across continents. But he had left destruction in his wake. The people he had conquered had not bowed in awe, they had been crushed beneath his will. He had taken their lands, their lives, and never once had he asked what they might have wanted. He had sought only his own glory. The weight of it hit him like a wave, and for the first time in years, Alexander's knees buckled. He fell to the ground, his hands pressing into the earth, as if grounding himself in the reality of what he had become. The gods were right. He had forgotten the most basic truth of all, that power without compassion, without understanding, was nothing but destruction. Another voice, softer, but no less piercing, echoed in his mind. It wasn't one of the gods, but a memory. His mother's voice, gentle but firm, speaking to him as a child. Power is only as good as the heart that wields it. He had ignored that lesson for so long. He had surrounded himself with warriors, with kings and generals, but never with those who truly understood the cost of his ambition. His army had become nothing more than instruments for his own greatness, and in doing so, he had lost sight of the people who had once believed in him. The ones who had seen him as a leader, not a god. The gods spoke again, their voices now layered together, weaving in and out like a storm. You sought to claim the heavens, but in doing so, you have undone the balance of the world. And for that, you must answer. Alexander closed his eyes, his breath coming in jagged gasps. He had always known that his ambition came at a cost, but he had never truly understood what that cost would be. He had never known that it would cost him his very soul. The gods were not angry. No, their judgment was not born of fury but of a quiet, inevitable truth. They had seen countless mortals like him, ambitious, proud, driven by a desire to shape the world according to their own vision. They had seen empires rise and fall. They had seen men who believed they could conquer death, only to be swallowed by it. And now, Alexander stood before them, a man who had crossed the line between ambition and madness. A man who had been willing to sacrifice everything, including his humanity, in the name of something greater. And in that moment, he realized the truth. What had he truly gained? Nothing but a legacy of pain and bloodshed. The ground beneath him shook again, and the sky darkened. A storm brewed above, not of wind or rain, but of cosmic power. The gods did not need storms to punish him, they were beyond such petty things. But the heavens themselves seemed to reflect his inner turmoil, as if the world itself wept for him. The voice that had first spoken now softened, but it carried the weight of all eternity. You will not be destroyed, Alexander. But you will not be the same. Your fate is tied to the fate of all that you have touched. And that, no god can undo. His heart was heavy, but there was a strange peace in it now. He understood. He could not change what he had done. He could not undo the wars, the suffering, the lives lost in his wake. But he could choose what came next. He could choose to learn from his mistakes, to become something different. The gods faded, their forms dissolving into the light of the setting sun. But their judgment lingered in the air, not as a punishment, but as a reminder. A reminder that power, unchecked, was never truly power at all. Alexander stood up, his body aching, but his heart clear. He had no more dreams of gods or empires. No more illusions of grandeur. The world was vast, and he was but one man in its endless tide. But that did not mean he could not make a difference. The judgment had been passed. And now, it was time to live with it. The ground trembled beneath their feet, a low, unsettling hum that echoed through the bones of every soldier. It wasn't the rumble of a distant battle or the tremor of an earthquake. No, this was different. This was a warning, a sign that something far darker was unfolding. Alexander stood at the edge of the encampment, staring into the horizon. The sky, once vibrant with the promise of another dawn, was now swirling in unnatural colors, as if the very heavens themselves had begun to bleed. A sickly orange and purple haze spread across the landscape, stretching far beyond the reach of the army's sight. The air felt thick, heavy, almost as if it were pushing against them, forcing them to fight for every breath. His hand clenched the hilt of his sword, his knuckles turning white. There was no battle to prepare for. No enemy in sight. Yet, every soldier, every warrior, every soul under his command felt it, a deep, gnawing sense of dread that crawled up from their stomachs to their chests. "What is happening?" a voice came from behind him. He turned to see Callista, her face pale, her eyes wide with concern. She, too, had seen the change in the sky. She had felt the air shift, the weight of something ancient and powerful stirring. But what it was, neither of them could understand. Before Alexander could speak, the sky above them seemed to split open. A jagged crack appeared in the clouds, cutting across the heavens like a scar. From within the tear, a low, haunting sound began to rise, an ominous hum that seemed to vibrate in every fiber of their being. It was the sound of something breaking, something unraveling. A sound that chilled the heart and froze the soul. "Get the soldiers to shelter," Alexander commanded, his voice sharp, filled with urgency. He didn't know what this was, but he knew they couldn't stand exposed to it. They had no idea what was coming, but something told him it would not be kind. The army moved quickly, forming a hasty line of defense, their eyes darting nervously, weapons drawn, but unsure of what to fight. They had conquered mountains and deserts, faced armies larger than their own, but this felt like something beyond their understanding. And then it began. The earth cracked beneath their feet with a deafening roar. The ground opened wide, swallowing entire sections of the camp. Tents, weapons, and soldiers alike were pulled into the chasm, disappearing into the black abyss below. The air was filled with screams, but they were quickly swallowed by the noise of the earth itself, angry, violent, and uncaring. Alexander's heart raced, his mind racing even faster. He could see the chaos unfold before him, but it made no sense. What had happened? What had caused this catastrophic collapse of the world they had fought so hard to conquer? He had heard legends of such things, stories whispered by old men about the fragility of the realms, but he had never believed them. How could anyone believe in such impossible things? Now, those stories had become their nightmare. "We need to leave. Now." Callista's voice was urgent, her eyes frantic as she grabbed his arm, pulling him back from the edge of the ravine that had formed where the earth had cracked. But it was too late. From the tear in the sky above, dark shapes began to descend, masses of swirling, distorted energy that looked like shadows in the shape of monstrous wings. The air grew colder, and the very ground beneath them seemed to hum with unnatural power. The gods had warned him. The balance was broken. But how could anyone prepare for this? Alexander turned to his army, his voice booming as he ordered the retreat. But it was already too late. The soldiers who had been closest to the cracks in the earth were already being consumed, their bodies torn apart by the force of the collapse, dragged down into the abyss below. And worse still, the air itself had become a prison. The soldiers in the back tried to flee, but the ground was shifting, pulling in every direction. It was as if the earth itself had forgotten what it meant to hold them, to support them. The very foundation of their world was crumbling. No escape. No refuge. As Alexander and Callista ran, the world around them disintegrated. The forest they had passed through just days before was now nothing but ashes and dust. The mountains, which had stood as guardians to the land, were crumbling, their peaks breaking off and falling into the darkness. Every corner of the world seemed to be falling apart, as if the very fabric of existence had begun to tear at the seams. "Alexander!" Callista cried, her voice barely audible over the roar of the crumbling world around them. She grabbed his arm, pulling him to a stop. Her eyes were wide, desperate. "What is happening? What do we do?" He wanted to tell her it would be fine, that he had a plan, that they would survive this. But he couldn't. The truth was too clear now. The collapse of the realms wasn't just a catastrophe, it was the end. The end of everything they had fought for. The end of everything they had ever known. The sky above them pulsed again, and then, in a blinding flash, the tear in the heavens expanded. From the rift, something began to emerge, something so vast, so overwhelming, that it swallowed the stars. The very energy that poured out from it felt like it was tearing them apart, breaking them down to their core. The army had been reduced to scattered groups of survivors, their voices drowned out by the overwhelming noise of the collapse. Panic gripped their hearts as they saw the sky fold in on itself, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing inward, pulling everything into the void. As the energy from the rift touched the ground, the earth itself began to buckle. The stone beneath their feet began to crumble, not just in front of them, but everywhere. A ripple of destruction passed through the land, splitting rivers in two, shattering the very soil beneath them. And all around, the screams of the soldiers, of men, women, and children, echoed in the chaos. For a brief moment, Alexander thought of the empire he had built, of all the sacrifices, of the lives lost to reach this point. It all seemed so insignificant now, so fragile against the sheer magnitude of the destruction that surrounded them. And then, in the distance, the sky split again. But this time, it didn't just crack. It shattered completely. The remnants of the world, the realms he had once known, were falling apart, collapsing into nothingness. There was no escape. The collapse wasn't just the destruction of a city or an army, it was the unraveling of everything. The world as they knew it was no more. The air felt heavy, thick with the weight of loss. The world around them had fractured, shattered into fragments of nothingness, and yet the remnants of the army stood firm, as if clinging to a sliver of hope that refused to die. The ground beneath their feet was unstable, shifting with each breath, threatening to swallow them whole, but they fought on. The sky above, once full of promises, now swirled in dark clouds that pressed down on them like an ancient weight. There was no more sun, no more stars, only a suffocating blackness that seemed to hold them in place, suffocating their every movement. The rift they had crossed so many times was no longer a distant terror, it was here, right above them, pulsing like a heartbeat. It threatened to consume them, to erase the last traces of what had once been. Alexander stood at the front, his sword in hand, the blade now dull from the countless battles, but still it was his only companion. His men, his brothers, his comrades, stood behind him, battered and broken, their faces streaked with dirt, blood, and the marks of a world crumbling around them. They had fought and lost so much already, but this was their final fight. "Move," he shouted, his voice hoarse but commanding. The remnants of his army followed, a ragged line of soldiers, moving with a desperation that could not be explained. Every step they took felt like it was their last. But they would keep moving. They had no choice. There was no going back now. The ground shook again, more violently this time, as if the very earth itself was being torn apart. A massive crack split open before them, and from within it, a blinding light poured forth. It was the light of the mortal world, the one they had left behind. A beacon, faint but real, calling to them. It was the only thing left that mattered. If they could reach it, if they could survive long enough, they might find their way back. But the cost was high. The army had already lost so many. The ones who had been too slow, too weak, were already lost to the abyss, dragged into the rift as it consumed everything in its path. There was no mercy here, only survival, and even that was uncertain. Callista was beside him, her breath quick and shallow, her eyes haunted. She had been with him since the beginning, through every trial, every battle. She had seen it all, stood by him when the world was at its most unforgiving, but now, even she seemed to question if they could survive this. She, too, could feel the weight of the rift above them, could feel its gravity pulling at her. "We can't hold on forever," she whispered, her voice trembling. "There's nothing left. We're losing it all." "I won't stop," Alexander replied, his voice resolute, though his own heart ached. He had seen what they had lost. He had watched friends fall, comrades disappear, and yet still, he couldn't let it end this way. Not like this. The sky trembled again, and a sudden gust of wind swept through the army, carrying with it the scent of ash and burning earth. The rift opened wider, and the dark shapes, the entities that had been lurking just beyond the veil, began to emerge. Twisted, monstrous figures, half seen and half formed, seemed to slip from the cracks in reality. They were not of this world, beings born of chaos, fueled by destruction, sent to finish what had already begun. "Get ready," Alexander shouted, raising his sword high. "We fight for our lives. For everything we've lost. For the world we can still save." With that, the remnants of his army surged forward, their weapons drawn, their bodies battered but still strong. They fought not just for survival but for the very hope that had brought them this far. Each blow, each swing of the sword, was a defiance against the end, a refusal to be forgotten. The air around them crackled with tension as they clashed with the dark shapes, their swords striking at the shadows that were born of the rift. But for every strike they landed, more of the monsters seemed to pour out, more of the abyss spreading. Alexander fought with everything he had, his mind focused only on one thing, the light. The flickering beacon that called to him from the rift. It was their way home. It was their salvation. But even as he pushed forward, he could feel the pull of the darkness growing stronger. It was a force they couldn't outrun, no matter how fast they ran. The battle raged on, fierce and unforgiving. Soldiers fell, their cries swallowed by the cacophony of the world around them. Callista fought beside him, her movements swift and deadly, but even she was beginning to slow, her energy waning with each passing moment. The weight of their failure, the knowledge that their world was falling apart, was a burden that none could escape. Alex! Callista's voice broke through the chaos, her eyes wide as she reached for him. We can't. But before she could finish, a massive shadow lunged at them. Alexander barely managed to raise his sword in time to deflect the blow, but the impact sent him stumbling backward, his vision blurring. The ground beneath him cracked open, and he found himself teetering on the edge of the abyss. Alex! Callista screamed, grabbing hold of his arm, pulling him back. But the weight of the world was too much. The ground trembled again, and the very air seemed to warp around them. The rift was pulling, and there was no escaping it now. They were all bound to it, caught in its gravity, and Alexander could feel his strength waning, his will slipping away with each passing second. For the first time since this war had begun, Alexander felt the cold grip of fear. He looked around at his men, those who remained, battered and bloodied, and saw the same fear reflected in their eyes. It wasn't just fear of the monsters or the destruction that had brought them to this point. It was the fear of knowing that no matter how hard they fought, they couldn't stop the inevitable. And yet, even in the face of the end, they fought on. Because it was all they knew. It was all they could do. Fight! Alexander shouted, though his voice cracked with exhaustion. Fight for what's left of us. And so, with every last ounce of strength they had, the remnants of his army fought, not just for their lives, but for the chance to return home, to the world they had known, to the world they had loved. But the rift was closing in, and the light grew dimmer. The end was near. The wind howled through the empty plains, carrying with it the faintest whispers of a story long forgotten. In the distance, the ruins of once great cities lay in the embrace of time, their stone walls crumbled into dust, their towers reduced to mere memories etched into the landscape. The world had moved on, as it always did. But if you listen closely, if you let the wind brush your face and the earth speak beneath your feet, you might catch a glimpse of a different time. There, in the heart of the wasteland, stood the remnants of a legend born not from the pages of books, but from the lives of those who had once walked the earth, who had bled and fought, who had dreamed of a destiny greater than themselves. Their names had faded, their faces forgotten, but the echoes of their struggles still lingered in the air. They had been the army, the ones who dared to challenge the boundaries of existence itself. They had crossed worlds, fought gods, and survived where others had fallen. And yet, as the years passed, their story became nothing more than a murmur in the wind, a myth told by those who had never known them. The fire that once burned so brightly in their hearts had long since dimmed. The land they had fought to protect had crumbled, torn apart by forces too powerful to comprehend. But in the quiet corners of the world, in the shadow of forgotten mountains, and beneath the ruins of lost cities, their names lived on. A woman sat by the dying embers of a fire, her weathered face lined with the stories of 1,000 years. She was an old historian, one of the last who still remembered the time before the world had turned cold. Her hands trembled as she turned the pages of a tattered scroll, her eyes tracing the faded ink that had once held the weight of the world. The army that faced the storm. She murmured, her voice barely more than a whisper. They were the ones who touched the edge of the unknown. The ones who walked with gods and fought for survival in a world that was slowly unraveling. She paused, her fingers running over the ancient script, her mind slipping back through time. In her mind's eye, she saw them, their faces, their voices, their dreams. They had been real, they had been alive, and their story had been something more than a tale. But now it was lost, scattered like dust in the wind, and no one truly knew what had happened to them. The records were broken, the scrolls burned, and the stories twisted into the fabric of mythology. They had become figures of legend, larger than life and yet distant, untouchable. The historian closed her eyes, remembering the first time she had heard the story. She had been a child, sitting on the knee of her grandfather, who had told her of the great army that fought through the fabric of reality itself. They had been led by a man, Alexander, a king, a warrior, a man torn between his humanity and his divine aspirations. The world they had known had shattered, and in the aftermath, their legacy was all that remained. She had been captivated by their bravery, their struggles, and the impossible choice they had made to fight, to survive, to become something more than mortal. But time, as it always did, moved forward. The world they had fought to save had continued to age, to evolve, to forget. The story of Alexander and his army had become the stuff of legends, whispered around campfires, recited by bards, and etched into the walls of tombs. The names of the fallen had been lost, the battles they fought forgotten, and the dreams they held fading with every passing generation. The historian's hand shook as she turned another page. The army of Alexander, she read aloud. The ones who crossed the veil of the unknown, who stared into the heart of the cosmos, who gave their lives to protect a world they would never see again. They were not mere men, but heroes, gods in their own right, fighting against the inevitable. And yet, they faded. The words hung in the air, heavy with the sorrow of what was no longer there. The story of Alexander's army was a sad tale of ambition and loss, of greatness that was never truly realized. The world had moved on, and with it, the memories of those who had once stood at the very edge of existence, who had dared to challenge the divine. And yet, there was something in the historian's heart, something she couldn't quite explain. The fire of the army's spirit, the flicker of their humanity, still burned within her. She had never met them, never seen their faces, but she knew, deep within her soul, that they had mattered. That they had been real. Their sacrifices, their struggles, had left a mark on the world, even if no one remembered their names. As the wind picked up, the historian stood, her gaze turning toward the horizon. The world was vast and empty, the land stretching on forever, untouched by the hands of time. But somewhere, deep in the earth, in the places where the old stories still lived, the army's legacy remained. It was buried beneath layers of dust, hidden in the forgotten corners of the world. And yet, she could feel it, faint, like a heartbeat in the silence. The echo of their courage, of their fight against the darkness. Her heart ached with the knowledge that no one would ever truly know their story. It would remain a legend, a fable passed from one generation to the next, slowly fading with each telling. The truth of what had happened, the battles they fought, the losses they endured, the sacrifices they made, would remain locked away, a secret between the whispers of time. The world had moved on, and there was no room for their story anymore. But it didn't matter. Because somewhere, in the deepest reaches of the universe, the echo of their struggle lived on. It lived in the wind. It lived in the stars. It lived in the hearts of those who had never known them, but who still carried the flame of their spirit. It lived in the stories told around campfires, and the dreams of those who dared to reach for something greater than themselves. The historian smiled, a tear slipping down her cheek as she closed the scroll. The army may have been forgotten by the world, but in her heart, their story would never fade. It was a story of hope, of bravery, of the will to fight even when everything seemed lost. A story that would never be erased, because legends like theirs could never truly die. The first step back into the known world felt unreal. The survivors, clad in tattered armor and cloaked in silence, emerged like ghosts from the unknown. The air was heavier here, not with magic or otherworldly power, but with a sense of finality. It was the weight of what had been left behind, and who? The skies above were a dull gray, the sun obscured by clouds that seemed indifferent to the enormity of their return. They were no longer the men and women who had set out. They carried the marks of a realm that defied explanation, scars etched not just into their bodies but into their very souls. Their eyes, once full of fire and ambition, now bore a hollow gleam, a light that flickered like a candle on its last breath. A small boy, playing near the edge of the village, was the first to see them. His laughter faded, replaced by a mix of awe and fear as he ran to alert the others. The villagers gathered cautiously, their murmurs growing louder as the survivors drew closer. Their footsteps were uneven, their breaths labored. Some carried the wounded on makeshift stretchers, others bore weapons that seemed almost fused to their hands, as if they were the only anchors holding them to this reality. A woman stepped forward, her face withered by years of toil but still kind. "Who are you?" she asked softly, her voice trembling. The leader of the group, if he could still be called that, paused. His name had been Marcus once, a name spoken with pride and respect. Now, he hesitated, as though it belonged to someone else entirely. His lips parted, and after a moment, he whispered, "We are what remains." The words sent a ripple through the crowd. No one knew how to respond. These figures before them looked like they had crawled out of legends, but their silence and haunted expressions told a story too terrible to imagine. Someone finally stepped forward, a blacksmith, strong and broad-shouldered. He extended a hand to one of the survivors, a younger man whose face was streaked with dirt and dried blood. "Come," the blacksmith said gruffly. "You need food, water, rest." The young man flinched at the gesture, his body instinctively retreating. He looked down at his hands, trembling as though they carried the weight of unseen chains. He didn't take the blacksmith's hand, but he nodded faintly, following him into the village. The others followed, their movements sluggish, their faces expressionless. The villagers tried to ask questions: where had they come from, what had they seen, but the survivors either couldn't or wouldn't answer. The words seemed too small, too fragile to hold the enormity of what they had endured. That night, the village hosted a feast. They brought out their finest bread, their richest wine, their warmest hearths. The survivors sat among them, but their presence cast a strange shadow over the gathering. They ate in silence, their eyes fixed on something far away, something no one else could see. One by one, the villagers began to notice the strange markings on their skin. Swirling patterns, faintly glowing, danced along their arms and necks. Some called it a blessing, others whispered of curses. The survivors didn't explain. They simply sat there, their hands resting on the table, as though afraid that letting go might cause them to drift away. Later, when the feast had dwindled and only the embers of the fire remained, a child approached Marcus. She was no older than 7, her curly hair framing a face full of innocent curiosity. She tugged at his tattered cloak. "What's it like out there?" she asked, her voice soft and curious. Marcus looked at her, his eyes locking onto hers for what felt like an eternity. He didn't speak right away, his chest rising and falling with the weight of an unspoken answer. When he finally did, his voice was low, almost a whisper. "It's not meant for us." The child tilted her head, confused, but Marcus didn't elaborate. He couldn't. How could he explain a place where the ground shifted beneath your feet, where the stars sang songs of sorrow, where the very air could turn into a storm of fire or ice? How could he describe the faces they had lost, the screams that still echoed in his mind, the moment he had realized there was no going back? One of the other survivors, a woman named Ilara, sat nearby. She had been a healer once, her hands gentle and steady. Now, those hands were calloused, her fingers trembling as she traced the rim of her cup. She spoke without looking up. "The world isn't the same when you return. It never feels solid again." The villagers didn't understand, not fully. How could they? They hadn't seen what these few had seen, hadn't walked where they had walked. But they didn't press further. They simply nodded, offering what comfort they could, even if it was only silence. In the days that followed, the survivors tried to reintegrate into the rhythms of life. They helped with the harvest, repaired broken fences, tended to the livestock. But there was a distance between them and the others, an invisible barrier that no one dared to cross. They worked without complaint, but their movements were mechanical, their smiles forced. Sometimes, in the quiet hours of the night, one of them would wake up screaming, their cries tearing through the stillness. The villagers learned not to ask questions, to simply sit with them until the shaking stopped. Months passed, and the survivors began to scatter. Some left the village, unable to stay in one place for too long. Others remained, though their presence grew quieter with each passing day. The markings on their skin began to fade, but the changes within them did not. One by one, they disappeared into the vastness of the world, leaving behind only fragments of their story. The villagers whispered of them for years, turning their tale into myths and legends. They spoke of the survivors as heroes, as cursed souls, as something more, or less, than human. For those who returned, life would never be the same. The known world, with all its simplicity and certainty, felt like a stranger's home. They were wanderers now, caught between two realities, forever marked by what they had seen. And though they carried the weight of their experiences with them, they also carried something else, a quiet, unshakable strength. They had survived the unimaginable. And even if the world didn't understand them, they understood themselves. The campfire sputtered against the icy wind, casting long shadows that flickered and danced like restless spirits. Soldiers huddled close, their faces pale and gaunt, their voices subdued. Alexander had left his tent hours ago, saying nothing, leaving only the faint imprint of his boots in the snow. No one dared to ask where he had gone, though the question lingered like an unspoken prayer on every tongue. The leader's absence was a wound in their ranks, raw and aching. He had always been there, unyielding, indomitable, a presence so vast it seemed impossible to lose. And yet, he was gone, swallowed by the night and the endless expanse of the unknown. Darius, one of the few who still believed in following orders, stood at the edge of the camp, his eyes scanning the horizon. The stars above glittered coldly, indifferent to the mortal struggles below. His breath clouded the air as he muttered under it, "He'll come back. He has to." But even Darius didn't believe his own words. Hours stretched into eternity, and the air grew heavy, as if the night itself mourned. The men whispered among themselves, their voices trembling with fear and something darker, doubt. They spoke of the strange light they had seen earlier, a soft but piercing glow that had appeared on the ridge and vanished just as quickly. They wondered if Alexander had walked into it, if he had been taken by forces beyond their comprehension. Elara, the healer, knelt beside the fire, her hands trembling as she tried to warm them. "He wouldn't leave us," she said, her voice fragile as glass. "Not like this." But a part of her knew the truth. She had seen it in his eyes the night before, the weight of something unbearable, something he hadn't shared. Alexander had always carried burdens no one else could see, but this one had seemed different. It was as though he had reached the edge of himself, and there was nowhere else to go. Far from the camp, on the crest of a silent hill, Alexander stood alone. His cloak billowed around him, the wind tugging at its frayed edges. Before him stretched the ruins of their path, a jagged scar of broken terrain and shattered dreams. He could feel the pull of something ancient and vast, something that whispered to him in a language he couldn't understand, but felt in his bones. He closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. The weight on his chest felt unbearable, as if the air itself had turned against him. Memories flickered through his mind, faces of those he had led, those he had lost. Their voices rose like a chorus, a haunting melody that grew louder with each passing moment. And then, silence. He opened his eyes, and the light was there again, hovering just beyond reach. It wasn't harsh or blinding, it was soft, almost inviting. It pulsed gently, as if alive, as if waiting. He didn't know why, but he felt drawn to it, as though it held the answers to questions he had never dared to ask. Back at the camp, the soldiers began to grow restless. The fire was dying, and with it, their resolve. Darius finally turned to Elara, his voice low but firm. "We can't wait anymore. If he's out there, we need to find him." Elara hesitated, looking at the weary faces around her. She nodded, and together they gathered a small group, their torches flickering as they ventured into the darkness. The snow crunched beneath their boots, the sound eerily loud in the stillness. As they climbed the ridge, the light appeared again, faint and distant. They froze, their hearts pounding. "Do you see that?" one of them whispered. Elara nodded, her grip tightening on her torch. "It's him. It has to be." They moved cautiously, the light growing brighter with each step. But when they reached the top, the sight before them stole the breath from their lungs. Alexander stood there, his back to them, bathed in the glow. The light surrounded him, wrapping around his figure like a second skin. His head was tilted slightly, as though he were listening to something only he could hear. "Alexander!" Darius called out, his voice desperate. But Alexander didn't turn. He raised a hand, not in greeting, but as a signal for them to stop. They obeyed, frozen in place, their torches casting long, uncertain shadows. "What are you doing?" Elara asked, her voice trembling. "Come back." For a moment, it seemed he might. His hand dropped to his side, and he turned slightly, enough for them to see his face. It was calm, almost serene, but his eyes were distant, as if he were looking at something beyond them, something they couldn't see. "I can't," he said, his voice steadied but tinged with sorrow. "This is where I end." "No!" Elara cried, taking a step forward. "You don't have to do this. Whatever this is, we can face it together." Alexander shook his head, his gaze softening. "This isn't about you. Or the army. This is something else." The light began to pulse more rapidly, its glow intensifying. The air around them grew warmer, the snow melting into streams that trickled down the ridge. The soldiers shielded their eyes, their hearts racing. "Alexander, please." Elara begged, her voice breaking. He looked at her one last time, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Lead them well," he said. "You'll do better than I ever could." And then, the light consumed him. It flared brightly, forcing them to look away. When they opened their eyes, he was gone. The ridge was empty, the light extinguished, leaving only the faint scent of burning air and the sound of the wind. They stood there, stunned, unable to move. Elara dropped to her knees, her tears falling freely. Darius clenched his fists, his jaw tight. "He's gone," he said, his voice hollow. The rest of the group murmured among themselves, their disbelief mixing with fear. What had they just witnessed? Where had he gone? And more importantly, why? They returned to the camp, their steps heavy with grief. The others waited anxiously, their faces falling as they saw the group's expressions. No one spoke of what had happened, not that night, not ever. The story of Alexander's disappearance became a whispered legend, a mystery that would haunt them for the rest of their days. And yet, in their hearts, they all felt the same thing, that wherever Alexander had gone, he had gone willingly. And that somehow, he had found the peace that had always eluded him in life. The wind howled through the desolate plains, carrying with it fragments of words, half-remembered songs, and the whispers of ghosts. It had been years, decades, since anyone had last seen the soldiers of Alexander's army, but their absence had left a mark on the world, an empty space that demanded to be filled. People talked in hushed tones, around flickering fires, of what might have happened, their voices low and tinged with awe. The first stories were simple. The army had ventured too far, met with a force they could not overcome, and perished. But as time passed, the edges of truth blurred, and the gaps in understanding became fertile ground for something greater. The men and women who had once marched with purpose were no longer remembered as soldiers, they became heroes, martyrs, larger than life. Their struggles, their triumphs, and their mysterious end transformed into tales too grand to be confined by reality. In a quiet village, a child sat at her grandmother's feet, eyes wide as she listened. They weren't just soldiers, the old woman said, her voice quivering with the weight of memory. They were chosen. The gods themselves called to them, and they answered. The child's breath hitched. What did the gods want? No one knows, the grandmother replied, her gaze distant, as though she could see the army marching into eternity. But they fought for us, for our future. And though they never returned, their sacrifice gave us the world we have now. The story spread, carried by travelers and merchants, growing with each retelling. In one town, it was said the army had faced a dragon, its scales harder than steel and its breath like molten fire. In another, they had ventured into the underworld itself, seeking to bargain with death for the lives of those they loved. By the time the tale reached the great cities, it had taken on the weight of legend, no longer bound by the constraints of history. In the heart of a bustling market, a bard stood atop a makeshift stage, strumming a lute and singing of the lost army. His voice soared above the crowd, weaving a tale of bravery and heartbreak. He spoke of Alexander, not as a man, but as a figure touched by destiny, his every step guided by forces unseen. The army became an unstoppable force, their journey one of cosmic significance, their disappearance a divine mystery. "Listen," the bard cried, his voice cracking with emotion. "They marched where no one dared, through lands that devoured lesser souls. They faced the storm and the void, their hearts unyielding, their spirits unbroken. And when the gods themselves turned their gaze upon them, they stood tall, fearless, as the heavens trembled." The crowd was silent, their faces rapt, as though they too could see the army in their mind's eye, clad in shimmering armor, their banners fluttering against a crimson sky, their eyes alight with purpose. For a moment, they felt as though they were part of something greater, as though the world was filled with wonder and possibility. But not everyone believed. In a dimly lit tavern, a man scoffed as he downed his ale. "It's just a story," he muttered, his voice thick with skepticism. "No army can do what they say. They probably got lost, died in some swamp, and that's the end of it." But even the scholars, with all their logic and reason, couldn't resist the pull of the legend. One night, a historian sat alone in his study, surrounded by dusty tomes and crumbling scrolls. He had spent years searching for the truth, determined to separate fact from fiction. But as he stared at the faint, faded words on the parchment before him, he felt a strange sensation, a mix of awe and sorrow. He closed his eyes, and for a moment, he could see them, the soldiers marching through an endless expanse, their faces weary but resolute, their footsteps echoing in the void. He didn't know if it was real, but it felt real, and that was enough. The legend seeped into the very soul of the people, shaping their dreams and their fears. It became a story told to children at bedtime, a song sung by travelers on the road, a prayer whispered in times of need. The army, once flesh and blood, became eternal, their story a light in the darkness, a reminder of what humanity could achieve, even at the greatest cost. In the quiet hours before dawn, a young woman stood at the edge of a cliff, staring out at the horizon. She had heard the stories all her life, had sung the songs and whispered the prayers. She didn't know if they were true, but she felt their weight, their meaning. As the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds, she whispered softly, "Thank you." And somewhere, in the vastness of the unknown, the echoes of their march carried on, fading but never gone, a melody that would linger for as long as there were those who dared to dream. The candle's flickering light cast long, wavering shadows on the stone walls, making them dance like restless spirits. The old man's hand trembled as he traced the faded ink on the brittle parchment before him. Each word felt heavy, as though it carried the weight of centuries. It had taken him years to uncover the hidden chamber where this manuscript lay, forgotten by all but time itself. And now, as he began to read, the room seemed to hum with a presence, as if the air itself held its breath. The words on the page spoke of a time long past, written by a hand that had witnessed the unthinkable. The chronicler had been among them, the army that ventured where no man dared, the army that never returned. His voice, though silenced by death, came alive through the ink, raw and vivid. "We marched at dawn," the manuscript began, with the horizon painted in hues of blood and gold. "Alexander led us, his figure unwavering, a beacon in the storm of uncertainty. None of us knew what lay ahead, but we followed him, not because of duty, but because he made us believe in something greater than ourselves." The chronicler's words carried the weight of 1,000 unseen battles, each one fought in the hearts and minds of those who followed. He described their steps through treacherous lands where the earth itself seemed to resist their passage, where rivers ran dark and cold, and the air was thick with foreboding. Yet, they pressed on, driven by a purpose they barely understood. We were not blind to fear, the manuscript continued. It was our constant companion, whispering doubts into our ears as we stood beneath skies that churned like a living beast. But Alexander, he was different. His fear did not consume him. It sharpened him, and in his shadow, we found courage. The chronicler's tale was not just one of glory but of humanity, of the lives intertwined with the march of history. He wrote of comrades who shared their last rations with those weaker, of whispered prayers in the dead of night, of laughter that defied the encroaching darkness. These moments, small and fleeting, painted a picture of an army bound not just by command, but by something far deeper. The words on the page grew darker as the chronicler recounted their descent into the unknown. The world changed, he wrote. What we once knew as solid and unyielding became fluid, as though reality itself had forgotten its place. Mountains loomed where none had been, the stars shifted, forming constellations we could not name. It was beautiful and terrible, like standing at the edge of creation. His voice faltered on the page, the ink smudged as though written with shaking hands. There were whispers in the wind, he wrote. Voices that spoke of things long buried, of promises made and broken. They called to us, tempting and cruel, and some among us answered. We lost them, one by one, to the shadows. Their faces. I still see them. The chronicler's pain seeped through the words, a testament to the weight of survival. He wrote of the leader who bore the burden of every loss, whose eyes grew darker with each passing day. Alexander stood taller than any of us, but I saw the cracks forming. He carried us through the storms, but who carried him? I wonder if he ever truly slept. The manuscript grew frantic as it reached the turning point. The sky shattered, he wrote, and the earth trembled beneath us. We stood at the precipice of something vast and incomprehensible. It was there, in that moment, that we understood we were not meant to be here. We were intruders in a place that defied existence. The chronicler's words became disjointed, his descriptions fractured like the world he sought to capture. Light and shadow merged, he scribbled. Shapes that were not shapes. Sounds that had no source. I cannot describe it, cannot make you see what I saw. It was everything in nothing, and it tore at the edges of my mind. There was a pause in the text, a space where the chronicler's thoughts seemed to falter. Then, in a trembling script, he wrote, we had to choose. Alexander made the call. He always did. Some stayed behind, lost to the void, while the rest of us ran. I don't remember how we escaped. I only remember the silence that followed. The final pages of the manuscript were faint, as though written by a hand too weak to hold the pen. I write this not for glory or remembrance, the chronicler penned, but because I must. I must tell the world what we saw, even if no one believes it. We were not meant to survive, and yet we did. But at what cost? The last line was almost illegible, scrawled with a desperation that leapt off the page. If you find this, know that the world is not what it seems. There are forces beyond our understanding, waiting in the spaces we cannot see. And they are watching. As the old man finished reading, he felt a chill crawl down his spine. The candle flickered once more, then went out, leaving him in darkness. He clutched the manuscript to his chest, his heart pounding with a mix of awe and terror. The chronicler's tale was more than a story, it was a warning, whispered across the ages, from one trembling soul to another. The first artifact emerged from the earth like a whisper from a forgotten past. A fragment of metal, dulled by time but unmistakably forged by human hands, lay cradled in the loose soil. The young archaeologist knelt over it, her breath hitching as she brushed away the dirt with trembling fingers. It was more than just an artifact, it was a link to a story that had been swallowed by the sands of time, a story whispered about but never confirmed. Until now. The excavation site buzzed with life, voices overlapping in excitement and disbelief. They had come seeking traces of myth, a legend that spoke of an army marching into the unknown and vanishing without a trace. Scholars dismissed it as folklore, an allegory of ambition or the fragility of human will. But the discovery of the artifact had changed everything. The metal bore strange engravings, symbols no one could immediately decipher, but that pulsed with a mysterious familiarity. As the days wore on, more fragments were unearthed, pieces of armor, brittle fragments of parchment, and skeletal remains twisted in poses of struggle and defiance. Each discovery was a piece of a puzzle whose full picture remained tantalizingly out of reach. Among the artifacts was a shattered shield, its surface scorched and cracked as if it had borne the brunt of some unimaginable force. Its edges glinted faintly, despite the centuries spent buried, as if unwilling to let its story fade. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the dig site in golden light, an older researcher paused over a particular find. It was a small, ornate dagger, its hilt inlaid with gemstones that had lost their luster but not their beauty. The blade was inscribed with an intricate design, one that the researcher recognized from ancient texts. It was a symbol tied to Alexander, the enigmatic leader whose name was forever etched into the myth. A hush fell over the group as the dagger was carefully lifted, its weight heavier than its size should allow, as though burdened by the echoes of its past. The knights at the site were restless. The air seemed charged, filled with a strange hum that couldn't be explained. Some swore they heard faint whispers, like voices carried on the wind, while others dismissed it as fatigue playing tricks on their minds. Still, unease lingered, growing with each discovery. It was as if the past resisted being uncovered, as if it wanted to remain buried. The breakthrough came when they unearthed what appeared to be a makeshift campsite, frozen in time. The remains of a fire, its ash long since cooled, were surrounded by scattered belongings, tools, trinkets, and scraps of cloth. Among them was a bound journal, its pages fragile but remarkably preserved. It belonged to one of the soldiers. The team read the journal by lamplight, its words unraveling a story that sent shivers down their spines. The soldier wrote of an otherworldly march, where the land twisted and shifted, and time felt elastic. He described sights that defied logic, floating lights, shifting shadows, and voices that seemed to come from nowhere. He wrote of comrades disappearing without explanation, their cries echoing into the void. His words grew erratic toward the end, filled with desperate pleas to return home and warnings that chilled the readers to their cores. It was not just the land that devoured us, one passage read. It was the very essence of the unknown. It pulled at our minds, our souls, until we were hollow. As the journal's final words were read, the lamplight flickered, casting eerie shadows across the tent. The team exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of the discovery pressing on them like a tangible force. It was no longer just an excavation, it felt like they had awakened something. Then came the most haunting find of all. Beneath layers of rock and soil, they unearthed a skeletal hand clutching a pendant. The pendant was unlike anything they had ever seen, its design intricate and otherworldly. It shimmered faintly, as though it held a light of its own, and pulsed faintly in their hands. The team debated whether to touch it, fear and curiosity warring in their hearts. Finally, the youngest among them, unable to resist, reached out. The moment her fingers brushed the pendant, the world seemed to shift. The air grew heavy, and an unearthly silence fell over the site. The young woman gasped, her eyes wide with a terror she couldn't explain. For a brief moment, it was as if she saw something, a vision of an endless expanse, filled with light and shadow, where the figures of the lost army moved like ghosts, caught in an eternal march. Then it was gone, and she fell to her knees, trembling. "They're still there," she whispered. "Trapped. Waiting." The team decided to halt the excavation, their fear outweighing their thirst for discovery. They buried the pendant once more, sealing it beneath the earth where it had lain for centuries. They left the site, their minds heavy with the knowledge they had uncovered. It wasn't just an army they had found, it was a story of ambition, loss, and a brush with forces beyond comprehension. Years later, some would speak of that excavation as the greatest find in history. But those who had been there, who had felt the hum in the air and seen the shimmering pendant, carried the memory like a shadow. They knew that some echoes of the past were better left unheard. The name Alexander still lingered like a ghost in the hearts of those who whispered it, his legend enduring far beyond the borders of memory. Though his army had vanished into myth, their final campaign left ripples that refused to fade. These ripples were not mere echoes of past glories, but forces shaping the present in ways no one could fully understand. In a distant city, a statue of Alexander stood in the center of a great plaza, its weathered face staring defiantly at the horizon. Generations had passed, yet his gaze remained fixed, as though even stone could not forget the places his mortal eyes had seen. Beneath it, children played, their laughter unbroken by the silent weight of history above them. Parents would tell stories to those children, tales of courage and conquest, of ambition that reached too far. The statue's shadow stretched across the city square, a reminder of ambition that dared to dream beyond its grasp. Far away, in a scholar's dimly lit study, ancient scrolls lay unfurled across a wide oak table. Candlelight flickered against the faded ink, illuminating maps that hinted at unknown lands, fragments of letters that spoke of a campaign destined to reach the edge of existence itself. The scholar, a man whose life had been consumed by the stories of Alexander, traced his trembling fingers over the drawings. He imagined the soldiers, their hearts alight with purpose, marching into the unknown. He imagined their triumphs and the terror that must have come after, the weight of realizing they had gone too far. What truly haunted him was a fragment of an inscription found years ago, carved into the walls of a remote mountain pass. The gods whispered to him, and he chose to listen. No one could prove it was Alexander's hand that ordered those words, but it felt undeniable. It was not just his victories that people remembered, it was his unrelenting pursuit of something greater, even when the cost was unimaginable. The inscription had inspired poets, philosophers, and kings alike, each interpreting it in their own way. Some saw it as a warning, others as a challenge. Merchants traveling across the known world would hear the name in distant lands, spoken with reverence or fear. They passed through villages where elders claimed their ancestors had seen Alexander's army, the thunder of their march shaking the earth. In one forgotten village, they still kept a ritual, performed every year to honor the strange warriors who had arrived one fateful night. The villagers believed Alexander and his men had been touched by divinity, their disappearance a sign they had become something more than mortal. They lit fires and sang songs, their voices rising into the stars, as though calling out to the army lost in time. The legacy was not just in stories or rituals. The remnants of Alexander's campaign were buried in the foundations of empires. The strategies he used, the alliances he formed, the sheer audacity of his ambition, they became the blueprints for countless leaders who sought to carve their names into history. Generals invoked his name before battles, hoping to channel his courage. Rulers studied his conquests, eager to understand how he had united so many under his banner. But his influence was not limited to war. Alexander's dream of reaching the farthest edges of the world planted seeds of curiosity that flourished in unexpected ways. Explorers spoke of him as they charted new lands. Astronomers whispered his name as they gazed at the stars, wondering if he had somehow glimpsed what lay beyond them. Even in the halls of learning, his legacy endured, a symbol of the endless pursuit of knowledge, no matter the cost. Not all saw his legacy in a glowing light. There were those who cursed his name, seeing only the destruction left in his wake. Entire cities razed, cultures lost, and countless lives consumed by the fire of his ambition. In some regions, his name was spoken only in hushed tones, a warning to those who might be tempted to follow in his footsteps. He reached too far, they would say, and the gods punished him for it. Yet even in their warnings, there was an undeniable fascination. The mystery of Alexander's disappearance and the loss of his army refused to be forgotten. People sought answers in hidden manuscripts, ancient ruins, and the faint whispers of oral tradition. Was it hubris that destroyed him, or had he found something no mortal was meant to see? The question lingered, unanswered but never abandoned. In the minds of artists, Alexander's final campaign became a canvas for imagination. Painters depicted him standing before a shimmering veil, his army behind him, their faces a mix of awe and terror. Writers crafted epic poems that wove together history and myth, portraying him as a man who dared to challenge the gods themselves. Musicians composed symphonies that echoed the march of his soldiers, their drums resonating with both triumph and tragedy. Through art, his legacy transformed, no longer bound by the constraints of fact but free to inspire in countless ways. And then there were the survivors, the few who had returned, bearing scars both visible and unseen. Their accounts, fragmented and often contradictory, became the stuff of legends themselves. They spoke of lands where the sky burned and the earth wept, of beings neither man nor beast, and of Alexander, who had walked into the heart of the unknown and never returned. Some claimed he had transcended mortality, ascending to the heavens to sit among the gods. Others believed he had been swallowed by the very darkness he sought to conquer. These survivors were changed, their eyes haunted by what they had seen. They lived out their days in quiet solitude, their words few but their presence heavy with the weight of their memories. They became living testaments to the cost of ambition, reminders that some paths should not be tread. Yet even in their silence, they inspired. People came to them, seeking answers, hoping to catch a glimpse of the truth. Most left unsatisfied, but a few left with something more, a spark of the same restless spirit that had driven Alexander. In the end, his legacy was not just in the stories, the strategies, or the art. It was in the hearts of those who heard his name and felt a stirring deep within, a call to dream, to push boundaries, to chase the impossible. It was a legacy that transcended time, rooted not in what he had achieved, but in what he had dared to attempt. And so, the name Alexander lived on, etched into the fabric of human ambition, a beacon for those who dared to reach for the horizon, knowing that the cost might be everything but willing to pay it nonetheless. The stars above seemed closer than ever, their cold, distant light casting an otherworldly glow on the edge of the cosmic expanse. Some said Alexander had walked beyond the veil of reality itself, where time and matter dissolved into infinite possibilities. Others whispered that he had never truly left, that he remained somewhere between existence and oblivion, dreaming eternally. Those who speculated about his final fate spoke in hushed voices, their words weighted with awe and unease. Was he still the conqueror, a man driven by insatiable ambition, or had the unknown reshaped him into something incomprehensible? The question lingered like an unanswered prayer, filling the air with a quiet, unnerving reverence. Some believed he had become one with the stars. They told tales of an astral figure, a silhouette etched against the fabric of the cosmos, its features impossibly vast yet hauntingly human. Shepherds swore they had seen him during the darkest nights, standing at the edge of the universe, his eyes blazing like twin suns. Sailors whispered of a faint hum that echoed over the ocean waves, as though the heavens themselves carried the echoes of his final steps. There were stranger accounts still, carried by travelers who claimed to have ventured too far into the world's hidden places. A merchant once spoke of a shimmering lake, its surface rippling with visions. He had gazed into its depths and seen a lone figure standing on an endless plain of light, his head bowed, his hands resting on the hilt of a sword that pulsed with an unearthly glow. Alexander, the merchant had whispered, tears streaking his withered face, still searching for something beyond even death. The poets, of course, seized upon these fragments of rumor and wove them into songs that both captivated and unsettled their audiences. One ballad spoke of Alexander as the eternal dreamer, a soul caught in an endless vision. In the verses, he wandered a realm of infinite possibilities, each step revealing a new path, each path leading only to more questions. His heart, the ballad claimed, had been too vast for the mortal world. It had spilled into the cosmos, leaving him forever adrift. But not all spoke of him with such wonder. In some corners of the world, Alexander's fate was seen as a curse. Stories emerged of a shadowy figure haunting the fringes of reality, its presence marked by a chill that seeped into the bones. Farmers told of crops withering overnight, their fields blanketed by a strange, silver frost. Travelers reported hearing a voice in their dreams, calling out in a language they could not understand, yet which filled them with an overwhelming sorrow. "He is lost," they would say upon waking, their voices trembling. "And he is looking for us." Scholars debated these accounts endlessly, poring over ancient texts and fragments of forgotten lore. One scroll, attributed to a mystic who had lived centuries before, described a place known as the Eternal Verge, where all who sought ultimate truth were drawn. It spoke of a great figure who had arrived there long ago, his footsteps shaking the very foundation of existence. The scroll ended abruptly, its final line a cryptic warning: beware the dreamer who cannot wake. Others rejected such mystical interpretations, instead proposing that Alexander's disappearance was a cosmic accident. They theorized he had stumbled into a rift between dimensions, his body scattered across countless realities. Yet even these theories carried a sense of wonder. If Alexander's essence had been dispersed into the infinite, did it mean he now existed everywhere? Was his spirit watching, listening, perhaps guiding the world in ways no one could perceive? There was one tale, often dismissed as mere fantasy, that spoke of Alexander ascending a great staircase of light. Each step had brought him closer to a truth so profound it could not be spoken, only felt. When he reached the top, he had stood before an immense, pulsating presence, a force that seemed to hold creation itself within its grasp. The tale claimed he had gazed into the heart of this force, and in that moment, he had ceased to be Alexander. He had become something else entirely, something without a name. For those who sought to honor his memory, these stories carried a bittersweet comfort. They imagined Alexander still striving, still reaching for the unreachable, his essence eternal. Yet for others, the thought of him caught in an endless cycle of searching was unbearably tragic. What if his ambition, so fierce and unyielding in life, had become his eternal prison? Even now, the night skies seemed to shimmer with hints of his presence. Astronomers observed anomalies, stars that flickered in patterns too regular to be natural, comets that veered suddenly as if guided by an unseen hand. Some claimed these were signs, messages left by Alexander as he traversed the cosmic expanse. But messages to whom? And for what purpose? The questions only deepened the mystery. A wandering monk once claimed to have seen Alexander in a vision. He described a vast plain where the ground sparkled like crushed diamonds, and the air was filled with a low, resonant hum. In the distance, a figure stood tall, his cloak billowing in an unseen wind. The monk had approached, trembling with both fear and awe, and when he was close enough, he had fallen to his knees. The figure had turned to him, and though the monk could not see his face, he had felt a presence so overwhelming it brought tears to his eyes. "What are you searching for?" the monk had asked, his voice barely a whisper. The figure had not answered. Instead, he had raised a hand, pointing toward the horizon, where a faint light shimmered. The monk had awakened with tears streaming down his face, the vision seared into his memory. He had spent the rest of his life walking from village to village, sharing his story with anyone who would listen. "He is still out there," the monk would say, his voice heavy with both sorrow and hope. "And he is waiting." Whether Alexander's fate was one of triumph or tragedy, no one could say for certain. But in the end, it did not matter. His story had become something greater than any man, an eternal dream that whispered of the infinite, of a soul unyielding in its quest for the extraordinary. The wind carried whispers through the endless expanse, brushing against the crumbling stones of forgotten empires. Somewhere, in the depths of time, a single question lingered like an unending echo: why do we always reach for more? A shepherd stood at the edge of a mountain cliff, staring into the horizon where the sun bled into the earth. His eyes reflected a yearning that he could not name. Behind him, the remnants of a once great civilization lay in ruin, the stones worn smooth by centuries of abandonment. Yet, before him stretched the unknown, a landscape of possibility, danger, and hope. He clenched his staff tightly, the urge to move forward almost unbearable. This feeling, this relentless pull toward what lies beyond, had always been with humanity. It was the thread connecting the first firelit caves to towering monuments and the silent stars. It was the spark in the heart of Alexander as he gazed at his maps, the faint whisper urging him to conquer not for glory, but for the sheer act of seeing what lay beyond the edge of the known. But ambition comes with its own shadow. Once, there was a sailor who spoke of a dream he could not forget. He had seen an endless ocean that glimmered like liquid diamonds under an alien sky. In the dream, he had built a ship that defied all storms and sailed toward the horizon, his heart pounding with excitement and fear. Yet as he approached the edge, the stars above him had shifted, revealing not the destination but another horizon, endless and unreachable. When he awoke, the sailor had wept. "There is always another," he whispered, his voice trembling. "The cycle of ambition is not a line but a circle. It begins with a spark, a desire, a question, a dream. It grows into a fire that consumes, urging the dreamer to rise, to push, to overcome. And when the dreamer finally stands atop their mountain, they do not rest. They see another peak in the distance and feel the pull again. It is as if humanity is cursed and blessed with an eternal hunger, a restless spirit that cannot be tamed." A philosopher once wrote of Alexander's campaign, not as a tale of conquest, but as a parable of longing. He described Alexander as not a man but a vessel for humanity's ceaseless need to understand. The philosopher wrote of the moments when Alexander would stand alone in his tent, the map spread before him. Those who saw him then said he was not planning battles but searching for meaning, his fingers tracing the edges of uncharted lands. He was not conquering, the philosopher argued. He was searching for himself. There was a legend of a village that had no name. The villagers lived simple lives, content with what they had. One day, a traveler passed through, his stories filled with wonders beyond their borders, cities of gold, rivers that sang, skies where the stars danced. The villagers listened, their eyes wide, their hearts stirring with something unfamiliar. One by one, they left their homes, each seeking the wonders the traveler had spoken of. Years passed, and the village became overgrown, forgotten. Some of the villagers returned, aged and weary, their eyes shadowed by what they had seen. "What was it like?" asked the children who had stayed behind. The returned villagers only shook their heads. "We saw much," they replied. "But we lost more." Yet even those who returned could not silence the stories they had carried. In their tales, there was always a moment of awe, a sunrise on a distant mountain, a flower blooming in an impossible place, a stranger's kindness that burned brighter than any treasure. These moments, brief as they were enough to keep the cycle alive. Alexander's story became a mirror for humanity's soul. Some saw it as a cautionary tale, a reminder of ambition's cost. Others saw it as a hymn to the human spirit, a celebration of the courage it takes to leave the familiar behind. Both were true, and neither could exist without the other. In the quiet moments, when the night was still and the stars hung low, there were those who wondered if ambition was not just a cycle but a reflection of something greater. Perhaps it was not the horizon that drew humanity forward, but the hope of becoming something more. To reach for the unknown was to risk failure, to face the possibility of losing everything. And yet, without that risk, there could be no growth, no discovery, no change. A storyteller once told of a traveler who had walked through every realm of existence. The traveler had seen worlds of endless light and shadow, spoken to beings beyond comprehension, and held the weight of the cosmos in his hands. Yet when asked what he had learned, the traveler had only smiled. "There is always more," he said softly. "And that is the beauty of it." Perhaps the cycle of ambition is not a curse but a gift. It is what drives a child to take their first steps, what pushes an artist to create, what urges a sailor to set sail into an uncharted sea. It is the heart of every story, every song, every dream. It is what makes humanity human. The shepherd at the mountain's edge finally moved. He took a step forward, then another, his eyes fixed on the horizon. The wind whispered around him, carrying with it the echoes of those who had walked this path before. Somewhere, Alexander's name lingered in the air, not as a memory but as a question. Why do we always reach for more? The forest was silent, its air thick with an ancient stillness that seemed to breathe with a life of its own. A young traveler stopped, feeling the weight of unseen eyes on his back. The path ahead was overgrown, but something compelled him forward, a whisper in his mind that wasn't entirely his own. His heartbeat quickened, not out of fear but a strange, unnameable recognition, as though he had walked this way before, though his feet had never touched this land. A rustle of leaves broke the quiet. Turning sharply, he saw nothing but the twisted shapes of trees reaching toward the sky. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was there, just beyond the edge of sight. It wasn't malicious, this presence. It felt watchful, ancient, and inexplicably sorrowful. The traveler pressed on, every step heavier than the last, until he reached a small clearing. There, scattered among the roots of a massive tree, were fragments of armor, dulled by centuries, but still bearing faint marks of craftsmanship no longer known. The traveler knelt, brushing away the soil. His fingers trembled as they touched the relics. A wave of emotion surged through him, raw and overwhelming, an aching pride, an unbearable grief, and a quiet, unyielding resolve. He staggered back, gasping, his mind flooded with glimpses of faces he'd never seen. A soldier, his eyes blazing with determination. Another, cradling a wounded comrade in arms. A commander, standing tall as the ground beneath him crumbled. And then, silence. The echoes faded as quickly as they had come, leaving him shaking and breathless. Across the world, others had felt it too. In a desert untouched by time, a shepherd had once found his flock gathered around an unmarked mound. Beneath it, the ground seemed to hum faintly, almost imperceptibly, as if holding a memory too heavy to bear. In the mountains, climbers spoke in hushed tones of hearing the faint rhythm of marching boots when the wind howled just right. And in the depths of the ocean, a diver claimed to have seen flickers of golden light, moving like a procession across the seafloor, before vanishing into the abyss. No one could explain these occurrences. They weren't always visible or audible. Sometimes, they were a feeling, a momentary stillness that made the hair on one's neck rise. A child might pause mid-laughter, staring into the distance as though listening to a voice only they could hear. An elder might glance at the sky, tears welling in their eyes without knowing why. They were fragments, glimpses of something too vast and profound to fully grasp. Legends began to grow around these phenomena. People spoke of the lost army, its spirit refusing to fade, lingering in the cracks between worlds. Some believed they marched still, not bound by time or place, but moving eternally in the shadow of existence. Others said they had become protectors, unseen but present, stepping into moments of great need. A soldier on the brink of despair might suddenly feel a surge of strength, as though a hand rested on their shoulder. A lost traveler might find their path illuminated by a faint, golden glow. In one remote village, a storyteller told of a storm so fierce it seemed the world would be torn apart. The villagers huddled together, terrified as winds howled and lightning split the sky. But then, above the roar of the storm, they heard it, a song. Low and haunting at first, it grew stronger, weaving through the chaos with a melody that carried both sorrow and hope. By morning, the storm had passed, leaving no trace of its fury. The villagers swore the song had come from the mountain, where an ancient battle had once been fought. Even those who dismissed the tales couldn't deny the strange coincidences. An archaeologist, hardened by years of skepticism, found himself weeping as he unearthed a shield buried under layers of earth. The metal was almost gone, but the faint engraving of a lion still gleamed in the sunlight. He couldn't explain the surge of emotion that gripped him, nor the words that spilled from his lips in a language he didn't know. "We are not forgotten," he had murmured, the voice not entirely his own. There were whispers, too, of a figure seen in dreams, a lone warrior standing against a backdrop of stars. His face was hidden, but his presence was unmistakable, radiating strength and an unyielding resolve. Those who dreamed of him often awoke with a sense of purpose they couldn't explain, as though they had been touched by something greater than themselves. In the quietest moments, when the world seemed to pause, there were those who listened closely. They swore they could hear it, the faint, rhythmic beat of drums, the low murmur of voices, the distant echo of a march that had never truly ended. It was a sound that didn't belong to the present, a thread woven through time itself. The traveler in the forest didn't know any of this as he stood, clutching the fragments of armor. But as he rose to his feet, something shifted. The air around him grew warm, and for a fleeting moment, he thought he saw shadows moving among the trees. They weren't threatening, they felt familiar. He took a step forward, drawn by a force he couldn't name, but the shadows faded, leaving him alone once more. And yet, he didn't feel alone. The weight of the relics in his hands seemed lighter now, as though they carried not just the burden of loss, but the promise of something greater. He looked up at the sky, where the first stars were beginning to appear. Somewhere, far beyond his sight, he felt the presence of something vast and unending, a spirit that refused to be forgotten, living on in the spaces between moments, and the whispers carried by the wind. The traveler took one last look at the clearing before turning back toward the path. The forest seemed quieter now, its stillness no longer heavy but alive with possibility. As he walked, he couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't leaving the clearing behind, but carrying it with him, its echoes woven into his very being. The wind carried a strange stillness, as though the earth itself was holding its breath. Beneath a sky painted in hues of dying light, a lone figure stood at the edge of an endless expanse, where the land seemed to fold into the horizon. Shadows stretched long and haunting, whispering secrets to the growing dark. It was a moment caught between two worlds, the past lingering like a ghost and the future trembling on the brink of awakening. The figure was cloaked, their face obscured, yet their presence spoke volumes. They carried no weapon, no burden of war, yet the weight of countless lives seemed to rest on their shoulders. The air around them shimmered faintly, as if time itself bent to acknowledge their existence. Their hand rested lightly on the hilt of something ancient, not a blade but a symbol, a marker of a story that refused to fade. A sound broke the silence, the faint, rhythmic thrum of footsteps, growing louder with each beat. But there was no one in sight. It wasn't a noise of the physical world, but something deeper, an echo that resonated in the bones, calling out to those who dared to listen. The figure turned their head slightly, as if hearing it too, their movements deliberate, as though guided by forces unseen. Far off in the distance, a flicker of light danced across the barren land. It wasn't fire or torchlight, but something softer, more ethereal, like a star had fallen and decided to linger close to the earth. It pulsed faintly, its glow waxing and waning in an almost breathing rhythm. The figure stepped toward it, hesitant yet unafraid, their every movement carrying the weight of choice. As they drew closer, the landscape seemed to change. What was once barren grew vibrant with faint traces of life, fragile shoots of green pushing through cracked soil. The air warmed, carrying with it the faint scent of something unnameable, like a memory just out of reach. The closer they came to the light, the more the world seemed to awaken, as if the universe itself stirred at their presence. And then, they stopped. The light had grown brighter, almost unbearable, yet it didn't blind. Instead, it revealed. The shadows that clung to the land retreated, unveiling something extraordinary. It was a gateway, not one of stone or wood, but a shimmering arch formed of pure energy, its edges humming softly with power. The figure stood before it, motionless, their breath caught somewhere between awe and trepidation. On the other side of the gateway, the world was unlike anything the figure had ever known. It wasn't a place of mortals, nor was it a land of gods. It was possibility. Endless, formless, waiting. Wisps of light and color danced in the air, creating fleeting images, faces, battles, dreams, and sorrows. There were fragments of stories yet untold, woven together in a tapestry too vast to comprehend. The figure reached out a hand, hesitating for a moment before stepping forward. As they passed through the gateway, the light enveloped them, its warmth comforting and overwhelming all at once. It was a sensation of being both nowhere and everywhere, of standing at the center of something eternal. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the light faded. The figure found themselves in a place unlike the barren land they had left, yet it was eerily familiar. The air here was alive with whispers, voices speaking in languages that had long since vanished, their tones filled with yearning, anger, and hope. Shapes moved at the edges of sight, their forms indistinct but their presence undeniable. One voice rose above the others, clear and commanding. It spoke no words, yet its meaning was understood: choose. The figure froze, their heart pounding. Before them stood a path, actually, many paths, each one branching endlessly into the distance. Some were bright, others dark, some wide and inviting, others narrow and treacherous. Each seemed to pulse with its own rhythm, as though alive. They were the paths of all things, paths taken, paths avoided, paths that had yet to be. The figure knelt, their hand brushing against one of the paths. It felt warm and familiar, like the touch of an old friend. Memories that weren't their own flooded their mind, a soldier's last stand, a leader's impossible decision, the quiet ache of those left behind. The figure rose, their resolve strengthening. They didn't know where the path would lead, but they knew they couldn't turn back. As they took their first step, the world around them shifted. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, but they no longer felt like noise. They were guidance, a chorus of voices urging the figure onward. Each step brought clarity, as if the fog of the world was lifting, revealing truths that had been hidden for too long. In the mortal world, a storm brewed on the horizon. Villagers watched uneasily as the winds howled and the sky darkened, though no rain fell. In the midst of the chaos, a child stood at the edge of the village, staring out into the distance. Her eyes were wide, her expression a mixture of fear and wonder. She raised a hand, pointing toward something no one else could see. "They're coming," she whispered. The villagers hurried to her side, but she said no more. She simply stared, as if watching something unfold far beyond their understanding. And then, the storm began to ease. The wind softened, the clouds parted, and the first rays of dawn broke through the gloom. In the figure's world, the path ended. Before them was a void, not empty, but waiting. The whispers had fallen silent, replaced by a profound stillness that felt like the pause before a great symphony. The figure stepped forward, their movements slow and deliberate, until they stood at the edge of the void. They turned back once, as if to acknowledge all that had come before. And then, without hesitation, they leapt. The void welcomed them, not with darkness but with light. It swirled around them, reshaping, reforming, becoming something entirely new. It was creation itself, infinite and boundless. And within it, the figure wasn't lost, they were home. Back in the mortal world, the villagers would speak of that day for generations. They would say the air had carried a strange stillness, as though the world itself had changed. And perhaps it had. For somewhere, in a place unseen, the end of one story had become the beginning of another.